Just waiting for PCE numbers to come through here as we head into a Friday morning here. We're talking about consumer spending. First off, 0.4% expected there, 0.5 actually comes out. So there it is, 3% versus 3% expected. So on the headline number, again, 3% in line as expected. Core PCE, if you come down the list here a little bit, downside ever so slightly. 4.1% versus 4.2% expected there. Month over month, 0.2 to the upside versus the same expected. So that was really the headline number that we're expecting this morning. Just keep in mind, coming up at 10 o'clock, we're going to get University of Michigan sentiment once again. That also has an inflation portion tied to it with both a 5-year and a 1-year expectation. So a prediction going out 1 year and 5 years. So we'll have a look at that at 10 o'clock when it comes up. That can move the market and has in the past if it does come out one way or the other, again, higher or lower than expected. PCE, though, basically in line with expectations there. Right across the board here, 0.2% if you're just joining a little bit late, 4.2 on the core, 4.1 expected there, a little bit better off. So we'll have a look at a number of things moving around here in the pre-market as well. Intel included, earnings better than expected. There's a couple of question marks when it comes to Intel. Roku, same story, some question marks to answer here. As far as Roku shares are concerned, EV stocks moving around again. Vinco Ventures now on the OTC market. It is Friday, July 28th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go, 1% right now for the Qs back to the upside. Not much reaction there off that PCE number, really. We did hold 380 early on as far as resistance is concerned, but here we go, the March higher underway after that sell-off we talked about into the close yesterday. It was a tech-led sell-off, really. S&P just taking out highs as well, now 0.7 to the upside. So things looking good. Heading into a Friday, welcome to the end of the week. We were just saying, Sharif and I, it's almost August, apparently, so there goes July.
Oh, well, that was a quick summer that went by, guys, or at least half of it anyway. Interesting look today on PCE, headline number coming in as expected. Breno and I talking off camera about rising energy prices and how that may have an effect on headline inflation going on the rest of the year, so we'll have a look.
Yeah, remember we get 2 sets now of data, both, coming up in July here and then August again before we get to the Fed again in September. So no Fed meeting again until September, if you're wondering. 4.1% there versus 4.2, a little bit better on the core number specifically, guys. Everything else pretty much in line. Happy Friday.
Inflation is beaten, all that good stuff, yada, yada, yada. You hear it over and over again. Don't worry about what the Bank of Japan does, apparently, because that scared the crap out of everybody, and if they were going to start tightening things, that's a bit scary because they've been kind of easy money for.
They're pretty steady.
As long as I've been alive, well, that's actually true. In my entire adult life, at least, I think they've had that ridiculously low pegged rates. So that spooked the markets yesterday. We've kind of recovered more or less a lot of that move, and we're right back to where we were, the same range that we're sitting in before we had that little run up. We're in the same range on the NASDAQ, so I don't know if it'll be an inside day, but there's plenty to look at, so we don't have to worry about that. If it's an inside day and the futures decide this is where we're going to be, I don't care, because Intel is going to be a mover today. That puts all the chips in play. You know some of the big tech was moving. Tesla had a big time move and worth a rally. We're going to be looking at some Roku because they beat. Okay, we're not at that $80 level, but we're close enough to it that it could come into play. It's a big one on the daily chart. Wasn't a huge quarter by them, but hey, when you have the squeeze factor, it's not a big deal. And for those of you that are curious, if you happen to be a shareholder of Vinco Ventures, we don't have it in our system, but they are moving to the OTC. So that is, as far as I know, effective today. But yeah, if you own shares of Vinco Ventures, BBIG, they're going to the OTC market. So I don't know if trading starts today. I'm not even sure of the symbol just yet. But yeah, it happens, but it should still be able to trade there. I think it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. But I saw bad news because I'm going to both Toronto versus Anaheim games this weekend because Ohtani's in town.
Yes, Saturday I thought he's.
Yeah, but then I saw
He pitched a one-hitter yesterday.
Mike Trout. He already pitched, but he's going to hit obviously. Mike Trout tweeted that he just tweeted the word Toronto, which I assume means he's coming off the DL to face us. Thank you very much, Mike Trout. I have him in my fantasy league, but I kind of was hoping he wouldn't play us so we could win a couple of games. But yeah, one hitter for Ohtani. He'll probably hit 1,000,000 bombs against us because that's what he does. But the guy's the best show in town. So.
Maybe a little less. Yeah, it's nice that they're trying to keep him there. I think that shows good spirit. We'll see if they can sign Ohtani. But yeah, there's a lot of names on the note today. New branded sticky note there, trying to fill it up. It's taking up some space there. But we've got, like Neil said, man, we're going to look at Intel and AMD is on there. Xpeng today as well, making a move off of Jeffrey's upgrade. It's Friday. It's been such a great week, and that's what I put on the sticky note. It's like, let's just top it off with even more plays today. I feel like the NASDAQ, I mean, look, we're up 1% again. We faded out yesterday. The Dow, I guess, yesterday, I think we have bad news. It went red yesterday. We had 13 days. That record from 1897, I guess, was tied. I guess there are 13.
They'll never break that.
I guess they never will. I mean, 14. 14 days is a lot, man.
It is a lot.
3 weeks of straight up for the Dow. Like that's pretty insane. We'll see. That might be. I don't know, man. There's a lot of records in sports that people think never get broken, and eventually they do. I don't know. That could be a good one. 14
I know the one.
straight days. 14 straight days.
If not Cal Ripken.
There's a couple goalie ones that are unbelievable.
There's a dude, Johnny Vandermeer.
Yeah,
he threw back-to-back no-hitters. No one's ever doing that again.
No.
Because nobody knows who that guy is because there wouldn't have been the same pressure in the media on him in the second
that
start.
We're probably talking about.
This is I think
early
it was like
1900s.
I think it was like the 40s, right?
Oh,
so
the 40s,
it wasn't as big a deal. Now, can you imagine every single time a guy throws a no-no, the next time out there it's going to be crazy. It's like if a guy drops 65 points in a game, the next time out in the NBA, that's all everybody's talking about. The defense is keyed on him. It's just. You can't break some of those types of records.
I think everybody might be wearing a little bit of blue today, people are saying in the chat there.
I think so.
I thought it was supposed to be Apple Fritter Friday. Like, you know what? Forget about all this free fall Friday. That never happened.
Where's my T-shirt for that?
Apple Fritter Friday. I'm creating something new now.
But I want an apple fritter.
I know, and I thought I don't know. There has to be. You know what? We have to reach out to some Toronto bakeries.
We should do like
because it doesn't make any sense. If we're gonna have an Apple Fritter Friday,
and I know we can do,
then we can
try different apple fritters.
That's what I'm saying. Like we could recommend bakeries
with our coffee in the morning. We can have them displayed right here. I can nibble on them, and you guys can live vicariously through me. You can have some too if you want, but.
Like I'm like a creative genius. Like we could have Bagel Bonanza Monday.
Well, Bagel Bonanza Monday.
Someone sends in bagels. We try them out. Every day there could be something. I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to help businesses out. I'm trying to help businesses out. Anyways, all right.
I'll pretty much try any food. And
Pineapple Pizza Friday.
If it's good food, I don't lie. That's just what it is, man. Like the ball don't lie. When it's good food,
I'm just trying to create content. I mean, you don't have to worry about your waistline. You don't have to have like a whole bagel. We could chop out like a quarter of a bagel.
Well, you know me well enough that if you put it on the desk, I'm going to.
Well, an apple fritter is a different story.
But I'm going to eat it. If it's on the desk, I'm not the kind of person that's. If it's in front of me, like my wife will hide. Like, if we have cookies in the house,
that's bad.
They are like hidden somewhere because if I see it, I'm not the type of person. Like I know myself, I'm gonna eat the whole sleeve, and so I don't have it around me.
Yeah, that's
but that's
the worst is Girl Guide cookies.
Exactly. If I buy those, they're gone, man.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta at least buy one every time you see them walking around. But here we go. We got a super chat right here. Shout out to JJW. What's up? As a 19-year-old, I mean, thanks for watching. I think the earlier you can learn financial literacy and stuff like this, I think the better it is. It's great to have, here we go, I didn't even read this. It's great to have experienced traders like you guys. Thank you so much. How did you know we were experienced? Great, gray hairs. Do you think the UPS deal affects Amazon in the future? Have an apple fritter on me. There we go. I didn't even.
Apple spelled the right way too. That's how we spell apple.
Exactly, AAPL. I find myself doing that all the time.
I'll never
but the only problem is JJWW. I have no idea about this UPS deal. I know we looked at it the other day wasn't it earnings with UPS not too long ago? Went from 190 down to 182.
And then they reached the agreement and they sold it off.
Right.
So I think, look, I don't know
I'd
the
have to look
details.
that
I
up.
don't know the details of the agreement. I just know that the market didn't treat it well at the beginning, maybe thinking they made too many concessions. So long answer, I don't know the details enough to be able to talk specifically. However, in an absolute vacuum, in some way it does, right? Like it's not a zero effect, but I don't know, the stock's pretty stable now. Actually, I know what it dropped in the deal. Now it's actually looking pretty stable, so it's getting some stability under it. It's the same way I would look at like the auto deal. Sure, if one union cracked the deal, then you might expect that the same thing is going to come over to Amazon at some point. I just think Amazon's got a much better moat around them in this particular case. So I don't know that that would be the driver for the stock. Like UPS is going to move when that happens, right? Like there's no, like it might go sideways, but you're going to get like $8, $9 movement. Amazon's not going to do that in a day. It's just there's way too much more to the business and what people are looking for in terms of future growth. So yeah, it might do something. I just don't think you would see the wild swings if you had that kind of a labor resumption or labor deal with them. If there's one coming up that I think I'm interested in, I think it's going to be what happens to GM and the automakers in September. Like that's I think almost a bigger deal to be looking at, especially given the fact that both Ford and GM haven't exactly. If you look at how they're responding to their quarters, which I didn't think there was anything all that bad. I think GM's quarter was pretty good. I think Ford's quarter was pretty good. GM went down, Ford's down 2%. I know there's a recall. I think they have a little more to be concerned with in a month and a half or 2 months when that deal comes up with the auto workers. I think that's going to be trouble because if there's a strike there, I mean they're losing a lot of money every single day. And you got to play catch up after that. And they're already losing money on the EV side, and it's the core business that's being able to channel and funnel that. So I kind of pivoted to one that made a little bit more sense to me. But yeah, I think Amazon's going to be fine. There's way more that people are paying attention to for them.
I just got a random email from a email address that makes no sense that says that there's $2.5 million waiting for me at the United Nations.
Let's go.
So.
Let's go.
Yep. All right, guys. So I'll see you guys later. Let's give it over to Brendan. I'll let you. I'll just let you know how it goes. All right. See you guys.
Sean is officially retired. He's leaving the building right now. Let's bring in Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a Friday look at a few ideas as we wrap up what has been a pretty important week as far as the overall market is concerned. We end up. Let's be honest, we end up holding up pretty well, Mr. Noss, coming off the Fed, coming off this PCE reading this morning, kind of in line with expectations. So those were kind of the two benchmarks that we were talking about way back on Monday as far as what the market was going to be looking for. As far as catalysts are concerned, we end yesterday on the lows, and I want to get your opinion on this. And it was tech that was relatively weak throughout the session. We end the day, as I said, basically at the lows. Here we are trying to gap to the upside this morning, but we do need to hold higher, I think, if this support is going to continue.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely an ugly candle. It's actually the first slide I have on my deck here is the Qs, because that was a really, really ugly candle. But you're right, we held this range, right? Now, this, I will say, for swing trading is probably the worst kind of environment you can get. You can see now we're over a week just range bound with lots of intraday volatility. So this is great for intraday traders, but for swing traders, not so much when we're range bound like this. But yeah, we're getting a nice lift off of this low this morning. Holding those lows, I think, is paramount. If you look at that little box I've drawn, that's, to me, the only thing that matters right now. If we leave that box with a lot of force, then that's the market finally making up its mind. If we stay in this box, then it's going to be an intraday trader's paradise, but kind of a swing trader's nightmare, and that's just the way it goes. There's always some forms of trading, some styles of trading that work better in different environments, and we are chopping around. And if you go through all of the other indexes, they're all about the same. We are really range bound. I thought that either the PCE this morning or the Fed or something would have knocked us out of this range, but it doesn't look like that's the case yet. So I'm actually going to go over a couple of the trades that I made last week, or this week. This one was SBO. This is the only trade that I took from what I talked about on Monday, because again, everything else has been range bound. Nothing else kind of broke out. So the next slide is just how I took the trade, right? So the point of this was it was a low float. It was a micro cap or a small cap, and I talked about the relative strength in small caps, and that has carried forward. So this was a pretty decent trade so far. I entered just over those recent highs, and then a stop under the most recent lows. But what I wanted to talk about more is kind of what I do on days like yesterday, where the market was down a lot. There was a lot of stocks that were down with the market as well. So SBO, for example, I held on to. I do what Steve Gomez talks about at Trade Ideas as well, which is weeding the garden, where I basically go through on bad days like this and I look for things like SBO that held up well. You can see the candle yesterday wasn't that big, it wasn't that dramatic, so it didn't participate too much in yesterday's sell-off. So for me, that's a keeper. That's something I'm going to keep in my portfolio. The next slide here is I talked about HELE that I entered. So then the slide after that one is what it looks like today or yesterday. You can see, again, the candle yesterday wasn't that bad. It didn't sell off with the rest of them. It didn't kind of engulf that prior week's action or so. So this is always what I'm looking for when it comes to my own account is what do I, at the end of every day, when I have a sell-off day, it's great for me because I go, okay, these are the stocks that aren't selling off. Therefore, I think they're the ones that probably have a little bit left in the tank. But the next chart here with SYNA, this is one that I talked about a few weeks ago with you guys, and I bought on that first blue circle. But you see yesterday's candle, it sold off with the market. It had a kind of a bearish engulfing candle and a pretty bad candle. So that's the kind of thing I sold that one yesterday. There's earnings coming up as well. But that's what I do is I just go through my portfolio. If we have a great up day and I'm short some things, I go through and anything that participated well with the great up day, it's time to go. Anything that didn't and remained relatively weak, that's kind of the stuff I'm gonna catch. But that's what I did for trading this week. I want to leave you guys with just some sectors to watch because I am off next week, and I couldn't leave you guys without any ideas. So the first one here is USO. So oil continues to remain strong, right? This is a weekly chart on oil. You can see the relative strength, right? We just looked at the Qs, kind of hanging out around lows, and now we're looking at oil, and that's still pushing to new highs. So I'm going to keep an eye on the energy space. This next ETF actually may be related to that. So this is cruise. So this is an ETF that does hotels, airlines, cruises, right? Hospitality type things. So maybe oil is going up because more people are getting out there and doing things. And then this cruise ETF is getting really, really tight with this triangle pattern at highs. Now, again, if you look at the bottom left, that's our picture-in-picture chart. So the bottom left is the weekly chart. And you can see that's right up against highs as well. So this cruise is at a very important level. So if this starts to break out, you can look at names like Caesars Entertainment or Wynn Resorts or Las Vegas Sands. You could look at, the Delta Airlines and all the airline stocks, or the individual cruise like Carnival Cruise or Royal Caribbean, that type of thing. But these are two sectors that, again, I love sell-offs in the market when they happen because I can go through and I can say what's relatively strong. And for me, it's oil and the hospitality names that I want to give you guys to watch for next week.
And they've been quietly strong. The travel, group as a whole has been quietly strong, with everyone focused on all things AI and chips. Essentially, they've had a great year. So good luck. Yeah, we'll take a look at that next week. CRUZ. And again, just to clarify for people, we're not saying run out and trade CRUZ. We're just saying if you want to have a look at the entire group in one shot, it's a good way to do that.
Yeah, it's I use a top-down analysis approach, which is called. So I want to look at what's the market doing, and then what are all the individual sectors doing. So when the market's kind of at its lows, right? We talked about this level that the Qs kind of have to hold. If that breaks down, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, let's go to sectors that aren't breaking down, because that's where I want to have my money. The question I always ask is, what are they, the large institutions, what are they not selling, right? And it looks like so far they're not selling these hospitality stocks or oil. So yeah, what I'm saying is that, hey, if the market continues to sell and if they don't sell off these hospitality stocks, then that might be a good place to take a trade if those two things occur.
Great stuff. Have a wonderful vacation next week. We will speak to you in a couple of weeks. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Talk soon.
Thank you very much. Talk to you soon.
Thanks as always, Michael. I love looking at, like, when you look at that sector, like the cruise sector, and you see that setup, because most of us, and you guys watch the show, like, we're going to be looking at individual names as day traders. So you look at the swing aspect. I was going to talk Schwab, but I'll get to that in a second. But you look at that swing type idea, and you see the cruise lines making that move. Well, as a day trader, you break that channel, or cruise, travel, you see that break that channel, and you can look to a host of names that might be at fantastic setups individually. Now, little birdie might have told me that there was a setup on Schwab as well. I don't know who that might have been, Michael. But yeah, this is kind of worth watching today, and we're going to get to Palantir as well at some point. But yeah, Schwab, I don't know, this is a pattern that I think maybe we've seen before, and maybe Michael was just pointing to one that you just saw on Cruise and a million other names. But look, it's anytime you get a level like this, 65, if it can hold it and break out, you just want to be there for the break. Obviously, it was a nice breakout when this took that 60 to 61 area. I remember when Western Alliance did the same thing. That was fantastic. So as the group is getting a bit of a rebound, you've had financial earnings come through, and if you hold this channel, which it has been doing, you hold on to 65, you get a nice little breakout through 69. I'm not saying it happens today, but that should be something to look forward to next week. What could happen, if it falls apart today, I mean, 65 breakdown probably sets up as a day trade, but that's not really where my head's at with looking at this particular setup. So yeah, I love those looks. I think you always want to find a stock that's doing something, and then have an expectation that there's going to be a big move. So your reason for that is it has exploded a few times off of its previous consolidations, so you know it's a bit of a seed change and a runner, and you're just looking for a repeat of the same. Look no further than, just as an example, look no further than something like any of the Chinese EVs, right? So they get off the schneid, explode, do a consolidation. I mean, how great was that 12 breakout on XPeng? Do a break, get to the next level, consolidate again, and break it out. Like, that's what you want to be there for. So when you catch these break levels, sometimes they're going to gap past it, so it's more of a swing idea, but every now and then you get a chance to just clean take out the top as a day trader. So we want to be involved in those. So I see one in Schwab. Maybe we get there next week. You've already seen it happen XPeng. We've seen it happen multiple times in Rivian. It tried that last top and did fail. But yeah, the explosion to the upside. You know it can go because you've seen it do it before, and you know the behavior of the stock.
I really like that XPEV. I know some people are talking about that. That's on the watch list. Thanks, Michael Noss, for coming through. I'm also going to be on vacation. I don't know. Did he say where he's going? I don't know. I didn't hear that. Maybe he's just chilling out at home. That's probably a good idea as well. Sometimes taking that time off is good. All right, so I was looking at Sofi here, and I think it's just trying to think about the same kind of setups that we were just looking at a little bit. This one's not. The reason why I think Sofi is interesting right now is because of earnings, which come on Monday. So this little $10 break right there on Sofi, again, it's similar to what you guys are looking at and what Michael was talking about, where you had sort of this channel here. I mean, the bottom is 8. Top is 10, so you got 20%. Obviously, it's going to be too big of a channel for this $10 name. But, even if you just make it a little smaller here and you go from 9, which we've been sort of holding, up to $10, and you add that to a 15% short float, we've seen Roku now, QS yesterday, TDOC the day before, all names that are relatively new in their space, breaking out with big short interest off of earnings. So, if Sofi can come up, we've had some talk about it, and I don't know enough about the student loan program or forgiveness or any of that kind of stuff there and how that's going to affect, I guess, the politics and that getting through, and I guess it's already been passed. But Sofi, I could see talking a little bit about that, getting investors excited again, and maybe we do break through 10. I don't know if it's going to last for a while, but this is also another play that could come in. If you were able to take some shares. It's only a $10 stock, so you can either play it with shares or play it with options. But you know, if you break through 10, it's possible to get 12. I mean, a lot of these names are going 20%. So I think 12 up there. Then you have a 13 top. You could see this is everything goes well, and then up to 14. So I'm not going to be here, but I think SoFi has a chance to go 12, 13, 14 and get stuck somewhere in this area before eventually fading back down again. So you know, this is another name that's kind of coiling up. You missed the bottom at $4. You missed the bottom of a lot of names if you didn't have it in last 6 months. It seems like DraftKings at 11, SoFi down here, Carvana's, you know, had some good basing out. Stock like an AI, just different names that have been moving around. You know, SoFi still has a lot of love. Let's see if that can get going. We know Anthony Noto's been buying shares as well in this name. So SoFi, which was been beat down for a while there, now finally getting a chance to get going. We talked about good earnings from JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs trying to get off that 350. So, you know, I feel like SoFi has a chance to go as well. But thank you, Michael Noss, for coming through, and have a great vacation, my guy.
Yeah, we'll get Mr. Noss back in here in a couple of weeks. So just looking at Southwest here, there was some volume that went off. There's this downgrade on it today, but I'm not seeing anything else. Deutsche Bank with a negative note here for Southwest. Snap on here. Enphase, ASML from Bernstein to the downside. Crocs reported earlier this week. Palantir, Meta, and FSLR, some clean energy earnings today as well.
Yeah, wow. Look, Palantir, we're going to talk about Palantir, but Crocs got smoked the other day. Sometimes you're surprised to see a name on the upgrades list because they got absolutely shellacked, but Palantir has been, look, so the interesting thing was that $16 level. I want to start with that because I think the base of where you're breaking out from can kind of matter. And the first time it bounced off 16, if you were here on the Friday, I was trying to relate it to Sharif, that you were chilling out at 16.30 on this stock. And then it had one wick down, touched 16.02, and was right back up 25 cents. It was a complete rejection of selling into that price, and then just nobody wanted to sell down there, and the buyers gobbled it right back up. Then the next day, it tries to do the same thing on weakness, and gets bought right back up the second it gets under 16.25 with the same high. And fast forward another day. This time, it gets to the 16.25 and goes just as far and no further and makes another bounce. Now so you broke down yesterday, which is like, okay, fine, that pattern's breaking, you're gonna break 16, and then you double bottomed at 16. And then lo and behold, right after some money has shown their faces buying in front of 16, you catch a couple upgrades and some people are talking about it aftermarket, and Palantir has no red candles on my 15-minute chart in the pre-market. So this has been a big level at 17.20. It feels like a trap at 9 o'clock to try and grab this. When it's doing this, I don't know, a breakout here. I liked it a heck of a lot better if it's consolidating, but I'm on the bid for this one. If it gets underneath that 17, I want to give it 16.5 for sure. I probably need to step that up. When it was under 17, I thought I'd get that dip buy. I'm probably looking at 16.80s now. But into 16, I'm really just thinking about the long. And if it carries above 17.20, there's a lot of room because 19 is a monster level as well on Palantir. So there's room to get to that price before having to worry about that resistance. Crocs, a little surprised to be able to see them on the upgrade side, but who knows? They got absolutely destroyed off their earnings.
Yeah, people asked us about that Crocs down to $100 there. The thing about that Crocs trade is it's actually on a daily chart. We actually got asked about this. I think it must have been a couple of days ago, or maybe it was just yesterday, based on this big sort of FU candle back all the way back down to the downside right here. See if we can zoom in just a little bit more. So there it is right there, right? Pulled back down in, like just a horrible, horrible candle to see if you've been investing in it. But you always got to look at the positive side of things here. You're bouncing off $100 again. So we bought Airbnb when it did something very, very similar to this, right? Airbnb, if we go back to Airbnb here, oops, not NB. What's up, New Brunswick? Airbnb, right there. Okay, so Airbnb did the same kind of dump down there on I think it was, maybe it was last earnings actually. Yeah, right into here. So it's the same move, basically. Now you're getting this huge extension to the upside. Airbnb talked all about AI, and they had a different report. They came in right there and then bounced off of $100 again. So Airbnb was kind of cruising, hovering near these tops, not at the ultimate top, but then boom to the downside, comes into into that $100. This is where we bought it. We bought it on this 110 break back above there, and now you're up to 150. So this has been a nice, I mean, there isn't much better. There's a lot better names, more aggressive than this, but this is up 50% in a month and a half, 2 months, 2 months. 2 months up 50%. So that's there. So if you're going to look at that and you're going to look over here at Crocs, I think there is some silver lining here where almost very similar. We didn't get to the high. We got close. You fall down. I'm going to have to do a little bit of work on this, but this to me is looking like a great dip buy opportunity here in Crocs. Now, you know, you'd like to see it sort of baseline a little bit like Airbnb did down there at 1,105, because you don't want to come in again on downgrades and possibly see this thing break through 100, and then you're like, uh-oh, you know, this is what this is. But we'll have to wait to see what Crocs is saying about this, because this is a nice move down. I still think Crocs have been pretty popular. They had that whole Justin Bieber bump and all that. I think everyone in my family probably has a pair of Crocs. I don't know if the wife does, but we just bought Baron another pair at Foot Locker, just straight black, you know, no messing around, going with the original Crocs. But I have a super old pair and a relatively new pair. My kids have them, and they're great if you have kids running around, you know, inside, outside, back on the pool deck or whatever you're doing. So I think there's a potential there. A lot of people in the restaurant industry apparently also like Crocs. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I feel like there's something there.
The historical PE on Crocs is actually approaching a pretty good level, like the 10. It's interesting. The site that I use is free Y-charts. Now it's telling me I'm going to have to pay to continue it. I've got to find another source for this. But yeah, 10 is actually a good price. Sometimes when you're looking at places to buy something,
say? What is that?
It's a 1034.
What? That seems
right now,
low.
which seems low to me. When you go back, like when it broke out, you get mid 2022. That's the last time it was here. So a lot of times people will look at things like valuation or P ratios for turning points. So I could see that. I could see that being interesting. At the same time as you get that $100 level, you're also getting a support level on the price to earnings. And if anybody knows another site that happens to have historical price to earnings ratio charts, I like them, but this one wants me to pay. And we like things free around here, just like our show.
All right, let's get into everything you need to know as we head towards the open on a Friday. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures here for us.
4,600 was supposed to be a level yesterday, Brendo. The ES didn't get that message because it just blew through 4,600 to the downside with no pause in sight. A bit of a double bottom here off that 45.50. We closed out the day yesterday at 45.64. So for a support level, that will be where I'm looking. Now, if we can reclaim 4,600, trade well above there, I'll be looking for a possible long.
All right, let's get you caught up here if you haven't done so yet. Make sure you scan that or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and then it comes right to your inbox every single day for free. The market itself actually liking this PCE number we got at 8:30 there again. If you miss it, little bit better than expected there on the year-over-year number. But here's the Qs right now trying to break highs. So good luck as we head into the final 30 minutes here before the open. There's Intel trying to get back towards that 37 as well. Earnings beat the CEO. I didn't see the count. Maybe we should find that. The AI count on the earnings call. That's been a thing this season.
It always is. What I took away from this, Brendo, was the 307% year-over-year increase in revenue from foundries. This is something we've talked about on this desk, the company shifting from a brand, Intel inside, to actually producing for other people. The numbers support that in this earnings.
Yeah, it was a beat right across the board. I was just reading here, top and bottom, guys. Looks pretty good for Intel today.
Yeah, the stock has been responding as if like the whole shift in the glut inventory, that's starting to clear up. And the stock's been responding to that for the last couple of quarters, even when the earnings weren't good. And now that it is good, it's like finally get that confirmation. Margins are back with a 4 in front of it, so you got 40% there. They were in the 30s, which was absolutely disgusting and terrible. They even get you swing a profit. I'm loving the fact that there's foundry growth. What you need to see in the next couple of quarters is who's coming on board, right? Because there's been rumors that you can see NVIDIA, potentially, not everything, but NVIDIA having some of their chips built in the Intel foundries here. So I say here, but I mean in the US. So that would be a big boon for them. They get their foot in the door there and they can start eating away at the market share. I think that's still a bit of ways away. But the 37 level, I mean, what else are you looking at in the daily chart? If you carry through here, and the local high is about 37.15. So if you carry through this, I think you've got lots of runway to the upside, but we've seen levels like this, sideways, fail, all that good stuff, and the breakouts from 35. That makes it pretty tricky up here. Because if you don't hold the top, understand that there's a big gap with nothing. There's nothing in the way of levels. So that puts, like, the even dollar levels are always pretty decent in Intel. So 36 and 35, I think, come into play as dip buys. In the back of my mind, I always have to remember that the last couple of, oh my goodness, thank you very much, Randy.
There it is. Randy participated. So I got a coffee. Cheers. Neil got.
I got an
show
apple
everybody.
fritter.
I mean,
Oh.
this is what we're talking about. We're talking about. Thank you very
Oh my
much,
God.
Randy, for that.
And it's warm, too.
You guys show the camera what the apple fritter looks like.
Oh. Fresh out of the oven.
Randy baked it
It
himself.
smells delicious. Like, I'm licking the sugar off my fingers. Like, what was I
You're
saying
gonna see
before?
Neil hyper
something,
trading
something
now.
Intel.
You're gonna get that sugar. Something about foundries.
Dip by everything.
Something about dipping your apple fritter into caramel sauce or something.
Caramel sauce.
Yeah, I don't
So-
know. I randomly just.
No,
made
I
that
mean,
up.
actually, if you're into, I like pastries. Hi, my name is Neil.
Really?
Like regular old fashioned. Like when you go to a fair, and you
fair,
get like
yep.
those regular.
That's
I don't know what
fair.
they call them, like regular donuts, like old fashioned style donuts.
Yep.
Yeah, like the real thing, like not. Or you just get an old fashioned anywhere else, like Dunkin' or Tim Hortons. It's kind of the same thing. But dipping that in caramel sauce is absolutely freaking delicious.
Yes.
But you want to make sure it's like the plain one. Like I wouldn't dip this because it's got the sugar,
No,
it's got
no,
its own
no,
flavor,
no,
it's got
no,
the
no.
cinnamon. Like I
That
don't
would be
need to
sugar
dip that.
overload on that one.
But a good classic old-fashioned dip in the caramel sauce, and you're absolutely in heaven. So dip by the evens. I think be careful with a breakout through 37.20, but that's where I want this thing breaking to. And it was a swing long. I had some shares called away that I bought at the bottom. At the time, I felt like it was a good decision, put that money into the queues, but I might have been wrong about that because I really did feel, based on the previous quarters, that Intel was going to get back into the 20s before it made a run. I thought it was more of a back end of the year they'd turn things around. Now it seems like they're doing it already.
Yeah, I think I'm long 27.50, but it was like starter position because I wasn't sure what was going to happen with it, obviously, and I'm well invested into tech names. So this has been a good move up. I'm not selling. Like I said, it's a small piece. It's not huge, but this is going to be, it's a good move for Intel, coming right back into past highs. But I want to put an SS on this, a short sell, because it's made its move up. We saw what I thought was a decent report coming from Meta and from Microsoft, and both fell back down into lower levels. So I don't know. Intel's bouncing its head up here. Obviously, it's been a lot higher. It has a lot more to go as well. So, good recovery from Intel, has a lot more to go. I like what they're talking about. All the numbers point higher. But at the same time, you're just getting through. Like this is last year. So if you held Intel all year, you're flat now. That's true of a lot of names. So now let's put the work in and see if Intel can take out some of these levels. You're really looking for a 40 break. If that happens today, then great. I would, if I'm going to be talking about right now shorting $38, which I am going to talk about, which is what I'm talking about, then I think you also want to short 40. But if you break 38, then I feel like it could just be one of those days on Intel where you start to motor back up here into that 40 range. And then this is where we start to see some upgrades and things like that breaking through 40, because then the next level is 50, right? And I just think it's like you danced around this $30 level a little bit here for a minute. Then we started to hit up higher. We did have a dip down. I don't know what that was all about 2 weeks ago, into $30 exactly. And now you're heading to a higher spot. But for me, play the excitement. That's great. But if you're not long now, you've missed it, right? Is it going to go up 10% today? Let's see. If it does, I want to short this somewhere around this 38 mark. I wrote down on the sticky note here 37.50. I'm not even going to analyze the numbers. I'm just going to look at the chart and say, I think this is back to highs here. Let's prove to us, Intel, that you deserve that $40 handle. So let's wait to see if that happens here today. I don't have an offer yet because who knows, but up at 38, 37.50, if it stalls there, this is the thing, man, I got to learn to use our alerts on our platform a little bit better, or alerts period, because I want to make sure I have it up. So that's my sort of, watermark there. But if you guys see our watermark, That's not right. That's what I'm going to be looking at there. So if it does get into that $37, $50, $38 mark, please yell that on the chat, and we'll have a bigger look at that. But for now, I'm going to put an offer, small one, at $37.75. So that way, if I get filled, I know it's in that region. So let's do that for Intel. I still like the name. Almost done. I still like the name, and Intel for me is a fade. All right, on to the next, Brendo.
Neil, you'll be very proud. When I was in Boston, I actually had a apple fritter in Boston that was, let's just say, a rival to Tim Hortons. It was very good.
Okay.
It was very good. It was different, though. It was harder and more dense, and the ones at Tim Hortons are very fun. I'm jealous. Anyways. Let's talk about Roku here. To the upside we go this morning, better than expected guidance specifically from Roku. I wanted to point this out as well. There's Oppenheimer, Rosenblatt, Needham, Pivotal Research, JP Morgan, all, among others, all with positive notes here. JP Morgan has an overweight rating currently on Roku.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm surprised. They continue to grow. In fact, data from Nielsen shows that they grew they account for 1.1% of all TV viewership. In fact, they streamed, Roku users streamed 25.1 billion hours of streaming, I guess, in Q2, which is a 21% year-over-year increase, Brendo.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I was just double checking kathysarc.com, take that for what it's worth. She was actually selling a bit this week, it looks, of Roku going into the earnings. Still, though, guys, 5.09% weighting across the board for kathysarc.com.
And 10% short float, depending on the source that you look at. Yahoo and Morningstar say 11, but yeah, so 10, 11%. And shout out in the chat, a couple people said I can check out Morningstar's site potentially for PE ratio charts. And again, I just think it's an interesting indicator, or for good support and resistance levels, or just an idea if you're looking at the long term. So we didn't get an 80 break. It would have been asking a lot given that you were trading down at 70 yesterday. Ended up closing underneath the $70 level. So it breaking 80 in the pre-market would have been a heck of a lot. We're about $5 away from it, which does change things a little bit. You're not close enough that it's an imminent breakout. I still look at the daily and say if it can get through the local tops at about 60, like 70, 78. And then you have a bunch of wicks up here into 79.50. So really, if you were thinking this is a short and it gets up to that price, your entry's kind of been in the 78, 79 range as opposed to the 80. So I think you're clear all of that if you get past the 80 level, and that can be a breakout. I don't think we necessarily get there at the open, which sets up a couple of other things here. Going into this week, you did have support at 73, 74 area. And then that turned into resistance. It was an absolute floodgate that opened up when 73 broke yesterday. I think those same prices, if you can hold that at the open, then you've got some scalp longs, into the high of the day on Roku. If it gets through 73, forget about it. At that point, I'm thinking it's going to try to gap fill to the downside. So I think the dip buy is kind of in this range, the 73, 74. I give up on it. Don't let it fill a gap on you. And 80, look, we'll cross the 80 bridge if we get there. That's what I was hoping for. We'd be up here and be looking at a 930 breakout at 80. Now a 930 breakout at 80 would mean the stock has gone $5 in a few minutes, and you're punching the top. And that changes everything.
All right, we are just looking here. We have our sticky note out today, and of course it has lots of stuff on here, Meta, Intel, AMD, and it also has Roku. And I just said we saw TDOC and we saw QS have huge trades for us the last couple of days, so why not try it again here, on AMD. So let's just try that, see what happens here. We have, on Roku, 76 long. So, let's just, what did we just get into? We just got into Palantir right now, so let's just say,
awesome.
I don't know, man. Palantir just fell off, not off a cliff, but we just got a little Palantir bid there for some reason at 17 right here. Okay, so now Palantir has to go up on another one of my screens. I was going to get out if this broke below. I don't even have an offer out. So VWAP was here at 1690. I was not expecting this. I actually thought Palantir had a good chance of breaking 1720 right there. This is interesting. I mean, the market is falling down. All right, we'll address that after. It shouldn't move too much off that right now. We have that 1690. I'll put a stop it if that comes. I thought when Palantir just popped in that we got the top, not the bottom. So that's not bad. All right, so we wrote down here 76 break. Well, that's been the high right now. I think the better break. I mean, Neil just talked about it at $80, but what I'm trying to do is get the name to $80, and we want to be long before it gets there because this is again a decent top. Roku, I wrote it down off FinViz there that we only have a 10% short float. So it's not the same as the Teledoc or the QS, which was in the teens. But, you know, I feel like if this name can get going again here, look at the 1 minute chart. There's 77, 76.50 or so. I was just thinking break an even dollar here of 76. If you want to be really patient and take that high off the earnings play there, then you have a 77 top that you can look at. But hey, why not, man? The market's going to open up. If it dips down and breaks pre-market lows, then we know we want to get into the short. That's sort of been the play here. We saw Meta hold that 320 until it didn't. Never really saw it again. Came back, flirted with a little bit. Closes a day at 313 or 312, something like that on Meta. And Meta also retested its high of 330 before falling down again as well in the pre-market, right? So let's see if Roku can get going. It's up 9% here today, but let's not, again, only think that stonks go up. We saw that happen to Meta yesterday before it eventually tried to base out. So we'll wait to see on this Roku play. I really like it breaking through $76. Once this market opens up, it looks like it's not going to be. They only have 15 minutes now, so I don't think we'll hit 76 before the market opens. But this is something that could change that. These are the imbalances here so far today. We haven't shown them yet. But remember the last time we saw, first of all, Alibaba's a sell, but Alibaba's about to break $100 and up $3 right now. So look at this, all buys all the way through. The only sell, Ford, we know why. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And then that's it. So you have Alibaba, which looks ridiculous today. And I was going to say, this could be a name that's actually on my radar for a huge move, up 3% and trying to bounce off this 95 bottom. So you want to talk about something coiling up and possibly taking out highs there. You do have Alibaba. But I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. It is a buy side everywhere here. We've seen this happen before. NASDAQ up 1%. But I like Roku there today, breaking through that 76. Just got to get there first.
A lot of people looking at and talking about Ford this morning as well here in the pre-market. A couple of things to note. EPS beats, revenue beats, up 39% year over year for the first time that I've noted anyways. They've kind of put a timeline on profitability for the EV side of things as well, which is obviously positive here. But Monster recall they announced this morning as well.
870,000 vehicles. F-150s between the years of 2021 and 2023. Guess what? The parking brake is activating on its own while driving. They received 918 warranty claims. Of those, they determined 299 to be valid ones. But just I want to talk about the earnings here for a second, Brendo. They wanted to produce 600,000 EVs by the end of this year. They're kicking that can down the road to the end of 2024. And in 2026, they wanted to produce 2 million EVs per year. Now they have no idea when they're going to be able to reach that.
Yeah, it's worth noting 1.1 million total sales in this quarter. So 870,000 on the recall. That's F-150 specifically. So 1.1 million total sales. But that stretches from, you said, 2021 to 2023. Yep. So 2-year window there. This was the, if anyone was missed this morning, Wedbush initiating coverage on Palantir at Outperform. So positive, obviously, for PLTR. $25 price target for them.
Yes, sir. And yeah, they stood out on that board. I mean, there's a couple of names. Crocs we mentioned that was on the good side of the board. Palantir was actually a stronger chart. So when GM reported they went down, I didn't think it was that bad. I'm kind of feeling the same thing. If you just look at the market reaction, it is breaking somewhat of a key level. Like 13 to 13.5 was a big time breakout spot. Like you essentially levitated from 13 to 13.5 the last time, then held on to the 50-60 area. That's what's being broken down today, at least attempting to break down today. Once it's above this, I think you give up any notion that they're going to continue to sell it off. Maybe it makes a run at the previous close price and then comes back down, but I kind of feel like underneath 13.60 is your battleground for the shorts on Ford. It's not going to be at the top of my list today because XPeng, Roku, Palantir, Coinbase. I don't want to miss out on Coinbase today. We'll probably Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to show Coinbase first because we're not even going to talk about it. But Coinbase 100 was a big missed opportunity yesterday, and you kind of made a flat bottom break at 96, and this 96 to 98 area we consolidated. I want to be looking for the short in the 96 to 98 area. So that's just a few other names I like on the radar. But if Ford doesn't get back above 1360, it has a chance to be trend down. Just given how they've responded. I'm not saying I think it was that bad of a quarter, but the market doesn't seem to care how well the legacy business is doing for them. They just look at the losses in EV land and the recalls, and then that's weighing on the company. And it's the same thing that happened to GM.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the performance of the stock, it hasn't been great, man. I mean, you faded off that $15 pretty hard there, and it's been, you know, it's funny because I recently bought some at $11.50 and I haven't done anything with that, and it went all the way up to $15.50 there. Could have cashed out again at like 30-40% there. Didn't do it. I feel like Ford is a longer term play, but if you go back, I mean, we can. If I put this back to like monthly charts, you'd see that Ford really isn't doing anything. So I'm not in love with this, man. It feels like everyone's loving the new technology, the newer names like the Rivians, obviously with Rivian breaking out. Fisker, we just talked about some Fisker Oceans. Wow, there goes Palantir, nicely done. A little bit now, up about 6 or 7 cents off that 17 now. But yeah, again, Ford Blue, they're going to be their electric side of things. That's going to need a lot of work. Those recalls are hurting, obviously, the brand and hurting some of the loyalty possibly in those F-150s. I mean, I'd hate to hear that. I'd much rather them have problems with do they still even make the Ford Escape or something? The problem is that when it comes to your flagship and then your earnings are kind of just middling, you're not going to excite anybody. So if we're going to look at that, I think Ford does go down today. It's already down 2%. I mean, I have a bad feeling that, man, we're going to probably retest somewhere around this $12 mark pretty soon. If you're not performing right now and people are getting jittery about the markets, this is a name that has underperformed, in this recent sort of move down here for Ford, just indicates exactly some of the problems they're having and some of the love that Wall Street really doesn't have for this name right now. So again, it's not like a super sexy dividend, it's coming back down. I think what is it, 3%? Let me just check this out. So I'm going to use FinViz right here because it's not, you never want to buy, I mean, money is expensive now, so it's even like 3% doesn't really even matter. I don't even know, is it even that high? Oh wow, and it's even higher now. Yeah, so now it's come down 4 right now, 4.25, 4.37% dividend yield. So you could hide in Ford a little bit and get that, but like I said, with the cost of capital these days, it's not like that's that great. But Ford coming back in, you have that 200 period down here at 13. That could be an area of support. So let's try to go long 13 today if it gets down there on Ford, and then just play it off that. So probably bidding, around a 13.10, 13.15 area, waiting to see what happens down there at that ultimate bottom of 13. And then after that, man, if we break 13, I think we visit 11.50. So yeah, not pleased with this Ford holding of mine.
All right, Enphase, we mentioned a couple, 1 or 2 clean energy names for solar, and this one, EMPH, both reporting. We're trying to get back to the upside right now. This was a bit of a level. Currently, 147, 148 after the close yesterday, but yeah, a bit of a miss to say the least. It was the third quarter revenue projection, 550 million to 600 million, prior expectations of 750 million. So that's not good if you're Enphase.
No, the maker of the solar inverter blamed states like Texas and Arizona for having cheap electricity and therefore not really stemming demand for their products. It's kind of counterintuitive because First Solar came out and blew it out of the water, and Biden went and took credit for that yesterday. He was quick to take credit for the Inflation Reduction Act. But yeah, tale of 2 stories here, Bendo.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's the manufacturing side versus the actual retail side when it comes to the actual products that's being made. So Enphase creates the converter that goes into the solar panels, and then First Solar actually sells them, guys.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do some buybacks. That was if you're looking for some good news in there, that was in the story. But it couldn't hold on to the 150 level. That's going to be the fear when you're trying to break a downtrend. The first thing you have to actually hold a significant bottom, and doing so on earnings, that'd be a good start. So 150 got broken. It's trying to get there today. There's already been it's already done a bit of an SSR bounce before the market even opened up. What I was going to say when I sat down would have been, if it holds this 140, this is just as simple. If it doesn't break the low at the open, you go long. kind of like Snapchat at 10, but now it's at $147 and it actually tagged 148. That changes everything. Suddenly, I'm thinking, okay, got bought up on that bit of volume. 800,000 is actually pretty good, so it's a decent amount of volume. If it were to break out from here, I'm thinking fade somewhere in the gap. I don't know about 150, that might be too local. Look somewhere up on the 155 range or so, because the SSR bounce, if it continues here, I feel it has less room to go because you've already gone $10. It would have been nice if we're sitting at that 140 to evaluate the long off the low, given that it was down so far. But that's come and gone on Enphase. I don't really see myself trading this one at the open anymore. That was definitely set up about a half an hour ago.
I wanted to buy some Enphase for sure in my portfolio, but I haven't been able to do that yet. There's a lot of names that I want to get into, but haven't been. So we'll wait. We'll wait for a pullback. Just had some coffee there on Enphase, which it's doing right now. So we'll try to analyze that and have a quicker look at that. But we got a piece out. We're out of now 5% in total right now of Palantir. Take advantage of this little move up here in the pre-market that's happening as we speak. I mean, like I said, I thought when we got Palantir that we broke this 1720. That's the area that I would put a bid in to get more long. So if that happens, great. But for right now, we're starting to empty out the clip a little. We're at 5%. We have more waiting here at 15, just a little bit, and then we have some more at 18, and then after that, we'll be holding probably about 70% or so of what we have, and then we'll take out 1720 on the high side. So Palantir on upgrades today. Looks like it wants to get going, bottoming out there around 16. We've talked about that. There's some good 16 levels. We touched it yesterday. I think Neil and I talked about that in the afternoon show. That was like, oh my God, did we see what Palantir did? It touched 16, then went back up. Also fell off 17 yesterday. So the fact that we're above here, I still think we can get to the 1750, which is why we're trying to buy 1720. Oh, here it goes. 1720 on a break. So we just got 15s, I guess. Did we? Yep, we just got 15, so that was good. And now we'll wait to see if we can get 18s and then off to the races on Palantir. We got to hurry up now because we're almost done. We have AMD news coming out right now. There's the bids. So Google shows up as a sell. We talked about everything pretty much being buy side right now. Google just quadunked pretty good there, man, from 31.50 down to 31 flat right there. So 50 cents straight down. The candle will fill out. So that just came out at 9.25. So yeah, maybe it is time, man. Look at the NASDAQ still holding about 1%. I just saw Intel. So Intel also with the sell. What did that do to the stock? Nothing. So we'll wait to see about Intel. I've already called this sell at 37.75. That's where we're waiting for it. Probably a little too aggressive. Maybe it's that 37.50 area for a sell on Intel. But for right now, let's go back to the desk and wrap up AMD.
Interesting to see on Google there. There was a couple of positive notes I saw this morning from analysts on Alphabet. Here is AMD trying to head back to the upside. 13.25 right now. Relative strength here coming into play a little bit. Same story yesterday. I mean, it ended up being a choppy day, but same story yesterday. We get that gap higher. Minor story, $400 million in investment going into a R&D engineering operation in India for AMD.
Yeah, more friendshoring from the chip space. We saw how strong they were yesterday, basically bucking the trend until later in the day. Yeah, Breno, they're opening up a 500,000 square foot facility in Bangalore, and they're hiring over 3,000 engineers. So let's see what this can produce.
It is the place to be these days, guys, India.
It is. I mean, it gets... Look, really,
it's everyone's
talked about like how big an opportunity is for growth there, and you've had lots of multinationals sort of step in there. I think it's a great move for Apple. They're doing it as well. But if you look at the chart, so yesterday I would have thought 114 was the level on AMD. I think we mentioned it, and then it turns out that 115 ended up being like the absolute perfect level for short. And sometimes it's just how it is. It felt like this was more obvious at 14, and then you get right into 15, and you look back in hindsight and pull out the chart a little bit further and see what happened on the 20th. 115 is legitimate. Maybe there's a bit of a 30, 40 cent buffer in there. That's pre-market trading, so it's hard to tell. But I think that's where your stop zone, your reverse zone, your next breakout is potentially happening on AMD. It's still got that nice underneath the 110 level support if we get down there. But this is setting up relatively strong. It's made a bit of a bottom. It made one attempt at a breakout, but it's actually putting higher lows on all these wicks. So I think it's weird, because 115 is also the 50 period on the daily. But if this regains the 50 period, I think it just goes right back into its uptrend. It just has to get past 115 first, and that's the thing. Can't ignore a level like that. 2 minutes to go. We're going to talk a little bit about NVIDIA because it's hard to look at chips and at least not bring them up. Load, 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 load. Oh, goodness. There we go. Daily chart, it's taking way too long. 480, I still think 480 is the short. We have not been able to get there yet. There was no hold at that 465 at the close in terms of support. It turned into resistance, but it was support early, and it is basing off that now. So if NVIDIA does not take out 465 at the open, I think it's got runway to the high of the day. The chips were relatively strong. You saw the report from Intel, has them all to the upside. If this hangs on to 465, I think you're just looking long into it. But once it starts breaking down, give it some room to break because it was pretty nasty in the afternoon. I think that's your one line in the sand early on, is holding on to that 465.
All right, we have some interesting plays happening right now. Palantir, we just got some out. Like we said, they're at that 1718 level. Now trying to hold to see what happens at 1720 off the open. AMD is on the sticky note today. It is talking about a fail of Intel and then a fail up at that 115 level. So just basically the same levels that Neil was just talking about. Let's see if AMD can get back up to that 115 area, and then that's where you want to fade it. I guess it was probably here. Yeah, there it is right there. So 115 coming into play. We have to have lines already drawn. 115.25 there already. So these lines are actually sitting by there. This was that level that we were talking about. You break higher, go. You break lower, go. And it looks like the break lower right now was the one that's worked out for that. So, hey, man, with only 20 seconds left, who's working on Bell today? We'll see that. We don't have anybody on right now. There goes, Katrine.
Cat moves
quickly.
like a cat.
What a cat-like reflexes right
goodness.
there. Getting ready to go here off the open. So we have lots of names to watch out for, including Palantir, Roku, and the rest of them. There she is. What's up, Cat? Only 2 and 1. Wow, that was quick.
Bring it. That was fast, but the market waits for absolutely nobody. That's how we like it here. Oh, Roku already breaking.
Yeah, I'm already. I tried to get that long there. I don't know what.
Yeah,
just
that was.
there.
I didn't
we're
get
long.
it.
We're long. But
whoa, that was a
where.
late fill. Okay, no, I got it, but that was a very late fill. On Roku, it's fine, but it came in late. Apple is tanking.
Yeah, Roku,
Apple's down at 94,
position.
so here comes Roku. That was a very strange fill, I can tell you. The messaging back on Roku was a little bit late. I don't want to be on NVIDIA, I want to be on Roku. It did take out that top. I think as long as you're holding 64 and 63, you're good. I wouldn't hold a 76 until there. But what a dip early on. It looked like we were flying in the market, and we came the other way. So we're into Roku, but I want to go back over to, it was Palantir, and I'll get to XPeng in a quick second as well. PLTR, I'm sitting on the bid underneath 17, but if it holds the breakout price, I think that can be a decent buy zone. But I also want to go over to XPeng. That was the other high flyer we're looking for. That's starting to rally, but a little bit of a downward trend. So the whole dip by the Chinese ADRs when they gap up, seemingly in play for now.
Oh, shit. It's already starting. There goes Roku. We're long 76. Took some out there at 76.50. Let's wait to see what happens now at 77 flat right there for Roku. We're offering that one. This is another one. Sticky Note Nation is all over Roku today. As there it goes right back up to the upside. Let's go. Let's see if we can get $1 early on Roku and really start it off right now. Can we dance early on Roku? And there it is. There it is. Get that club going. There's $1 on Roku. It's already starting. We're back in the saddle right now. Damn it, cancel that trip to Rome. There it is. It's a nice move to the upside right now for Roku. Continuously going. We had that one listed up for you guys. Hopefully you have that trade as well. There goes Palantir. We talked about that as well. Breaking through 17. We are breaking down to 17. We got that bid. Now let's see if it wants to fly even higher than that. We put Roku down possibly as a 80 fill if we get going on this name. But hey, let's just take something out again ahead of 78 if we can get that going. But right now it's Roku. It's on fire and we're a fuego right now. Light it up, everybody watching Trader TV Live.
Yeah, I added to Roku through 77, but 22 broke on XPeng. Kind of a weird fill because the messaging was, again, it was, I don't know if it's my system slow because I got triggered when it was underneath 22 and I got 90s long. That's a bit of a fluke. It then broke 22 even. I got some on the way out. Kind of wicked me out there. I was able to get 22 10s. Ends up being a positive trade, but yeah, a little bit of a slow message there. Either that or a false breakout because I was able to buy underneath it when it did trigger. Now you're getting that little bit of a dip. So I gave it to the local high, so it was in and out pretty quickly. I'm going to take the re-entry out in front of 78 on Roku, but I still like the long on XPeng. It's just a matter of where to get back into it. Softy's starting to creep up. I don't have to worry about that one just yet. But this feels like another one of these false breaks. Neo did the same thing. It broke that 14 level and then was all down. So
Wowee.
you get out of it the second it makes that breakdown. This is absolute nuts. I didn't get my 1720 on Palantir either.
Okay, we've got it all, man. We've got it all today. So it's been a good one here today. So let's just continue to watch out for Roku right here. You can see what's happening with Roku. It's building itself out up to $80. We called this $80 break. I didn't get Palantir either, man. So I don't know what happened there on that play. I'm guessing it just blasted. No, man. I tried to buy 72 or 22s there and missed. So I don't know what to tell everybody, but that was a good trade there on Palantir, and I hope everybody does have that. And holy shit, XPEV, thanks for getting me in trouble with the wife there yesterday. We have right now 21.92. Let's get a piece out of XPEV as well right there. So let's go. Let's ring the register right here. We're going to go 3 for 3 today, and they're all freaking monsters. Roku's a monster upside right now, up to 78.50 right now on that 76. You can't. It's Sticky Note Nation, man. Stand up. We put 76 on there. Hopefully you guys got that one. Now it's trying to rip up even higher than that. And Palantir, that's another one here, trying to break through 1750. We said we'd be on the march to 1750 on this name. Unfortunately, like Neil said, we both somehow didn't get aggressive enough. I only crossed up 2 pennies, so I kind of know why I know why I didn't get it.
I went to 5, and usually you get that.
It's funny that you said that, because if you didn't say like, there goes Palantir.
But I also got a weird fill on.
I was too busy with Roku there.
So sometimes it'll happen. Like if at the open, if the messaging is even like a microsecond slow, then that's all it really takes, because there's not as much liquidity. You can look at a level 2 and you can see liquidity there, but remember, it's kind of there and disappearing at all times. It's like a wall is made of mostly empty space. Right? Like, think of the market as the same way. That's what quotes are like. Quotes are mostly empty space, and then algo's putting them in and pulling them. There goes Apple a little bit. We didn't mention Apple. Let me get there. Yeah, XPeng. I wanted, if it can get back above 22, to continue that move, but I do want to go over to Apple very quickly, because this is starting to go. The market's up that 1%, and we didn't really talk about them. Hit enter again. So it just wicked the high. We'll go to the 15-minute chart. It's got a lot of room to yesterday's top. And I feel like if we're going to have an up day, like, it should include. I love the fact that it regained that 193 level as well. So we're going to have to try this one. If it can get back through the high of the day, Apple looks like a bit of a long. Anyone wondering about Vinco Ventures? It's on the OTC. I don't know what the symbol is, but it's on the OTC.
Yeah, and anyone worried about why we said short Intel, worry no more, because if you have that play, then you're laughing right now. Unfortunately, it didn't go as much. It didn't go up at all. Like, I was waiting to fade any kind of a pop in Intel. Yeah, there is no pop in Intel. It's straight to the downside, which, again, like, we have one short sell written on here, and it's Intel. So there goes Intel, giving you back 2% back into the money there for you if you did short that. But again, I understand that that's a little bit of a dangerous short heading into what was a decent report there. We said 76 on Roku probably gets us to 80, right? But hey, man, we're going to hold the last 25% of this name and see if we can't put a little bit more damage on this here. So let's wait to see if that continues to rock and roll back up to the upside. There comes Palantir right back, but guess what, man? We gone. We have a very, very small piece left of this Palantir.
I just left my order in.
Yeah, that's okay. I think that's a good fill anyways. We'll see. I think we'll try to, maybe we'll try to go. I was bidding, so you got 25s there. I think we could have got 22s. That's where it went. Yeah, we actually broke. Here it goes even lower now. So we'll add a little bit to this. We do have a plan of action here, though, on this name. So let's wait to see what happens here with Palantir. What happened? Ford just came in as well. All right, well, things are happening here, Brendo.
5% yesterday, if you remember, or today, I should say, guys. QS ended up holding higher off that earnings report yesterday, is what I was trying to say. Holding higher here again this morning, $11 support right now. QS on volume.
Definitely watch out, because
AMD
14s, not even 15s. That's kind of annoying. So I left my bid in there, was able to get a quick little bounce play from 25. It failed 30, got some out. I liked it. I had bids at 17 earlier, so I'll give this local one to 17 and then worry about 1680 later. Apple does not continue its breakout. Where are you, Tesla? There you are, Tesla. Not much happening in Tesla, but it's gearing up. Like, I love when you have a nice little consolidation, because that gives you a place to break out from. So you want to be patient with some of these names. Not a heck of a lot of movement. You mentioned Ford. They're the ones that reported. It's at $13. I see maybe at best 100,000 on the bid, which is nothing. for 4. There's no million shares on the bid at 13. That's a very thin level as we see it. But I do like false breakdowns. If it breaks 13 even, wicks 98 or 97 and gets immediately back above, I will look for a bit of a dead cat bounce on Ford. But that's on a fail break of 13 only. Brendo.
I believe it was earnings yesterday. It was down huge. Sunrun, more clean energy action today. A lot of people circulating a note suggesting there's an activist involved in this. So you can see huge volume coming into RUN.
All right, well, we said to everybody, and so we got to be true to who we are there. We said that we'll play a 13 bid, right? So there it is right now. So we are now cashing in on Ford. Hit me at that 15, guy. There it is. Let's go. All right, that's a good little fill there for us on Ford as Roku. Let's go, Roku. Roku right now also going. We got a good Ford bid there as well back in, but here goes Roku right back up to its highs again, hovering around this 78.50, looking to take down 79. Man, did we ever call this one? This is right on the sticky note today. It's Roku. And if you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, you probably don't have a Twitter account, but you should get a Twitter account almost ASAP. This is what we talked about all day today. Intel short, that's been printing so much money if you had that. AMD, we didn't get that yet. Roku long, XPEV, we're waiting on that as well. And then join Neil, myself, and Brendan every day at 8:30 as we go over our watch list at tradertv.live. Okay, right now, Palantir, there's the fall back down, man. We took advantage of that early, but getting hit late on it. So, you know, we may wind up giving some of this back. So here it comes back upside. Let's take a little bit out here at 9 if we can. Not going to be a profitable name on this last part of this trade, but we're long at 15, so hopefully this can get back upside. We do have a rebuild of a position right now on Palantir, so let's just wait. We are going to wait for this 1690, which was the past VWAP when we first entered this trade. Did we say Roku $80? Let's just see if that happens, because we gave you one with Palantir early,
another one,
then Roku,
another one,
and took 40 cents on XPeng. So right now we're going to go 3 for 3, waiting for Palantir to settle. I don't know, man. This looks like it may break 17, Neil, here.
Yeah, it might. I got the reload in front of it. That's about the only place I did want it. My plan over in Intel was even dollars on a dip or a breakout. So it either had to show enough strength to get through a break or go even dollars. 35 is the biggest local level. 36 just got the wick underneath. So kind of what I was doing with Meta yesterday. Like, wait for it to get to your level, take your shot on the bounce play, give it to the local bottom. So I'm going to take my little pot shots in there. Take whether it's like 5 or 10 cent hits if you're going against the grain. But Palantir just wicked 17. So that was my out. Got a little scalp trade in there, reload it, but it's just wick to 17. If I get a wick exit, I usually want to get back in. The way I'm going to treat Roku is 80 was always its own level. I'm out in front, looking for a dip, and then an 80 break is going to be in play. That's been the plan from time. So if that's a wick bottom on Palantir, I do want to try to jump back into it. Always going to adhere to the stop first. Apple's now breaking out. There was something else I wanted to get to, but I'll get to that in a second. And so many people I keep looking up and I see Vinco Ventures in the chat. It's on the OTC. I don't know the ticker. My guess would be.
I don't see anything happening on the OTC right now.
Okay,
so
then.
I don't know.
They did get removed from the NASDAQ. I was able to see that story.
So
Apple did make that break while we're over there looking at a couple of other names. I'll try to get into it now because it's still giving you this breakout price, 19.5 on Apple. 19.55.
Yeah, we're about to probably get some more XPEV long right now, as we are now 30 cents in the money on XPeng, and we have a bid to go longer there. There it is. Okay, so now we're long. Let's see what happens. Last time, I know Neil was in this one. It did wick higher. So let's take a little bit out there. We took some out there at 05. You can see XPEV right now dancing around. This is, again, another name that's on the sticky note. We're able to buy dips on this name. So there it is again. Maybe, not maybe. It looks like another fail right there at $22. You know, we pushed a little bit of a longs position there, which is why I'm going to try to get something out, which is why we did get some out immediately at 04. The way this name is moving, there we got some more out there at 97. The way this name is moving, though, it's kind of like it should have gone again on that break. Like, it shouldn't be coming back and retesting this high again and not going. Like, if it wants to go, it now has many of an opportunity to do exactly just that right now. So the fact that it's not is obviously a little bit worrisome to me here. So we did, scalp out of a little bit there on that name. Roku now $3. $3 in the money. So that one paying off right there for an idea. So we'll wait for that. And then Ford, man, Ford, what a great call. What's up, Randy? Ford, as Randy always says. There it is right now. Good long there from 13. So, you know, we talked about having that name coming back in. And then we didn't get out of Palantir yet, but it's not, we're still in the money. It's still, we're in the money on, we're not in the money on this trade, but so far here today, Palantir is still a very positive name for us. But I have been getting some out because it's not doing what we thought. It went right to that, well, it actually, let me rephrase that. It did exactly what we thought. If you rewind the clock there, I said, we'll get this break of 1720. And what did I say? We'll go to 1750. That's exactly what happened, literally to the dime there. You know, we got out in that dime between 1740 and 1750. So we got out there. Hey, here we go again, man. If it wants to continue to go to the upside, we'll do that. We just got some out at 15, so why not take some out at 21 here if we can get it? 21. Can you do something for me? Here it is. It is trying to go back up. Did we get a 21 there? Yes, we did. So that's not a bad fill. Right now, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 here to start the day. Just there goes Roku, by the way. We're at $80, man. And if you're on Roku, stand up because this is a big trade for all of us here today. And, you know, it's on there. It's an earnings play. We destroyed QS. We destroyed Teladoc. And today, Aunt Kathy puts Roku right in our lap. And there it is. Huge move upside there. We talked about 76. We took that break immediately on it. And there it is. It's a nice one for us. And there goes Palantir. Hells to the yeah on Palantir, man. I told you what we were waiting for, 1690 on the break. So that's a good one so far. Let's just see if it wants to continue to work out here for us. It's PLTR on its way back to 1750.
Yeah, the one I did not want to miss today. So I'm out of Roku because I want that 80 level. If it breaks 80, I can just get back into it. But I said I would not miss out if coin set up for a short. It got into the range. 96 was the bottom. 98 is the top. So I shorted it. Once it failed inside of the range here, it got to 96.40 and then turn around. I got 96.10 to the south side. I want to give it to the local high, see if it can't carry through. But obviously, as that's starting to go down, that's starting to work. So we ring the register on that. But here comes that 80 level on Roku. It's a monster on the daily chart. So if it can't punch through, so I got 76s, got some out in front, then added at 77. So if it pulled back at that, if it pulled back from here, I was going to reload. But I add to it when it jumps back in, and I think this is a place to add again at that 80. Tight stop at a break like an 80 level because it's resistance on the daily chart. Always respect monster resistance if it's out there. I was going to get to Tesla in a second. If my approach to XPeng, because I got a bad trigger, I got a 90 trigger on a 22 break, I wanted to clear the fresh high. Because I probably could still be in it, but I got into that when it didn't break 22. Now it could be taking out that high. I want to see it clear that high. And I see everyone talking in the chat. NEO apparently is stronger than XPeng today for some reason.
Oh, man.
So good luck there if you're on NIO.
I
Yeah, Roku break
notice
might have
that.
to wait. It's kind of pulling back here. I don't want to pull away from it because the second I look away, it's going to make the break.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that XPeng. Damn it, we just had a huge trade there and missed it. Okay, so right here, we see TDOC, we see QS, you know, become huge trades for us the last 2 days, right? As if we had that crystal ball today. If we take out 676, we think we see 80. So there it is right there. So hopefully you guys had that. We basically piled that out for you right now. And there's the trade right now at 80. So yes, sir, that is working out for us. And we are pretty happy so far here today with the performance of the sticky note and of these names. So there it is right there. We think we see 80. So as Neil said, there's 80 right now. Not we think, we do see 80 right now on your level 2 screen. So, hey man, you want to take it out, take it out. We're going to wait to see what happens here at 80. We've got a $3. Oh, the Dollar Club, right? We talked about that early, but let's just hit it again. There it is right now as the club is now open. Unfortunately, next week, we'll have to have the club with Max and Neil and then the midday guys, but it's going to be a monster week again next week. Hopefully you guys you know, are able to participate, watch the show. Look at Ford also back down now to 1325. Man, today is once again a good day, Brendo.
Billy, guys, some individual Chinese ADRs showing relative strength here. 15% for Billy, not seeing anything on this.
So there's the break. You want to go right away. It was a bit of slippage, but I would expect that on Roku. It's a monster level. Yeah, can't break. Almost instant like rejection of that level. I think you could add it up there, but I like it. If it can go again, I'll probably take a couple of shots at it, but you don't want to give back the profits you've made. I think tight stop, because it's so big and monstrous at that particular price, if it gives us up a dip, great. Why am I not filled on coin? Oh, goodness. Yeah, it looks like sometimes you place the bid and it's like you're placing it in the wrong spot. It's like, oh yeah, it's coming down there. It's going to pick me up. It's going to fill me, but I don't get it off of 95. So we got the curl above 96. Try to get a bid there, 95.11s. Actually missed it. We'll try to get something in the 20s here on Coinbase. I knew I wanted to short on this one today after missing out on what was probably a better short yesterday. That's just part of the game, man. Every single day, there's always something that's going to be better. I thought we'd get an opportunity maybe on Apple for like a retry of the long. Like, so it held the breakout price, which is always a good sign, like the original pre-market high. So I thought I'd be going, add to it when it reclaims the high again, and then Roku decided to break that 80 level. So my attention was elsewhere when I had a chance to reload. I'm going to get back into Roku off this second break of the high of the day. I'm going to keep taking shots at Roku above 80.
Guys, we are putting in some serious damage here today to this market, man. I mean, Palantir just goes all the way back up. And, like, not only that, like, we reloaded Palantir. Like, this is the kind of day that we're having right now. Well, I mean, it just came. All right, I was waiting for higher than this, but let's just take another piece out. Let's cancel our 46. It didn't fill us there. The only trade that have we screwed up on it? We're net positive on XPeng right now. The only problem is that little bump up there. I didn't have any offers, which is just so silly there as, oh my God, man. I'm still looking at this Roku and absolutely in love with this position. But you know what? Actually, we're making a lot of money on this one too here, man. Look at Ford. Ford just climbing today on earnings goes Ford. So that was a good trade there. Hopefully some of you have that one as well off of 13, which we did talk about. This has just been an absolutely fantastic day. I hope you're enjoying the show. What's up, Rendo?
I saw there was an AWS headline on Twilio going back to Wednesday, I believe it was this week, but not seeing anything today. Still waiting for a red candle here, guys. Almost 9% for Twilio.
Wow. Okay, so another runner. I mean,
It's
again,
another one.
You get a similar story. Stocks that might have been beaten up recently, they're starting to break out of the bottoms of their channels, and you see that same setup over and over again. There's at least one big tech name that is deciding to follow the market up 1.5%, at least one that I'm watching. I'm sure they all are. But Apple was able to add there, kind of was distracted before, but was able to get back and add some on the way to 196. But I just want to remind, let's look at the daily chart. 196 half resistance, 197 resistance. So in front of 96, in front of 96 half, we're going to go for some profit takers on Apple. Coinbase just came back up. So, okay, I'm reloaded, but it's a short. I know I wanted to be short Coinbase today. This market is absolutely flying, but hey, yesterday I wanted short in Microsoft and never got it. So was able to scalp some out here. If it breaks the local high, I am out. My stop is already set, so not much to do there. The re-entry into Roku, when it retook the high of the day, it just got up to, why do I have two offers there? 81s, so able to just jump right back in, get it out in front of 81. Now I just want to hold on to it. Third time long, but if you look at the daily chart, you got 86, you got 98. I mean, it's not getting 98, but 86 definitely at least remotely reasonable. No one tell Neil about Tilray or Tesla. Why not? Why wouldn't you tell me about Tilray?
I mean, we were long $2 the other day. What's it at today?
I was long all afternoon in Tilray yesterday.
Okay, so there you go.
And then it stopped going. What is wrong with my daily chart? Never mind. Let's go here. It's not a huge break. It's up 10 cents, but it hasn't broken out the top just yet. So I'm going to do the same thing as yesterday. I'm going to pay for locates in Sundial, and the second I see a turn in this stock, I'm going to go short in Sundial instead.
All right, I like that play. All right, I mean, look, guys. Meanwhile, I mean, it's all just gravy over here. I mean, sorry about that if you guys got out at 80. I know Neil got more long, but look at this now, 81. Now, I mean, I told you about this club. We may have to rename this club. Now this is the $5 club right here. I think we had a $6 club member yesterday, and then here it goes again today. This is Roku, and we're still holding 20%. So, man, we're up and away right now today. As once again, man, we're doing the work, we're putting it in, and we're getting paid off a little bit here once again. The missed trade of the day. I'm just going to get out some more here on XPEV if I can. It's fine. The trade's not really doing anything. We will be L'd on this one, especially. Well, maybe. We're taking some more out here. If this gets back into the 22 highs, like not highs, teens right there where we've already been at before, then this name could possibly, you know, start turning our day around for us a little bit there on here. But we'll take some more out as we're just bouncing off VWAP. I just don't want to hold this all the way down. We've already done the work there on Palantir, getting like, look at this, long there. You know, we reloaded there at 1720. That was a little bit of a mistake, but we put on the real shares down here at 1705. Wicks down. We didn't get stopped out, obviously. We were waiting for 1690. We talked about that level. And then now we only have 10% left of Palantir from our original position. So we're going to have to hold on to that just to see if that one wants to work. We've done really good on Ford. We just got some more pieces out up here near 40. We're at the 50 period now on Ford. So let's just, now that I see that, we'll even try to take out a little bit more. Did we just get some 37s there? No, we did not. Was it 38s? Oh, it was 38s. That's why. Okay, so maybe we'll just put in a print here. All right. Now here it comes back upside. Okay. Well, maybe we'll wait again. Let's put something at 39. Maybe we'll get a little break of 38 there. Get a 39 fill. See, it's having some problems up here. But there it is. Let's go one more tick higher, and we'll see if we can get a fill there at 39 right now for that name. Roku did fade off that $82 level. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Do we really want to get rid of this? It's 20%. Seems like it's a huge move. So, but there's Ford anyways. We got that out. This has just been such a good day. And by the way, you know, the smell test on XPEP once again works, man. We knew that there was a little bit of a problem there, which is why we started to get out once it broke and we missed that trade. So let's just get another piece out. I mean, this bottom right here is 20. I don't want to hold it that far. We don't have many shares left. I just don't like to have losing trades on board. So 21. What's the market? The market's still upside,
Market's
right?
running again.
I don't know. Let's buy some more here and then just use 2150 as our out.
Last time we did this in the market, and when I say we, like last time the market did this, you got to like that 2% mark or close to it, like 1.8, and then we reversed. I'm going to get the coin first because it got into VWAP. If I see support the first time at 95, that's just breakout and then holding the breakout high. If I was long it, I'd be adding to dip buys there. So we got to take something out. If I was flat and I like the stock for a long, I'd be entering a long buying the dip. So if I'm short, then I should be trying to cover some at that price. I'm going to ring the register, not look a gift horse in the mouth. The coin short has worked at 96, but 98 is actually the better level. Apple, we talked about it getting to 196. It got to 195. I have the wick above to 96.03, but the high is actually 95.97. Didn't get any higher than that, so I got some out as it pulls back. I will look to rejoin this trend if it can continue to hold that. I don't have to draw a trend line for you guys. Roku, the additional entry for me was at 80. So far, we had the local breakout, then we had 77, should have probably had 78. 80 has been pretty good, but there was an original stop there. I've taken some out front and back, and I think 85 is a reasonable spot. 86 is resistance. It's probably a short at 86. Let's go to Brendan. I think I covered them all.
Right, some further digging here. A few other people on Twitter also posting this, but 1.7, my voice is dying today. 1.7 million shares added. Amazon buying Twilio shares, guys.
It's ridiculously flying.
Damn you, Meta. Again, a name that we had written down on here for our sticky note was just 312, trying to see about yesterday's bottom. But obviously today, Meta, yeah, Brendan, I don't know. I'm sounding congested, but I feel fine. We've been playing baseball the last 4 nights, and then tonight is hockey. So we'll see what happens there. But there's Meta right now. Okay, so we looked at 312. That was the bottom there yesterday. Well, actually, the bottom was 310, but it was 312 here pretty much all afternoon. We would like to see if that came in. It did rally back into that close around 312. So the bottom 310, 312 coming back through. And then there's the break higher. It's been really marching back up to the upside. So in what is a second day play, obviously, here for Meta, that continues to scream a little bit there through 320. This could be a good fade. Like if you do think the market's going to pull back, Meta's done a lot of work today getting back up to that 320 level. Hate fading plays that look like this. But again, we had Meta yesterday. Here's a little bit of a larger chart. That top right there is 321.20. So you're getting close. If you can hold this $1 and you think the market's about to turn, then next time that comes to 320-ish, you could probably short it against that 321.50. Look, man, I've lost too much money trading Meta the last couple of days. So we'll hold off on that, man. We're going to go 4 for 5 here so far, 3 for 4, sorry, with pending on XPeng. So let's wait to see what happens. We're long right now at 21.80. We did get out of Ford. Again, the smell test is working. Like, we're really, honestly, man, I don't know what we're barbecuing up, but it's been good, man. We got out of Palantir near that top. I mean, look what Palantir just did right now. Like, we're out. We talked about that, man. We had 5% left of Palantir. The only one that we have a lot on, not a lot, but a half decent percentage left is 20% of Roku. And that one's, you know, obviously making our whole day right now. Well, not our whole day, but everything else is making our day. And then Ford, we still have 15 or so % left on this name, but we are looking to get into some more names. I don't really want to. Yeah, Alibaba. Yeah, did that bounce off a Hyundai or what? Because
it broke 100, got to 113 cents.
Okay.
And it's pulled back in. So I'm going to do the old. I'm saying the old, but if you've watched Bobby, you probably see what I'm getting at here. I wasn't there for the first break, thank goodness, because I would have been stopped out. I'd be long at 5, and I would have stopped out probably at, I don't know, 80, 75, somewhere in that range. I would have lost 25 to 30 cents.
XPeng is not.
But then I'd be doing the exact same thing as Roku 80. I'd just be taking the breakout again. So now I have a stop order, and if Baba retakes that high, I am getting in again. It's just, I love it when you fail a break like 100. The shorts are like, yeah, we shorted 100, we win. And then it gets right back, holds the breakout price, the local breakout, which is just the current highs, and then retakes the top and screws everybody that just went short off 100 that got really, really greedy. So I'm there for that play if it happens. It's always a big if, but that's what trading is. Trading is if-then statements, right? It's not, I think Baba is going up. It's, I think Baba is going up from here to this price before it goes down to that price. And that's what every single trade is. So the market's screaming. Thankfully, Coinbase is deciding it wants to test beneath 95 because this was the short I liked. If it can break the low of the day, I want to hold through that low of the day and then put a trailing stop on it. I want to respect the previous close at 92.70 there. Roku, I am giving all the way back into 80 on the last entry. So I want to see if it can hold at 80, which is a monster level on the daily chart. And I'm still checking out Tilray here. See what it can do. It's kind of pulling back. I wasn't really fast enough. I had to pay for locates on Sundial, so it's not an excuse. It's the truth. Like I had to pay for the locates and get on over to it. By that time, you were already kind of pulling off the top there. So if Tilray gets back to the top, I'd probably try shorting Sundial, but I wasn't fast enough on the trigger. It is already 10 o'clock. Let's go to the desk.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. University of Michigan sentiment just coming through here. 72.6 expected, comes out lower. 71.6 on that. Again, University of Michigan sentiment, 72.6 expected, comes out 71.6. 5-year inflation expectation there in line 3%. 1 year 3.4%, which matches last month as well. So again, University of Michigan sentiment there a little bit lower than expected. Otherwise, market was trying to get back to the upside a little bit as we head towards that number this morning. Everyone pointing towards, yeah, some strength in tech. Could it be after that sell-off we saw late in the day yesterday?
Brought to you by
Intel
Trade Ideas,
and
real-time
Roku.
scanning and alerting used to all.
I'm just interrupting myself, talking over myself. Jeez. Intel, obviously the big earnings name of the day. We were discussing their report, if you joined us in the first hour this morning, along with Enphase. Yeah, a big miss for them. They pointed to slowing demand. XPeng with a positive note from Jefferies this morning, going to overweight. Again, if you missed it earlier, it looks like a 13F coming through suggesting Amazon has picked up 1.7 million additional shares in this one. Twilio, heavy volume, guys.
Oh, speak about XPEV. Did we say we had a losing trade on board today? Scratch that. Right now, XPEV, we are now 50 cents in the money on this XPEV trade as it continues to just try to get back to $22. And when that happens, we're going to get that out. I mean, it's right up there right now, 21.98. We just took a piece out of XPEV again. We got it out on the way back up, man. I mean, this is not going to be a mooned trade or anything like that. Happy enough to get out right now at 22. We'll hold in case it does want to break. I do have a 22.13 waiting for me, upside right there on XPEV. So what is a possible trade there for me did come in. So that was a good one. We'll wait to see what happens. We are now at day's high, despite some 196 Apple is amazing. We love Apple. Despite this, Palantir just dropped down. Boo-hoo. That's too bad. I mean, obviously, we did take some profits on that, so that's a good one. Neil's long on Apple. I mean, we love the long on Apple, but you got 40 cents. Let's see if that can go up higher. We've got 40 cents on XPEV, which is a $21 name. Apple's been in a range, though, Neil, so watch out. That 96 is probably a good level. I remember playing off that a little bit yesterday, and I see that you're glued to your screen.
It's Alibaba.
It's Baba time.
Alibaba broke 100 again. The recent high was 113. So I'm not long not long ones or anything. I'm actually long at 16. So it's above that recent high. I want to try to give it back here. This isn't the $100 level. I knew I would be taking shots at it. I did miss the first one, which would have been a loss. I would be 0 for 1 if I had had a stop order to go long the first time. Apple just took out 196, but my attention's over here. I might even take a third swing at this one if it doesn't go. Yeah, there it goes. I cannot seem to hold on. I just don't want to get trapped. It's like work, work, work. If it works, great, right away, and then you don't have any worries about it. Like Roku original breakouts, you didn't have to worry about it. It was going right away.
Jesus.
This is dipping back down. But once it shows me a hold above 100, I'm just going to hold on to it. Like that's just it. Like get in, hold on forever, hopefully forever, and that's going to be all day. Now that the market's still
Look
higher.
at Roku, dude.
Okay, I just bounced on Coinbase. I have one short, so that's the one thing I'm going to be concerned
like
about
that
here.
Roku call?
You're right back above 95 on Coinbase, but it is a lower high. So lower highs across on Coinbase. Going to hang on to this one the entire way as long as it gets below that all-time high. I don't know, it's going on in the side. You guys can probably hear Sean Sharif going on the side there. But Microsoft also just ticked in, so that's another name that we were talking about for a short yesterday and today, but I wanted one level and one level alone. That's right up here in front of 338. So this is Microsoft. It's actually pretty strong. Yesterday was an abject disaster, but 338 was the previous close if you go back a couple of days, and it was resistance around this price before. So Coinbase is still in the money, but if you're long, you're just holding on to them and running. These are the shorts, so that's what you have to be concerned with, people.
Sharif just saying, what is up with the sticky note? He wants to know that crystal ball, and I said, it's not crystal ball, my friend. This is just trading, and we're going to be here every single day. We've seen this happen over and over again with some of these big-time plays, and there it is right now. It's like, how in the world now I'm in the money $6 on this Roku trade, and again, you know what? We got out. Like when that popped up, we got 50 cents, then we got $1, then we got $2, then we got $2.50, and then it broke 80. And then after that, man, it's been nothing but hot fire right now. And so that's what we're doing, man. We're really excited for what this stock is doing today. And I mean, Roku's breaking to the high spot. It's going to be the #1 name here on the show, and for good reasons, man. I mean, this is what it's doing. It's heading to the downside, and whoopsies, just made a keystroke error. Heading to the downside right now and looking a lot lower is Palantir now. The one name that I was kind of interested in early was Intel. Let's just go Roku. I mean, first of all, where's the stop going to be for Roku? We've really resisted this drop there. So let's just put that stop order in right now. That's $81. This is the 21 period. I got to shout out Max for this. He gave me that line there. I know a lot of people put up their 50 period moving averages as well. But this 81, if we break back down below that, let's just get it out. So 80.97. Oopsies, that's the wrong stop order. Wow, almost did it again. 80.97. There, we'll get out of that. 100% of it if it breaks lower. So that's what we're doing right now on Roku. That's going to be my out there. Ford, not really doing anything right now for Ford, so we're going to have to wait for that play possibly to go. Roku's still going. And XPeng hovering, man, at $22. We'll look to get into some more, but for right now, I'm pretty happy just focusing on what's been working for me, and that's all of these names. And then, I want to look at Intel because, again, off earnings, I don't think either one of us have had a play yet.
I was in and out twice at 36.
Okay.
But 36 wasn't the hold. I like 36 and 35. I had twice long in like the O's and then out when it retook the evens, and then you had to hold it 50 cents against you, which
Right.
I'm essentially never doing against the grain. Like it's not, you could hold a $100 stock 50 cents against you. You don't hold Intel 50 cents against you unless you're doing things that don't make any sense. I said I would take several swings. Had I made the first break, I'd be long a third time on Alibaba above 100. Instead, I'm long a second time over 100. Somehow, Microsoft it didn't run the stops. The market's still at highs, but we didn't actually run those tops. We turned at 337.5. So that's kind of where I have my stop for the local high. Generally speaking, that's what I'll usually do. Even if I like a level like 338, if I'm into the short on the first curl in the range, I'm still giving it to the high of the day. So give it to the fresh high. If it breaks that, then I'm out and I can hunt for another trade. I like the retracement back into VWAP. Okay, just broke 337, so I want to add when it shows me that it's working, and I'm going to get bids out until VWAP. So we have this short. We've got Coinbase short. Coinbase has felt better because Coinbase is Coinbase. But Microsoft was weak yesterday as well. So Coinbase just rejected 96. I'm not going short a third time off of that level. It either works or it doesn't at this point. It continues and it doesn't. It's already worked. Apple is pulling back a little bit, but that's still in the pocket, still looking good. My trailing stop on Roku has not changed, although we broke 82.5.
Yeah.
Fail break 82.5. If you think 85 is resistance, a lot of times this is where instead of trailing it to 80, I'd be trailing it somewhere in down here. But I'm going to let this one ride. It's the third time we're in it, so I'll give it a little bit more room on the last.
Oh, man, as if I'm going on vacation. All right, well, next week this will be happening to my wallet as we go outside in Rome there. But wow, there goes XPEV. Again, man, looks like we may not have a scratch on our card here today, as there goes XPeng starting to moon again here. I don't know. I mean, we use the terminology moon. It's not really mooning, but you're up 10%, which is a nice move. And we are right now 70 cents in the money on XPEV, but we don't have, I mean, to have held all of that, that would have been pure hero, but we don't, we didn't do that. So we'll scratch that itch when we can. But I don't have an itch now until 22.50. So we're going to wait to see if we can get a place out there on that upside. Out of nowhere, XPEV, finally, man. It's like once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Finally, I mean, you guys know 6 times always a charm. I wish it was that simple, but there goes XPEV right now. Huge move to the upside. So what we're holding right now is a 20-cent win on Ford, and that's pretty much the lowest spot. We haven't even got anything out down here. We got only up higher than that. Ford's a huge winner. Roku's $6 in the money, which Sharif still can't believe. XPEV over here, now 70 cents in the money to the upside. And Palantir, we said this was the name that cracked down lower. It did. It broke 1690 and we got out. So Palantir is still a hell of a positive name, man. Palantir's actually right now, because we're still holding this Roku, Palantir is the #1 stock here today. So we'll barbecue that up P&L wise, and then we'll wait. Roku will be. Like when I get out of Roku, then that will be the #1 stock. And I'm doing the same thing there. This has gone up to 81.50 right now. So I'm actually going to change my stop on Roku to 81.50. So 81.50. People have written me and said, Sean, man, you shouldn't be showing where your outs are. Come on, man. You can't be the people's trader if you don't give the people your ins and your outs. So there it is right there. 81.50 is my out there for Roku. Hey, if you guys are celebrating this trade, it's 5.50 in the money. So take it out where you go. That's what Neil and I do here, man. We talk about our trades. We talk about the levels that we like. Sometimes we'll get out too early. Sometimes we'll hold for these kind of a play, right? So, you got to be in these names. I think that not the best thing. We do lots of good things on this show. But right now, it's like play the names that are in play, right? It's why on the sticky note, it's why we have XPEV. We just took 80 cents on that. Look what's on here today. Meta, XPEV, AMD, Roku, Intel. We didn't trade Intel yet, but there goes XPeng. Look at that trade off those bottoms as well. So buy again. Now XPEV's going to the upside, man. We rocking today, Neil. This is a great day.
Oh, it's definitely a great day. I think the only regret I have today is probably missing the most obvious ad on Roku. Because when you look back in all hindsight, it's like there's this one shakeout wick at 78, and then there was an ad right here. Wasn't it? It was at 79 even. I think you had the ad. It made a lot of sense. A local high break. I think that's what it was on everybody's table. The ad at 77, there was an ad at 78, and there was an ad at 79 that were there. The 80 ad is again obvious because that's a big level on the daily chart. Coinbase just finally took out the top, but I said I would not reload it a third time, right? If a short's going to work, I felt like this was the one that could go, but the market's 1.6 up and Coinbase is trending to the upside. You got to respect it. If the market wanted to crumble, I feel like this could have been a $4 or $5 winner. Instead, we're able to scalp it 50 cents and $1, and then the last of it will have to get out for a bit of an L. Microsoft, it'll probably do the same thing. I don't even want to get it another time. It's trending to the upside. I actually trimmed some when the market made a fresh high there. I'm like, why even give it that chance? So that's short. It'll be profitable, but again, market has to flush for it to be much better. Alibaba. So I said, sometimes I'm like third time is not a charm. It's a big level. This is it's technically the second time, but if I'm being honest, the only reason I didn't go long BABA the first time is because I didn't have a stop order in. I would have been long the first time. I would have lost. I took it the second time, did lose. When it broke the third time, I liked it. We added it on the local break of the high, and now I think it feels like it's a little more clear sailing in Alibaba to 101. I should have scalped some out there already because on the initial push of this local high break, and then we'll see how far it can go. There's no obvious levels on Alibaba. Let me go to the daily chart. The daily chart's probably better until you get all the way to 103.5, 104. So BABA, it is following everything to the upside. I don't really see anything that we're not looking at is probably a small cap name at this particular point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I meant to look at Tupperware, but yeah, there's just too much else happening at this point to be looking at Tupperware or Tilray. I kind of stopped looking at Tilray. Not enough level 2s to be watching that one when everything else is working.
All right, guys, plug your ears if you don't like dollar winners. Because there's another member part of the club right now. So for some reason, this Chinese EV wants to enter the dollar club, and it just did that right now. We are long at 21.61. The price is 22.61 right now in front of you right there. So there it is right now. Entering the dollar club again goes this name, and obviously we have a $6 member today. And then Ford. It's trying to go as well. We're looking for some more names. Let's go over to AMD right now. We're dancing it off. It's been a big week, man. Started with the apple fritter. Started with a nice coffee from Timmy's here, from Randy as well. So we're all good, man. And it's been just such a pleasure to do this show with everybody. So if you're not hitting the like button, please hit it soon. You saw Kat hit the bell.
Like and subscribe today.
Now she's behind us putting in that work. So thanks, Kat, for that. Thanks, Kat, for that. All right, so there goes everything. Let's check out AMD. AMD went to 114. We talked about where we wanted it at 114.75. Now that we're having the day that we're having, and I see you behind me, Max, right now, as Max is going to come on the midday show as well. 114 coming into play right there for AMD. So let's see if we can get some love there on that name right here. So that's what we're looking at. If that does bump up, then we'll take that. I always want to check back on Intel, and I do want to check back on Meta, actually, too. Meta's been an interesting play for us over the last couple of days. We don't necessarily want to get involved too much in that, but there's Intel not really doing much. And what did Meta do? Did it bounce or not off of 320? So there it is. Wow. Right to that level of 321 again. We may have to wet the proverbial beak, Neil, as I steal one from you there on that Meta short, possibly up there at
what, sorry?
Yeah, 321 was what that level we talked about yesterday. It just bounced off there like, again, about 5 or 6 times, but this is just a minute chart. So it's really just bouncing off there right now. So let's wait to see if we can get some magic back into this name here. Meta, possibly 321 break long. That's a possibility. Look at the NASDAQ, up 1.5%. Geez, man, this market, Neil, is just...
This market is absolutely
It's
flying.
just crazy hot.
So 101
Crazy.
broke on Alibaba. I wasn't there. It might have been an ad. I didn't really get a good look at it. But it wicked right underneath. So when I came back over, it was kind of wicking back underneath, and I did get some out there. Probably a bad place to put a trail, but I wasn't watching the level when it broke. It could have been like huge size, and it should have been an ad instead of a get some out on a fail break. So BABA's still going. If you had it early, I was never looking at a 99 break long, so 100 is 100. The one issue for, Apple is still at 196. So 195.5 was the break long, so that's what we have in front. But look at it fail 196 over and over and over and over again. If you've been shorting over here, you're basically getting 1s and 2s, and then you're getting out at 78 to 80. At some point, I think you can take out the high, but I'm not going to add up here. I'm just going to hold on and definitely stop out if it breaks VWAP. I mean, I already just stopped there. Now I just like to stop even more. Still have the last piece of Microsoft. I am not reloading it. Just like with Coinbase, if it breaks out, it breaks out. Do not fight it. Have your stop, set it and forget it. That's the way you want to play it. Okay, so NEO is back over $14. This was the break that we had in the morning yesterday. Now that it's loading up, it was a 14.01 to 14.17. I remember it well because it was in it in the pre-market. If it takes out that fresh high, probably take that breakout too. So I'm not talking about today's high, I'm talking about yesterday's high. If NEO can get through that, it's just too good on the daily chart. It'd be a very, very tight stop because this is a big wick top there. The last time we were there, December of 2022, and then the last 2 days is when we were here on NIO. So if it fails this level, you don't want to get trapped at the top. It's just like Alibaba, like you're willing to take the hit on that breakout because it has a real chance to go. So you get in, get out. If it's going to retake the high, you can jump back in the trend. If it's going to pop $1, it'll be worth taking 2 or 3 shots if you risk 10 to 15 cents. The question is, are you only risking 10 to 15 cents each time? If you're risking 50 cents, and you can't lose 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
It has to work essentially right away. So you just got to pick your style of trade. Both of them today would have worked, by the way, because you could have held that one probably 50 cents against you, and then it'd be okay. But you got to pick and choose your lane. You can't be jumping back and forth. There was something else I wanted to get to, but it'll come to me. I have not moved my trail on Roku. I'm getting very close to it. I knew what it was. It was Tupperware. I meant to talk about this one. I didn't really get to it. It's a good thing because it wouldn't have happened anyways. I was looking for a double top breakout on Tupperware. Thankfully, we didn't miss that trade because it got close several times and didn't make a breakout of yesterday's high. So if this miraculously jumps 20% at some point today and gets to the top, I do like a break on Tupperware, but a lot has to change for even that to be a remote possibility.
Okay, it's so funny because Marissa's obviously listening. This is what she sends to me. She says, go find out if there's an office in Rome. Because I was talking about the kind of streak that we're on right now, of course, followed by a smiley face, and a laughing emoji. So I guess we're not. She said focus on the laughing part. So yeah, we're not. We're gonna take a break, but she knows where the bread is buttered. So, but anyways, we are going to just relax, chill out next week, man. Everybody needs a vacay. Shout out to Michael Noss as well. Neil went, had a nice camping. You've been to Paris. You've actually done a nice little roundabout this year.
We also went to spring training.
Oh wow!
But my nephew was
done
visiting.
It all, man.
He's like, oh, so you're gonna come to Halifax for December? I'm like, no.
December?
We've done 3 trips, so I'm not doing any more. He wants us. My brother lives in Halifax, which is on the East Coast here in Canada. My nephew was here visiting. He stayed with us a little bit, stayed with my parents, and he's like, oh, you guys coming for Christmas this year? I was like, we've done a lot of trips. There's not going to be another one, unfortunately. However, I told them they're welcome to come and spend Christmas with us. So I'm going to have a campaign pressuring my brother to come from Halifax. It'd be nice to get out there again, visit, because I can visit Michael Noss when he's out there. I love Halifax. It's a gorgeous city, but we've traveled enough. Oh, my goodness. We kind of forgot about Enphase. Not to jump topics, but this is way stronger than I would have anticipated. Usually when it's already gone like this, dead cat bounce, I'm thinking it's just going to give it up at some point, but this is super, super strong still, actually regaining the 150 level. If it gets back to the top, I might be looking short somewhere off of this high on Enphase. The SSR bounce, to me, it feels like it's come and gone. But we'll see about that. It has to go another $3 for it to even get to that price. Maybe it's got that kind of strength. That will be tested at some point. Coin, I got out. I didn't jump back in. I'm now waiting for 98. I still think I want to be short as long as it's in this range, but I'm going to wait for it to get to the top, at least breaking 97.25, and then I can think about taking another short on Coinbase at a different price range. If it's going to stair step up, then I'll take my pullbacks at different prices, as opposed to just hoping that the same level is going to work over and over again, and then it starts failing. There was something else I wanted to get to as well. Oh yeah, it was Tilray.
Oh.
Tilray is back near the high of the day. Okay, so that's good. If it fails this top, then I'm shorting Sundial. If it breaks this top, which is yesterday's is 230, today's is 228. I prefer the actual high in the week, which is 230. If it breaks that, I'm probably going long on Tilray. hopefully try to get ones. You should be able to get 31 when 30 breaks on Tilray. There's a ton of liquidity. So I'm looking long on a top break, but if it does not get through that high and turns around, short on sundial.
Oh, wow. This is now $7 right now in the money, so I guess it was a decent idea here. I've changed my stop, but every time I do it, it just keeps on, it keeps on elevating here. So that's $83 now for Roku as that just continues to go to the high side. So let's see where that goes, man. That's 82.75 right there coming through. You're going to have Max coming up pretty soon, but right now we're battling for the trophy here today on the P&L. So Max has a great trade of Alibaba well long through $100, and I'm not trying to compete, but I do like to see what other traders are doing. Right now, Intel 3650 is a possible level as well. So yeah, so far so good here today. Let's just keep the momentum going. Go back over now. It's 10:20. We haven't heard from Brendan in a while, so let's do that right now. What's going on over there, Brendo?
Been a relatively quiet week as far as small caps are concerned. A few of them to note today. However, a little bit more negative price action today on this one. TUP, a lot of people talking about this in the pre-market and watching it. It was up again above that 350. Comes straight back in through $3 without even blinking. Continuing down to session lows right now. No significant news as far as TUP is concerned. This one, flashback to monkeypox times. This one was a huge runner during that time, but a new government contract for one of their products just got back below $6 though, which was that initial support in the pre-market for Siga.
I wonder if just getting out now of, I remember that name, Siga. That was hilarious. That was monkeypox. That was like declared like a national pandemic or something at one point as well, and then that never got off the ground. Oh man, so much stuff. And every day I look at Twitter, there's a few people that are posting like, oh, there's a new virus, this and that, blah, blah, blah. So, I could see those plays still continuing. They're SIGA, I'm sure Neil remembers that name, as they're back in play right now, off of that report. So we'll wait to see what happens there. Nice little candle to the upside, touching 7. And again, I didn't even realize that this had dropped. Well, we haven't looked at it in a while, so that's why. But look at that, man, $27 right there. So just coming back in right now. Watch out for 650-ish on this name coming back. That's been a decent little spot there where we broke above, now got higher. I mean, you're below now. You're at 567. You're making lows, but that's not a horrible spot right there at 627, 650. So we take out that level again, then I think that could be another long right there. So we'll wait to see what's happening with SIGA here again today. Another nice move back up to the upside. So good move, but starting to fade out. Watch out for that 650 area if you're still in SIGA.
Used to sing that song every single time that stock would go, but it's not really going today. So, Baba's pulling back. It did eventually. It failed that 101. So that out looks a heck of a lot better now than it did at the time. But again, it is what it is. At the time, I felt like it was a bad out, but then it wicked 101 again, so I would have taken that out anyways. I'm still holding on to that third entry. I still have 40% of it, looking for it to hold on to 150. I probably only take out half. If it breaks down here, I'll take out half and then see what happens as it gets back to like 100 and a quarter, because I don't want to give up on the trend. It's not like Roku in terms of, because I'm late to this as opposed to, with Roku, it's like multiple entry points into the long side. When something is trending up, it's like, you could also just be buying dips on this. You could have bought the dip in here, you could have bought the dip in here, you could have bought the dip in here, as it just continues to stair step to the upside. I don't necessarily see a long entry up here because the market has done we are going to almost 2%, and then we're deciding to pull back thing on the NASDAQ. And if that happens, it's going to be tough, I think, unless you're breaking back out that lower high that we have on the NQ. It's going to be tough for things to extend, maybe slowly throughout lunchtime, but like a big, massive extension at 10:30 might not be in place. I'm going to give it a chance to go, but I'm not going to be adding on an even break. I'm not adding on a dip either. It just needs to start working. Apple is the one that we kind of felt like, why is it not breaking 196, right? Market kept making highs. Could have turned around and shorted it, just decided that we would take some out and maybe not reload it on VWAP, right? So you can go short at a top if you think something's weak. You can take profit if you're long to be able to trim. You can decide not to add back into a long that you were taking. Those are all things you can do if you think that a stock that you thought was a long is suddenly not as strong as you anticipated. As long as you make some kind of a decision when you notice something like that, I think you're going to be fine. But in this case, it was trim some, not necessarily reloaded, not as strong as I was anticipating. Softies kind of okay. I elected not to reload this one. I got the top and then added on the way down, so my last entry is going to show up. My average price was 337, like 15 or something like that, but it'll show my last entry price is just how it's coded in the system. I'm not adding to this. This is actually stronger than Apple, so no reason to get back in, but it also hasn't stopped me out either. So I'm looking for VWAP here. If it can tag VWAP, I should just get an order out in front of VWAP, as a matter of fact. It's easy enough to put that in there, and then if we get the fill, fantastic. Coinbase, still waiting around for this to break the high, and I can jump back into the short. It's been good. To me, this would have been, if the market goes down, this would have been my best stock, but it'll just be a decent one because the market is stair-stepping to the upside. That's how it is sometimes. You know, yesterday, if you're short Coinbase yesterday, that was probably, this was the one, I want to say. I don't think there was anything better than this if you were short. So to give it a try today, you almost had to. At least I almost had to. I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Haven't looked at details. Wife asking me something. Okay, so, all right, Roku once again, guys. Here it comes. 81.75 is our out. We could have got a little bit more aggressive there and took out this 82.25 or so, but we just double touched again 83. So there is a nice little level there at 83 and change. So we'll wait to see if that does come through or not. So possibly putting an offer there. The market's trying to fall down. I feel like $7 maybe is enough for us. We were happy to get 80s when that printed, and then now you're just ripping up here on Roku. And then we also talked about some levels of resistance that it's coming into, which including right up to here. That's 84, 85. So I think like we're doing pretty good at 83. I feel like I just talked myself into taking an 83 offer here on Roku. So let's do that. We'll take $7. If it turns around to be $10, then it turns around to be $10. What's up, Brendo?
A note here, guys, saying Tesla executives are once again meeting with officials over in India in regards to their entry into that market. Not a lot of action here as far as Tesla is concerned, but notable. Very, very high relative volume today versus the rest of this week specifically. I mean, it's still down across the board, but today's volume higher than this week.
Yeah, you know, Tesla's, that's just another time. This is now 3 days in a row, which is definitely a record for the morning show, at least. I don't know if it's a record for overall, but 3 days in a row that Tesla's not been traded on the open show. And you know what? I'm not really upset with it. There was probably one trade, and it wasn't, I was looking for maybe a dip buy. 55 was a crazy level. That's the level I liked. Your trade was 260 break. Like, that's your trade right there, a 260 break. And then if you like the short, you liked it right here. Support, resistance, short it once it gets above there. Maybe you give it to 64, and that works out. So you're not necessarily minding missing out on some of those, but at the end of the day, you have to pick and choose the names that you want to be involved in. As I said, if we broke down that half, I would get some out of Alibaba so that we're not really holding on to much of anything. And if 100 bounces, that's where I'm looking for the reload. I look for a reload at that 100 level, which it looks like it's actually doing as we speak. So if this can hold on, I want to try to get some more on Alibaba. Just give it, it's almost like a time thing. It bounces off, 100. I want to see it hold a second time through. Finally, Microsoft actually breaks through the high. Oh. Did not reload that top. I suppose I could have reversed, but reversed into the long trade. But that wasn't one I was looking long today, so no reversal for me.
No soup for you. No reversal for you right now. But yeah, we're gonna wait on Palantir. I was debating getting some long there as we've seen a bottom pick there. A little. Roku. Ooh, Roku getting close. We are at 83. Can we? Now we're getting very, very close to where I'm at. We are in the 90s, ladies and gentlemen, for this play on Roku. Just to take Just take a piece out here on Roku. Can it be $7? That's what we're waiting for. We're just pennies away now. Am I being silly waiting for those exact pennies? Probably right now, but let's just go over here. I've canceled that trade now because I have something in my eye. Want to probably punch out of this one. Here it is. It's testing 83. Will it go? Will it not? Who knows? But I'm going to put a stop in right now. I'm going to cancel my stop just in case there is a fail there, which it looks like it does want to do that. So 82, 6, there it is. Damn it. That's too bad because we could have had that out there up top at $83. So we missed that top. But we are offering now to see if we can get a piece out. And by a piece, I mean everything. I've seen it too many times come up here into that $83 level for Roku. So there it is. Oh, why did I cancel that? We were at 95s there on Roku. I think we probably would have got it. But it's all good. It doesn't matter. That's it. That's the oh my God trade of the day. There's your $7 Dollar Club winner for the day. And it is Roku. And it is now out of the blotter as we continue now to possibly rip even higher. So we'll see what happens to Roku right there, but that is the close of that trade. I will tweet this trade out. So I'm going to tweet this trade out right now. Anybody that likes or replies, or anybody that replies to this tweet, I will retweet you. So let's go over there. I'll put that up right now. It's Roku. It's Sticky Note Nation. Hashtag Sticky Note, and you'll get a retweet on this one. More to come. Roku, nice winner on that one. Only 2 positions left, XPEV and Ford.
Uh-oh, here comes, what a recovery on Apple. That's just, I did reload on BABA, but that's not my attention right now. I just saw it wicked underneath VWAP, went right to a stop level, did not break it, and then shot right back up to 196. Apple went from okay to suddenly it looks strong again, and maybe this late run is going to give you a chance to take out this high. Ooh, it's hard not to. I wasn't going to take a long break here because Apple was feeling weak. Suddenly, I might like an ad through the current local top, 196.07. Again, sometimes when you're live trading, you're thinking it out, like where's my stop going to be? Look at the barcode here, 195, like 95. So top break, add to it, give it a really tight stop if it doesn't work to 195, 95-ish, couple of pennies underneath there, and that'll be the plan for Apple. So it looks like it's going to go. Let me see if I can get my stop order. If I have to do it manually, I might just punch manually because it's about to go. So there we go. Just got the break on Apple. Going to get my stop in, as I said, just underneath that 196. That's how fast things change in the market. Like a stock that looked relatively weak, wicks VWAP, and then just sees a wall of buyers come in and takes out a local high. And it goes from I'm not taking this breakout to I am taking this breakout in a matter of seconds. I'm not going to change my, I'm not going to hold it down to VWAP or anything, but this is one that I didn't want for a break just a couple of literally 15 seconds ago. I wouldn't have wanted this for a breakout. Suddenly we got it. Let's go to Brendan. Let's get the crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, it's been a grind this week. Continues to be, unfortunately, as far as action is concerned, limited. A lot of people were discussing, a lot of people were talking with so much economic data, and the Fed, of course, coming through this week. Maybe we finally get some sort of resolution up or down for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on. But really no such luck. It's been stuck in this range all week long. We broke to the downside late on Sunday, coming out of the weekend, back below 30,000. We continue to struggle with 29,000 now. Still just kind of chopping around. All the charts, basically, I looked through a few, looking very similar here. Green, for the most part, on the board today. Only 0.25% for BTC, Ethereum, 0.3 only to the upside, guys. It has been a bit of a quiet week for crypto.
It has. I actually wish it had been worse. And what's interesting is my barber, the last million haircuts that I've had, or pretty much every haircut this year, has been him asking about crypto. Yesterday, the conversation was Tesla, because Tesla pulled back a little bit. Like, it moved back a little bit, and he's like, what's going on with Tesla? I'm like, what do you want me to tell you? You're holding it for 5 or 10 years, and it pulls back a tiny little bit off the top, and you're asking me what's wrong with Tesla. And the problem's not with Tesla in that situation, is it? But it's fine. He's an absolutely great dude. It's just it's like there's investing and there's day trading. Right? Maybe you just don't look at your investment account every single day, because then you get anxiety. So Apple just made that move. I want to get back. I have not moved a stop on Roku yet, but it just wicked 83. Usually the rule would be if you fail a level like that, I move the stop up and bring it to like 82.5, probably like 82.30, something along those lines. Every trade's kind of a different trade. This is the 80 long, not the 77 or the 76 long at this point. So they've all been good, but each is kind of its own little bit of a beast. I think I'm trailing it now. I'm kind of talking myself into this one. So cancel stop. Oh, I already did that. No, I didn't. Cancel stop. You can't have 2 stops. So I'm going to put the second stop. We'll give it just underneath 82.25, and then see if it can go. If there's room on this one to get to 85, and I'll zoom it out. There's your date. Whoops, that's too far. If there's room on this to get to 85, like that's this level here, you got a breakout. There's all kinds of room to add to the position, to look for the out. And if it's going to punch through 83, I prefer I wouldn't want to add to like later on in lunchtime. I think at like 1:30, 2 o'clock is usually a better time to be punching longs, but I don't want it to fade back in here and then take away profits that's sitting deep in the money. So it can get to 85. I'll be out in front of 85 if it gets there. You want to give it a chance to go all the way. Like sometimes these stocks will absolutely surprise you in terms of how far they can go. You've mentioned Meta. I haven't looked at the chart yet. And I'm a little, whoops, went too far, went the wrong way. I want to go to the 15-minute. I'm surprised at how strong this is given what happened yesterday. Because yesterday, Meta couldn't find a bid. Now it can't find an offer. There's no red candles on this. I mean, the market's strong, but there's no red candles on Meta on the 15. You've already blown through the first level of resistance, or 2 levels of resistance, that big 18 level, 21. Now you're hunting for 325 to me is a different story. That was the breakout area at the open. That was right at 9:30 at the open. It failed, and then hang on to that price for 30 minutes and then drop. Like when we were long, getting bounce plays on Meta in the morning that was working, it was 25 it couldn't break. So if we get to 25 again, I'm thinking I want to be short at 325 on Meta. We're still $2 away. Maybe it happens during lunch, maybe it happens in 20 minutes, but when it does happen, I like the 325 short over there on Meta.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you and I had the same thoughts there about Roku. We got out at 83. I feel like holding it is probably, we've already talked about it. So, that's what trading's all about, man. Have an out when things don't go right, have an out when things do go right, because you don't capture profit until you capture profit, and not much else to say there. Got to give a big shout out to Brankos. Brankos moving up the leaderboard, so let's go bang for Brankos right now. I'm still gonna catch you, Brankos. I'm gonna catch you. Nice move up there for Brankos. We had the Madman coming on the show as well for a good trade there. Where's Brankos? There's Brankos. Give a wave. There he is. Oh, what's up with that? Oh, the pretty face Brankos. That guy's an assassin over there. So shout out to Brankos right now. He's got some good strategies going on, and I actually wanted to speak to him and just tell him that I've seen some of the trading he's been doing lately, definitely adjusting his style, and congratulations, Brankos, for that, man. And that's part of what you have to do. It's all about getting better and improving different styles based on the market conditions. Brankos had some big ones, so what's up with that right now? So that's a good one. There he is. Someone said, you know what, Brankos is the new Where's Waldo, because sometimes you can see them, on the side of your shoulder there, and sometimes we get those direct looks. So again, I don't know the next time they'll be hiring, but we will put out advertising for...
Probably soon.
Probably soon. Okay, so that's good. So we'll put that out. You can go and get taught. The only problem, with trading on this floor is you have to listen to me all day sitting here on the show. But I promise you, I don't make much noise between the times of 11 to 2 o'clock. So there is that as well. No, I don't. And that's the difference with what we're doing on the show. You got to rest up. Man, I mean, I'm not going to be yelling or anything like that. And you can see right now, we've completely changed our demeanor over the last little while. It's all about holding on to trades, letting things work out, and figuring out this market. And we'll do that all together, right? We've been slowly elevating our net as well, and that's what it's all about in what I think has been the summer of stocks here.
It's always the summer of stocks. It's just a matter of the types of moves you get. Like you've had, in terms of like... it's the types of moves. To me, like summertime is usually a different style of trading. Like this has been more explosive breakouts because you've had stocks, you've had small cappers running that kind of a thing. Usually it's a much more like scalping, patient thing in summertime, which can be very good. It's just you have to switch it to a different gear. Like how many breakouts were there today? I can't even count them. At least a dozen, probably 7, I'd say, that were pretty clean. Not just the ones that you could have had, but I mean the ones that we ended up taking. I did just say Apple broke down, so I did add to it. I still had some from 195.50. Added to it on the break. It couldn't hold on, so we get out of it. I'll be back to flat on Apple. Maybe not as strong as I would have liked, but I think if it continues there, it's worth it. Like, it's worth the risk on the stock, but I'm always going to have an out. And even if it looks bad as an out, it doesn't really matter because all your trades come down to the risk to reward at the end of the day, and we'll see if they can hold on. Something else I want to do. Before we go to Sector Watch, I have been meaning to get back to Tilray. So it did curl. I was again, and you pick and choose what battles you try to fight. I was able to short Sundial when Tilray turned yesterday. I did miss it. Either I'm sitting in it already, or I don't want to jump into this right now. But I mean, sitting into this one just as Tilray starts to turn, it was super simple. It just very slowly bled the entire day. I just missed my chance to get on the offer because there's so much else happening. Let's go to the desk. I think we've got Sector Watch with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, nice green market, nice green board to show you as we wrap things up for a Friday. A lot of strength coming back into tech as we saw the opposite occur at the end of the day yesterday. All of the NASDAQ essentially set to gap higher pre-market. We get a little bit of follow through depending on where you're looking. Meta leading the way right now, almost 3%. NVIDIA back to the upside. AMD as well. QCOM, nice day, 2.4%. Intel the leader, 5.25% after their earnings topped estimates if you missed it. Apple 1.4%, Google, Microsoft here, even Amazon 2.5% back higher. I mentioned that Tesla wasn't really doing a heck of a lot. It's been kind of quiet morning, but quietly 2.8% to the upside. More weakness in energy, some earnings names in that group today outside of XOM and CVX. The rest, though, are positive. Healthcare stocks notably weak heading towards the weekend here, but for the most part, nicely green right across the board.
Okay. Just an update. You may see another position that has been dumped off. So there it is. XPeng breaking below that 21. So we are out now of XPEV right there. Took the dollar, ran away from that one now. We'll wait to see what does happen now with XPeng, everyone's favorite Chinese EV.
Same time, BABA just broke down back underneath 100.
Yeah, I mean, look at the market.
Literally
The market's, I mean, the market's still okay. It's only up 1.5%, but you had that BABA trade, so
it's now through.
What was your trade there?
Several. I was long 100
Right,
two
okay.
times through, and then the third time it kind of was a charm. I did take one reload, but that's a dip buy in there. The dip buy scalped out there to 145, I think I got, and then it just broke the low. So not nearly as strong as, what was the other day? Not nearly as strong as, I forget what day that was. That was just Monday. When BABA continued and made like a $5 move to the upside. It's a similar looking chart in that you turn around pretty much around 11 o'clock. This one waited to 11:30, and then it turned. Today, we actually turned like an hour earlier. So not nearly as strong, but still a good breakout. And if you had the local break, it was better at 99. Like the 100, what are you going to do? You pick 100 and the 99's better. That's absolutely fine. And sometimes maybe that's just the plan of action. You just take the first local break on the Chinese ADRs because it wicked the bottom, trapped everybody that was looking for a short maybe, and then just took out the top at the 99 even. That's SIGA. I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of the small caps. And I feel like this was maybe a missed opportunity on SIGA. When I look back, I looked at the daily and was like, oh, wow. Well, that kind of turned around pretty much exactly where I think would have been the most obvious short. Like, once it breaks these highs at 650, oh, there's 7 the last time I had a consolidation before it dropped. 708 is the high. It goes to 701 and then drops like an absolute rock in the pre-market, puts in a lower high, tries again at the open, does the pop and fade, and then just completely dies. But I wasn't really looking at a lot of small caps today, so I'm not going to regret it because it was a good morning, but that's a great setup. If you're a mean reversion trader, this pretty much gave you an awesome shorting opportunity. I suppose if it holds out here at this bottom, it has a chance at a second bounce, but where would the dip by? Yeah, it's maybe it's a little, like 550, 540, the 50 period, previous support, underneath that breakout price. Another 30, 40 cents, I think I'd be interested in a long maybe on that SIGA.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to go 4 for 4 here today in what was another great morning. Again, thank you everybody for watching. We've really started to narrow down the opportunities that we're taking every day, and I think that that's been really working for us. We talked about yesterday and sort of stepping up there and really realizing that Meta wasn't our best stock, so we kind of switched off of that, and as you're noticing today, we're not on Meta at all. We're going to go perfect on Ford, Palantir, and XPeng there today. So, you know, just playing into the ranges, trying to trade stock that, you know, that we have written on there. And then I think the number one thing to trade is going to be momentum, names that are in play, which is, we haven't looked at Intel. I can call up the chart on that. It's not really doing anything. So that would be sort of the misstep of the day, just looking at that stock, but I don't have any trades in it, and it hasn't really been like anything for me to look at. One name that I just have up right here, you're wondering like, why do we have Sofi up? I just want to talk about this name. Look at this pretty aggressive move early down to 1915, then right back up. So you got a boom, boom. Now you're just settling down. This is just a name, I'm not going to be here Monday, but this is a name, Sofi, that's going to be on everybody's radar. So again, just like we've done to TDoc, just like we did to QS yesterday, and just like we did to Roku today, Sofi, I feel the same kind of ways about this name. Think that there's a possibility for this to go. And to be quite honest with you, Palantir is still, actually now, well, I told you once we got out of Roku, I'm up double what I'm up on Palantir, but Palantir is still the number 2 name here. We have Ford, Palantir, Roku, and XPeng. So it's not like it's a huge amount of trades today, but it was really just this. We got a gift down there early when it took to 701, but that came in anyways again, and we hit that to the upside. The important thing is here when you're looking at stock, and that's the thing about Roku bouncing around this $83 level, is that when you go back to past levels, like on Palantir, we had 1750 come in before. Actually, it looks better. I think it's on, is it right here? Yeah, so 1750 just came in last week, and then it dropped down to 16 right off of that level, right? So ran up there in the pre-market, and once it opened up, we got a flush completely down. So once you get back to that level, that's why in the pre-market I said a 17 break, we'll scalp it out, but the ultimate end game is 1750. So when you're looking at Sofi or something like that, if you're trying to buy options or you're looking at a play on this name, maybe it's time to even get some now. You're dripping down here. I think that on Sofi, if you break through this $10 level, which is all the way, now I have to wait for this chart to load, but is it going to load? No? Okay, so we'll go to the daily chart then. If you break that $10 level right here on Sofi, then I would just say level it up into this area right there, which is 13. So, I mean, that's a 30% move on Sofi, a little bit more than that, almost 40% on Sofi from this level. So just having a little look at that, that may be some sort of a play that we make on Sofi at some point. So that was just a little bit of a talk here, as the only position now that we have left, XPEV, I think is making a move back down, so that's good. Ford not doing anything, and Roku still continuing its march higher. But again, happy to get out here at 83. We'll take $7. It's going to be the number 1 stock for me, and we're probably done now until the afternoon unless AMD gets just a little bit closer. Oh, okay, now it fell back in. Okay, I thought AMD might still be on the upside there. It's not. That's a good level right there. We were waiting for 114.75. I still have that offer in, to be quite frank with you.
Quite frank. We're always quite frank around here. So the SPAC with the enormous float, that's AURC, doesn't have news. It's just a 425,000 float, which, you know, means it's not very liquid, obviously. So it's halted to the upside, 31.43. This move the other day, the tap is 33. Now, last time it went, it got to 39. You kind of know the drill here. It's done 259,000 shares. So that is firmly in the hell no, we won't go phase. Like there's always a volume level that like most people won't trade it. I would say 250,000 shares by 1050 and 3 halts or 2 halts or whatever it is, that might not be that liquid to be traded. But if you're swinging this or doing whatever with it, it is still headed to the upside. 39 is the big level on it. You're fresh high on Roku, so I'm going to be moving my trail up. If we tag 84, I'm moving the trail to the previous breakout, which is 83.30. So once 84 is tagged, the trail goes up to 83.30. If you break 84, 85 was the out anyways. I want out in front of 85 even. It is now 10:50. Let's go to the desk and see what's up with the Japanese yen.
Yeah, more downside today for the dollar coming off of what we saw yesterday late in the day following that headline. If you missed it, Bank of Japan going to look at, not necessarily implement yet, but look at expanding their otherwise pegged inflation or interest rates. Anyways, dollar trying to bounce here, guys. We had a bit of a choppy week coming off of the Fed, but suggestions of more pausing to come from Fed Chair Powell. Helping things out over the past couple of days. You can see big move back above that 101.5 going back to yesterday. We are back downside right now, but we did start the day back at 102 on the DXY. So negative once again, 0.2 to the downside right now. Yen is flying as it's been over the past couple of days, guys.
So as promised here, we are man of our word here. We've been retweeting and liking everybody that stepped up. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, the first guy on this one. Anybody that tweeted this trade of the day here from the sticky note or liked it or anything like that has already gotten likes and retweets. Thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls. There he is. Go follow him on Twitter. You want shout outs? You're going to get them. What's up to Patrick? Again, wow, good day for you.
Awesome.
Mr. Patrick. Wow. Okay. The FOMO is real. Good trade there, Patrick. You made a little more than me on that one. 19,000 on that Roku trade, so that's a great one there. What's up to Pranya? Thank you so much for the like. Yesterday's BTC, Russian spaceman investor. Good for that one. And then Jacob, thank you so much. So anybody that's on that, we'll see if we can get to you guys coming through. Thanks for all of that there on Twitter. All right. So what else to look at here? Oh, that's what it is. Meta. Okay, we're going to try it against 324, and then we'll wait. If that breaks and we are wrong on this trade right there, we saw this yesterday. This 324 came in a couple times, just came in again here on Meta. So I'm going to try that possibility for a short right there, just a little bit higher than this 323.50, something like that. If it does come in, I'm actually waiting at 323.70. So if that can come in another dollar higher, we'll give it to that 324. Probably if it breaks 320, if it probably gets up there, it might even wick higher, then maybe fall back down. So just be cautious on whatever your trade style is here for Meta. I'm going to give it one swing, and if it's a miss, then we will obviously be off of that name for a bit. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day here, heading into the close of the show, but we do have the midday madness coming through with your main guy, Sharif, followed by Max, and then Prad. So couple good trades coming through, hopefully from those guys. We've been talking about Max a little bit. He also did have that Alibaba trade. So congratulations to Max on that one right now. But it's been a great day trading here today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hitting the like and the subscribe button. Keep that going. Let's tell YouTube that you have now found the best trading show in the planet. So thank you so much for that one. Roku 8370.
New member Henry, shout out to Henry.
What's up, Henry?
Well, I just saw it in our program monitor when you guys see like new members pop up, super chats, all that. We actually see it when I point to it. We have a monitor so we can see what we look like on camera. Sometimes a good thing, sometimes a bad thing. But I've just moved my stop on Roku. I said if it tagged 84, stop goes to the local bottom, which right now it broke out here 83.30. That's 83.5. So if it fails 84, then I'm going to get trailed out. Underneath here at 83.5. If it breaks out, probably would take it out in front of 85 anyways. So several trades in it. It's been a great, strong upward trend. And at some point, all things come to an end. All good things come to an end, although it might not be done. You never really know. I didn't get to Neo, and it never broke the high, but it's still at 14. So I canceled my order when it got to VWAP for the breakout of yesterday's high, which I have to zoom out so you can see. That's 14.17. I was going to take a top break there. I canceled it when it pulled back into VWAP, but once it's above 14 again, I'm going to throw that back in for a top break on NIO. Sometimes the Chinese ADRs don't move in the afternoon, but if this is a bit of a delayed reaction, this is another one that I love on the daily chart. Zoom, 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 and like how many setups have we seen like this, right? You have monster levels going all the way back to 2022. You're rounding off the bottom, breaking out multiple levels on the way up, and you're trying to get through that last one here today. So explosive upside past here does also mean if it fails, it's a great short. Got to acknowledge that as well. But I like the long side of the trade. Once it's above 14 again, stop, breakout, long goes in for the afternoon for me. AURC, good look. Shout out to Darwin in the chat. Appreciate you. There are warrants on this. We should always say this. If a stock gets halted and there are warrants, you can look at that, usually actively trading, and then see what's going on with the price action. These aren't doing any volume because the main issue had done 250,000 shares. So these wouldn't do much volume either. A little bit of movement to the upside since that last halt, but 48,000 shares only. This is, to me, not enough volume to trade. AURC is open and is halting back to the upside. So you know what? If you went long off that last halt, you're still laughing. It's just still going upside. 39 is the big breakout price here, but it went from 259,000 shares of volume to 310,000 shares of volume. There is not a lot to sink your teeth into here. That means if it starts falling, good luck getting out. And to me, if you set a stop order and you can't figure out what price you would get on the way out or a reasonable approximation of it, then you can't decide risk in a trade. And if I can't decide risk on a trade. And if I can't decide that risk, I don't want to take it. I like to have some idea of if I want to get out here, I'm going to get around this price. Like if I put a BOVESPA stop when it reclaims 100, I'm going to get filled somewhere in the first 10 cents. I'm like 99.9% sure of that. With this, I wouldn't even know what to tell you. Maybe you're slipped $1, maybe you're slipped 5. That's way too much risk when it comes to trying to manage something because how much are you holding for? Where's your R&R? If you can't determine it, you don't have to worry about it. With 3 minutes to go, just circling back to Enphase, there was no pop to the high, so there was no short for me. I'll wait around for this to make a run at this high of the day and maybe take a shot at shorting it there. But it never happened in the morning show, so you don't have to trade it. If it doesn't set up, there was no long off the bottom at the open, there was no short off the top either. So don't have to force a trade in anything.
We destroyed Apple yesterday, and I'm thinking about another. We really did well on Apple yesterday, but we're thinking about another short here at 196, man. I mean, that's that's going to be a short. So if Apple does start to climb up a little bit, we'll start the position. I have an offer starting around 60. For that name. So we'll wait if that can come through. 195.60. It looks like it's trying to fade out a little bit right now. So all is good on that front. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But that's going to be a level that we're looking at right now. Right now I'm just in stone cold chilling mode. Palantir right now. Again, I like this start. I think 16. Where's my bid? 1671. We just missed it down there. I'm trying to play off this 1660 or so area. Right now, we try to make some bottoms right back into there. Doesn't really have anything to do with anything. I mean, yesterday's little drop-off spot there was 90 before making it all the way back down. But right into some of these support levels, 60, 61. So we could try some Palantir down there if that does make any sense. If that comes in, that's what we'll be looking for. So just a couple areas where we have some pending bids and offers in there. So we do have an offer on Apple, looking to take that short if it does come through. And what else do we have? Okay, we have AMD. I'm just running this through. We have a minute until we go over to our midday show again. So this is nothing until this gets to 115. That's a no. Oh, and then the other one, which I'm thinking we'll probably get, would be Meta. Meta's trying to go right now. We just actually touched. Did we just touch 40s again? Right there, 30s. All right. I don't know, man. Like, I don't want this name to be, I don't want to be in it too early in case, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, I'll put a small offer there. Like, I was waiting for 70s, but let's just go to 40 again for really small. And then we'll change our offer a little bit there at 74 just to see what happens on that one in case it does go back up to the upside. We want to have roughly the same amount of shares with a little bit less risk. So right there on a better price. So we'll wait to see if that can come up to the downside right now. There goes Apple. Apple just screamed up there. So no idea what that's all about. That's a pretty decent move there as the futures, well, I guess it's all about the futures. Futures come back up to the upside right there on the NQs. So we'll wait to see what Apple does. But I just said, we're going to start it right now. We do have a much bigger position in the 80s. If that can come through, then giddy up to Apple downside there. But first position's in now. Starter, we're not even worried about it. We're going to wait for 80s. Here's just coming right now into the mid 80s. 85 is where I'm waiting to see if we can get a little bit more short here on AAPL.
So before we get out of here, there's 1 minute till AURC opens. A couple of people have asked about the tap, like where is it indicating it's going to open up? I mean, it was at 45, then it was at 41, now it's at 40. It's flying all over the place. My guess is as it gets closer to the reopen, which is less than a minute away, or it's 5 minutes away, it might change again. But this is on an absolute tear. Be careful trading something like this. We can't say that enough. There's plenty of liquidity in other names. These are very, very dangerous, I guess more for like swing type plays. If you have a strategy that works though, more power to you. Congratulations. It's been a fantastic morning. I see Max and the professor are locked and loaded and ready to go. So without further ado, let's get it off of our mugs and make the transition.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is the Mad One Max. I'm Sharif, and it is Friday, last day of the trading week. Okay, well, I'll just get right to it. 4,600 has been in my purview, Max. Here on the ES, we've been flirting with it all morning, a little bit above it, a little bit below it. I'm in it currently. It's a bit tricky here for me, and I'll get to it. Here's the reason why. I mean, you look for, this is what I'm looking for essentially. I want it to flirt at the 4,600 level, and every time it dips below, buyers buy it back up. Every time it dips below, buyers are buying it back up. This is what I'm looking for, except it makes me nervous because it's a bit of a consolidation range. Anyway, we're very much near the highs on the day on the ES at the moment. 46.07 and a quarter technically is a high. We were just a quarter point off that level. Do we get continuity and start stair-stepping up? Well, where will we find resistance, or may we find resistance if we do start stair-stepping back up? You only need to look at yesterday's levels for resistance. Essentially, for me, I'm looking at 46.25. Yeah, we wicked up above it. We got up to 46.35, but the better level here, the majority of the time was spent at that 25 level. So that's where I'll be taking profit should we make it up there. Now, the ES getting a buoy and the NQ being buoyed as well after that aggressive mid to late day sell-off yesterday. 1.6% to the good here on the NQ September contract and 0.89, essentially almost 1% here for the ES, but it doesn't matter that we're up 1%. We need to keep going higher, otherwise I'm not going to make money. So shout out to everybody, shout out to the chat, and why don't you take us through your trades today, Max?
Yeah, I'm just getting out of this Tesla trade right now. That didn't really work out. Bad price, so have to bail on that. I was trying to play that kind of 4,600 bounce, but I don't know, just wrong idea here on Tesla. Too much size, too fast. I did have BABA today. I did not crush BABA. I don't know. I don't know what Sean was looking at over there. Not up particularly much on BABA today. Tried to make this work, but 98 was my level, and I was playing a whole lot of other levels today. I did get stopped out down here. Didn't want to hold it through a 98 break, which I guess was probably a mistake there. I was playing PG as well, which we will get to in a second. But yeah, then end up getting the 99 break, trying to take that into 100, stopping out a little far down, right in the middle, taking a loss there, and then it starts holding. You can see it's holding the teal. It's holding like the $0.50. They try to bamboozle people out here below that 99.50, and then 100 breaks, and finally we're kind of off to the races. So made some money back on BABA today, but yeah, definitely didn't crush it. The idea was good, just the execution wasn't there today, sadly. PG though was a pretty good trade today. This one took like 3 minutes to open. Like, what is this candle? This took 4 minutes for the stock to actually open today, which made it very hard to execute on. But I had the 155 on a pullback, added on 156, and then was getting out 157. I just tried the 157 break before I got on here, but a little bit of, I mean, it's not the time to take a break like that, obviously, and they kind of bamboozle it and then send it back up. So we can see maybe we can catch a dip back into like the 50 period here today. PG, great earnings report, and getting to some spots on the daily chart that makes sense for a breakout. If wow, that's a lot of dark pull wicks, but
holy cow.
157 is right here, and then that'll take you into 158. We crack 158, then we're into this consolidation zone, which is a range of like 165 down to 158. So, not a bad look for a potential continuation long today. That's pretty much all I had, I think, if I check the... yeah, I tried Intel. That didn't work. But holding 36, which was the key level, I actually did trade this after hours yesterday. Just a little cheeky 36 break into 37. So I figured that 36 level could be kind of the inflection point today. I tried it once, didn't work. Should have gone back to it because we did finally break out from there, and we've been kind of trending up ever since. Obviously, a little breakdown here, but we hold above that 36. Now, does a 37 break make sense later on in the day? Potentially, for that continuation through to 38-ish. This is 37 right here on the daily, pretty strong level. And then, you know, you've basically broken into a range of 37 into 39 and then 42. So potential today, certainly, on Intel to continue the trend.
Max,
what are you seeing?
I'm going to need an explanation here for Roku, bro. Because
Roku?
this doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, yeah, they had good numbers, good-ish numbers, 21% year-over-year increase in streaming, but there's only 1% of the U.S. uses this service, and I kind of feel like anybody can just replace it with a USB connection into an older TV, right, with your Google Chrome edition and stuff. I don't know, bro. Anyway, it's up big, big. The Katina man was on it this morning. I didn't touch it. I just thought it was absolute bupkis. He obviously saw something I didn't know, something I didn't know. 24% to the good, 84.71 high a day. Guys, we closed yesterday on Roku at $68.25. Sure, the earnings came out at about 607 or so, 610, whatever it was. We rocketed up. Wicked up to about 77.50. 8 o'clock, we were basically range bound at $74. We stay at 74 the majority of the morning, and then the bell comes in, and oh baby, it pumps to the high side. Didn't look back. 75 was just a distant memory, and now we are knocking on the door of 85 as we have an 84.71 high. Roku killing it today, man. I mean, this name got absolutely demolished last year as, you know, a lot of tech sold off. You needn't look far. Just look at the daily chart here. Look where we were. November 2021, that's when Papa Powell got on the mic and said inflation was not transitory. And oh, baby, did stocks take a dive. We were at $350 on this bad boy. And, yeah, now we are, we're in the 80 air. Let's look at the technicals because since December, essentially since the beginning of this year, it's been a series of higher highs and higher lows. You get the golden cross, even though it looked a little bit range bound, you get the 50 crossing the 200 back early mid-April. Obviously, it retraces back a bit into $50, but it has been creating higher highs and higher lows. So an interesting stock, possibly for a swing, possibly for a long-term. Or in any event, let's see what the price action dictates on the day, and it's hard to determine anything because it just doesn't retrace. It just keeps making higher highs.
I checked the short float on this morning. It was
high,
only 10%. Yeah,
which
but
is,
like that's not as much as you would have expected for a move like this.
25,
I was thinking it would have been like 20, so I just wrote it off and didn't trade it. But that 76 level was where I wanted to get long, and it ended up being pretty good.
Well, you and Sean obviously saw the exact same thing. I didn't believe in this. I thought this was absolute trash, but you know, what do I know? Anyway, I'm obviously wrong, and it is rocketing up. Have all sorts of FOMO. I'm fighting FOMO like you guys wouldn't believe right now. We're talking about $85 coming in. But
I mean, at some point, it's got to be a short. And it's probably going to give you a decent move back down, but you could average into that until $100 today.
Right.
I'm about to take a breakout on yesterday's high on Meta. Yesterday's high was just below 324.50, so I'm going to take 324.50. Well, maybe we opened a little higher yesterday, but basically couldn't trade above 324.5 yesterday. So I'm going to take this breakout and potentially add on 325 for a bigger move. I think, you know, Meta probably still has more in it. This move has been crazy. Getting in at high of day is also kind of crazy, but you know, we're taking out a breakout price at this 324.50, and then, you know, 325 is going to have a magnet into it. So I'm thinking that, you know, we kind of go directly into 325. Then you can make the decision on whether to get out or not if 325 fails.
Got another upgrade today.
Yeah, of course.
It's constantly getting like daily, pumps it up another 2-3%, another upgrade, another price target increase, another 2-3%.
Yeah.
So
Maybe we see 400 today. Who knows?
Sharif is married to the money. No, I'm not. I'm always single. Perma single.
Married to the markets.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be so crazy as to do that, right? All right, guys, let's talk about some more earnings plays that came in today. You saw FSLR and the Enphase debacle, one going up, one going down. But then Enphase really kind of gave, First Solar kind of gave everything back up. Let me just put up the ticker real quick so you guys can follow along. FSLR is First Solar. You'll recall Papa Biden getting on the mic yesterday, taking credit for this one, pretty quick, trying to, cite the Inflation Reduction Act as helping prop up green energy, et cetera, et cetera. It got a fantastic move up at the bell. 405 it reported. It big boyed up from that 199 level all the way up to 219 and then kind of retraced back a bit. Closed off 8 o'clock at around that $214 area. We open up the pre-market even better than we closed out the aftermarket yesterday. 645, the volume starts coming in and we make it all the way up to 225. But that is as good as it would get on the day, or at least so far, because then you have a big boy Huadunk. Look at that, 225, and it does not stop until it sees 194.22. That's the low of the day. Possibly a bit of a double bottom here brewing as we defend yesterday's close at that 198 level. Confirmation, possibly for another long here. Maybe the break of the peak here at $203, which also happens to be VWAP currently. Who knows if it gets up there where VWAP will be. So First Solar, definitely on my radar. This one is the retail side of the solar game, right? Now, the more manufacturing side of the solar game comes vis-a-vis Enphase. And what do? They make basically a converter, an adapt, whatever it's called. I'm not a science guy. Essentially, it basically takes the solar power and helps convert it into power that the battery can hold. And you'd think that, that they were interrelated somewhat. Anyway, Enphase saying that they could not, spur demand as much as they wanted to because of cheap energy in states like Texas and Arizona, where there is a lot of sunshine and where you assume that there's going to be a lot of solar farms. I know I saw a huge solar farm 2 years ago on the way from LA to Vegas. It blinds you like 10 miles away because they all reflect at this mirror and they all energize this mirror, and then it's crazy. Anyway, so basically saying that they couldn't get as much demand as they wanted for their capacitors, and as such, they sold off heavy, down 10 1/3%. It was actually down worse earlier on. We touched that 137.5.
Here we go on Meta, Sharif.
Go for it.
Meta about to take out this 325, so I got the order to get longer at 325. I don't know, looking like a lot of buying going into the level. There's 600 lots, or no, that's like 900 lots on the ask, about 1,000, I guess. So possible big breakout here on Meta, huge level. I don't think that we've touched this in market hours. So let's see what happens on this one. That 330 is the earnings high. So looking for that as like the ultimate out, but not expecting that right away. Kind of expecting like 60 cents on this breakout, and then see if we can get $1.50 after that. So here we go, a little bit of reserve on the offer 98s, printing a lot of 98. Somebody trying to get short in front of this level. Let's see if they get smoked after we break it. Still 98s, 95s, but we're holding up here. The trend is strong. Good volume on the day for Meta. 15 million is pretty decent for this name. And I figure once here we are. All right.
Here we go. Let's go.
325, kind of diddling with the level. Time to take off now. All right, 15s, 17s, 20s. Let's go, Meta. Let's go. Pump it up. Come on. Here we go. There we go. All right, now Meta's starting to lift off. Looking for 326. Looking for that 60 cents for the first profit on this one. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty good break, actually.
Good job, Max.
Yeah.
Keep going. You'd like, well, anyway, the ES is making new highs. We just got to a new high here on the ES as we look to go 1% on the day, 46.08 1/4. I just took yeah, we'll see. We'll see where this one goes, but I'm looking for 46.25-ish area. that is the level that I like from yesterday. It's a level we danced with quite a bit. Look at the amount of consolidation, albeit in the pre-market at that level on lighter volume. But look, we make a bigger move up and we go right back to that 46.25 level. So that is where I will be looking, somewhere in this vicinity here. You know, ideally you want to make new highs, but then we're talking 2-3% territory here. In case you're just joining us, we got PCE. Purchasers, consumptions, expenditures, and that is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, and it came in line with expectations. In fact, I believe, was a month-over-month lower, or was it year-over-year? One thing was 0.1% lower, and essentially it was in line, and so we got a nice, we're getting a nice little bump off that, and then we got the Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock, and that seemed to give the market a second buoy as we continue to trend up from that release. So we'll see how you fare on the rest of the day. Some other names that reported today that we did not discuss: Intel. This one was very interesting. A 307% year-over-year increase from revenue coming from their foundries. All the while most of their other divisions flounder, this kind of helps give credence to the theory or the idea that this may be, you know, their new trajectory where they want to be a producer of chips for other designers rather than being a vertically integrated company who designs, produces everything. So a good look there. Pat Gelsinger was on TV yesterday. He was pounding the desk. He was trying to make the case for them. A lot possibly here to come for Intel. A nice big move up there from that $34.50 close. We got all the way up to $37.37 yesterday in the no, we got higher. 37 2/3 we got up in the aftermarket yesterday, and that was after the call. So I remember seeing the initial spike up at the release at 4 o'clock, and then the call started around 5:05. I was watching this live at home. And then you saw it pump up again as analysts liked what they heard from Mr. Gelsinger on the call yesterday. So we'll continue to watch that. Oh, baby, we are pumping up on the ES here, Mad Max. We're going to take another little out there as we pump through that 46.10 area. 46.25 incoming, question mark?
Maybe. Meta's trying to go here. Some size got filled on the offer. There's been some size on the bid, so I'm just kind of waiting to take profit on the next leg up here. I like how we just held there. There's some buying coming in at that 325 level. Obviously, we're very high on the day, so you got to be careful with this. But you know, I'm liking what I just saw there. Just wicks below and then buys straight back above. And you know, they're showing that they're willing to fill size on the offer up here at high of day. So just want to see this get through that 325.50 again, and then see if we can take profit at 326, 326.5, and then, you know, maybe we get up to that 328.50 that we were at before the market opened on yesterday.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Losing my mind a little there. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think just chill on this, hold it, wait. I don't want to take. I took 25% out, but I don't want to take a lot out because I believe that we can like really trend and spike up on this move. So we'll see. Tesla just blew through that high that I was long at, so had to be a little more patient with that one. And Intel's coming into that 37 pretty quickly, so I'm wondering if that's a decent breakout. We really need to hold this break on the ES here above this 46.09. We are up 1% already. NQ up 2% today, so that whole move down has been retraced back to the upside yesterday. This market is just chop central, but you know, if we can get back up to 16K today, you know, we can see some pretty crazy levels on some of these stocks. As Meta looks like it's pulling back into the teal right now. So maybe just trust the teal, trust my first entry at that 324.5 for the out here, and look for the bidding to continue as the market's still taking out highs. So trying to be pretty stubborn with this Meta position at the moment.
Another AI name, I should say, popping up today, Max. GFAI, one that we're most of the viewers of the show will be familiar with because we talk about it often. Guard Force AI. Yeah, they just use the AI name. It's a $45 million market cap. So, you know, this is an intraday trade only, at least for myself, kind of stock. We are at day's high, $6.70. I'm not seeing any specific catalyst for this other than to say chip stocks climb. I'm assuming, you know, because of the relation with AI and chips, everything is GPU based now, or the hype is, not actually. This might be getting a buoy from that, but I don't see any independent catalyst. If the chat has anything, perhaps tag me in it, but this one moving up nice, closed off the day at 575, just touched 670 now, so almost 95 pennies. Yeah, come on, Sharif, you can do math. 95 pennies off the bottom, Max. Let's look at more of a wider picture to see where we can find possible areas of resistance here. We have broken through the high of the last 2 days, so we'll have to go back to Tuesday here for another resistance level. And it looks like that 7 3/4 level is an interesting level here on GFEI. We wicked up right above there, but then rejected off that level. So possible resistance there. 775 is the level I'm talking about on GFAI. Currently 7 pennies or 6 pennies or so off the high. Strong name, up 15%. We'll keep watching that. But all the while, baby, my eye is on the ES as it continues to churn up, Mr. Mad Max. Here we go, 46.12. Now we are 1% to the good.
We are definitely flying here. Loving what I'm seeing out of these tech names. Meta just kind of waiting, I guess, to continue the trend here. Somebody on 37 trying to get filled, and they get filled. So let's get back above these 50s. Let's get back above 60s. I was looking at yesterday, 325.70 was kind of the high before we broke down in the market, and we kind of broke down from 326. So I'm thinking if we break 326 as we make another new high, let's go. Let's go, Meta. I think 326 is that kind of breakout price until 326.60. So see how that goes. Trying not to take any more profit on this. Still have 75% on board for the move.
Love it.
The move is the idea. The scalp ain't the idea here. So let's keep going. Some people trying to get filled on 73s there just in front of high of day. If that gets filled, I think we take out 326 quite quickly here. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like people are trying to get short here above 325. So it could be interesting to see what happens if we start to get away from there, like where are these people stopping out if they are indeed getting short. And I think that size just got filled there.
How high do we get when we hit local highs there on Meta after earnings?
After earnings was 330 exactly.
Exactly, eh? Okay.
So 330 is kind of the target for me on this trade. I don't know that we get there today. That would be kind of a big move. Not kind of a big move. That would be a very big move. But Meta has the juice to do that kind of a move. That's only another couple percent here, right? Like what's 1% on Meta? $3. So 2 more percent, I guess, to get to that 330. I think Meta easily has that in it as the NASDAQ just keeps taking out highs. ES just keeps taking out highs. So yeah, I think I might just set the profit taker here at 326.5.
Juan Tran says we need a pump it animation. I can't, for the life of me, understand how that didn't come to me on its own. I'm sitting there yelling, pumping it all day.
Yeah, you pump it all the time.
Right? No pump it animation. Absolutely. We already have the Huadunk animation in production.
Oh, yeah?
We were shown a quick preview of it yesterday, but it was so fast we couldn't even really see it. But it's being adjusted. Shout out to the production team. Dan. NQ bounced perfectly off the 20-day moving average overnight. Off to the races, banked 135 points on the NQ today, tagging myself, Sean and Neil.
Wow.
That's big boy money right there. Dan gets the money spin for him. Good friend and regular viewer of the show. Shout out to you, Dan, and shout out to Milwaukee over there. I hope the weather is holding up. Today's a much less humid day in Toronto. We can bear it a little bit more. We can't hang with the heat, man. We're not made for the heat out here, man. We're Canadian. All right, let's talk another stock that's moving on the day. Everybody is yelling about, what was everybody yelling about right now? People asking about QuantumScape. That was kind of yesterday's push, but I'll have a look at it again. QuantumScape reported. This company has had all sorts of problems after the last year. Whoa, QuantumScape looking fab right now. What is this, bro?
Did it take out that 12?
It took it out, and it took it out in spades, my friend, because it is at 1264 high. It is dancing at the highs right now. Bull flag continuation, breakout through the opening range, a nice consolidation, but it holds at 1170, and then boom goes a dynamite as it pops up into 1265 right now. As I was saying prior to being enthralled by this stock, is that it's hit it. I did awesome by accident. Sorry, you did it. Okay. The Katina man hitting. Yeah. Look at all you need to do is look at the daily or weekly on QuantumScape, and you can kind of get an idea of what happened here. This was supposed to be the savior for the battery technology for electric vehicles. It stops degradation. It charges faster. They use this marble kind of sheet technology. It's supposed to be a lot better than the metals that are being used now. That was all in principle. It was all in theory. They couldn't execute in the same way that they had, you know, suggested. Investors did not like that. They had multiple class action lawsuits over the last 2 years, and now it looks as if they may be making some progress, but they need more money. Someone in the chat was telling me yesterday that they needed more money in 2025. They don't need more money currently, which is not what I was told. So I actually didn't read that for myself, by the way. So anyway, on the day, it is a fabulous stock. Where do you get it in? I mean, it's kind of the same thing as Roku. You can't punch in at these highs. You need some sort of retracement. Maybe if it comes back to 12, we can defend it. Obviously, 12 was an area of resistance. Could it act as an area of support? The Katina man has now taken a short against Roku, so eye out on that. Anybody following Sean's trades, Sean short Roku. I mean, QuantumScape, right? No, he's short Roku. He's short Roku at 85.50. That's after he wrote it up for like $7 clubs. We're gonna call it $7 clubs from now on. Hit it. The Katina man is also short Apple, guys. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I got stopped out of Meta, but it's holding that 324.5, so I might just get right back into this. If it wants to hold and take out 325 again, I feel like I should try it again, but we'll see here. Looking for this kind of 324.80 area to break. I might actually just write this off because, you know, the edge is kind of gone. We took out the level, we took out the next level, we couldn't go. So actually, I've convinced myself to not take that. Tesla's at 265 right now. Where's Tesla? 265, so you know, lesson in execution here. The stock is going up, you're trying to get long, and you're just buying the wrong prices in the wrong way. You know, taking out this 263.50 level again would have made sense for the long, and maybe 264. I'm not sure if that was clean. I'll look over my other chart. Yeah, that 264 was clean. 263.50 was basically clean. So you know, you got to be a little more selective in the way that you execute, and you know, I could be in like a couple dollar winner on Tesla right now, as well. So, yeah. And that 260 or 323.50 on Meta is interesting. If we get back down there,
absolutely, that 323 area is all interesting in general. It was a nice little consolidation area there,
and it's like a clean breakout there with like a quintuple top. So, and that's where the that's where the 50 period is. So if we get back down there, that's where I would try the long again. Yeah. What else?
This, bro? AURC? Oh my goodness. What is this?
Yeah.
Small cap capper du jour, baby. AURC. Let's talk a little bit about it for all my small cap capper fans out there. AURC. Let's put the ticker in so everybody can follow along. This is a 5-minute on it. All right, what do we got here? Let's talk a little bit about the composition of the stock. Oh my goodness, a 410,000 share float. I'm gonna have to verify that with Trade Ideas. Give me a second. AURC, Aurora Acquisition Corp. Float. Trade Ideas even has it smaller. It says 210,000. Make a long story short, it's micro float, okay, and therefore very dangerous. What do? They're a SPAC. Okay, so it's a blank check company. I think this came on my radar a couple of days ago. It's just things happen. Oh yeah. This one's been moving all week. Yeah. Pardon me? The Katina man is taking Apple and Roku short, and they're both working for him at the moment for anybody following Sean's trades. So AURC kind of got off the schneid on Monday, made its move through that $10 SPAC area, and now we're talking about a $46.59 high on the day. Let's go to the 5-minute. In fact, let's go to the 1 minute, because this was a multiple halter. And it has to be said, the liquidity on this is quite suspect, and now it is trending back down into the VWAP area around 37. What's the spread on this, man? Let's look at the actual trading screen on AURC and get an idea about what this nutty stock is doing. Here we go. The spread, only $1. Not much. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. That is very spready and quite dangerous, meaning that if you were to get in and get out just at the exact time, you would probably lose $1, right, per share. So that is a dangerous proposition, and you have to adjust your size and your risk based on that. So make sure you're making those adjustments. But AURC, very strong. It's been strong all week. It reminds me of, like the HKDs and stuff like that, where it just has multiple 100 days, 100% days. Anyway, it halted up a few times today. I believe 3 up halts, no down halts at VWAP right now off 37.50. So we'll keep an eye on that. The other one has been this View, VIEW. It's another small cap capper du jour. I don't know anything about it. Let me just put in the ticker quickly here, and we'll talk a little bit about the deets of this company, VIEW. All right, what's this one all about? I got nothing on it. So let me go to company profile. I got nothing on it here. Let's go to trade ideas, VIEW, View Inc. What do they do? No, Trade Ideas doesn't know either. So yeah, we're kind of going blind here. They have earnings August 7th. That's all basically I can tell you. Do they have a catalyst? I don't see a catalyst for it. So essentially, I'm going to stay away from this. If anybody knows why View's moving in the chat, let me know. But yeah, up big. 50%, essentially 49.82%, multiple halters to the upside, and now 1 halt to the downside, flirting with VWAP here, Max.
I'm short Roku here with Sean there. Going to stop out if we take out that 85.30 that we just went to, but I'm liking the idea of 85 holding here, and we've made a ridiculous move up, obviously 25%. So you got to stop somewhere. I think 85 is a good level to stop at. Good round even level, so kind of averaged in, and we'll just stop out at the high here. If it kind of wicks the 85.50, I would try again, and I do maybe want to add to this back through 85 again, but I don't want to get too big into this one. I think if we take out this 84.70, which is, I believe, yeah, that is where we went, 84.70, so add on 84.69 kind of back through, and then try to get through the 50 period. If we're going to give up the trend, this could be a great trade. Could get a couple dollars out of this one if it is legit, but I'm not going to get stubborn with this. This name has been obviously strong today, so if you're trying to get the trend reversal trade, you have to give yourself as many shots as possible. If you get stubborn and try to average into it, you're going to get smoked. So I ain't trying to do that, and just trying to get a good trade, get a winner on, and then find spots to add to it. And VWAP is all the way down at $82. So, I mean, if we get a VWAP retracement today, that would be pretty nice. We haven't touched the 50 period all day. We haven't really broken the teal all day. We did here. So if we can continue through the teal and then maybe get that 50 period break as we start to move down here. So yeah, I'm gonna add through that 70 price if we get it. I'll just punch another kind of double the amount and try to get through there. Maybe back into 84 for the first covers, and maybe we get back into this 83.50 kind of area, and potentially then trend down to VWAP. But if we do end up at VWAP today, I think I will not have very much of this position left. Like, getting a couple dollars out of a Roku is a pretty solid trade as a trend reversal, I think. Yeah.
All right, sub $1 small cap capper. Almost caught me there. UFAB, Unique Fabricating. No news. This trades on the pink sheets, by the way. So it is an AMX stock. The company came out this morning and said, we have no news to announce at this time that would account for the recent increase in trading activity of its common shares. This bad boy is up 70, almost 75 points on the day. Look when this started get going here. It started moving yesterday, weird time, 3:30, and it made a big boy move all the way to 35 pennies. I'm being sarcastic by that, at the close. But then the continuation continued. The continuation continued. Can you believe it?
Really?
Right? In the pre-market, Max, at 4:50 a.m., we had unusual amounts of volume, but it's been stair-stepping all day. Sub VWAP at the moment, trying to hold on to 37 pennies. What is the float on this? 9.6 million shares, which is very small for a sub $1 stock. So again, be careful with this one, but up big on the day and gives you lots of potential for an up move. The only halt on the day, I believe, is a down halt. Let me just verify that. Yes. So we moved up organically until this about 15-minute halt here from around 10:20 to 20-minute halt, I should say, to 10:40. And then we've been kind of breaking down, going below VWAP. The only trade I have on, guys, at the moment is this ES trade. We're a bit of a consolidation range at the moment after making a new high at 46. Sorry,
Okay,
46.14.
Roku.
Go for it. Wow.
Roku's starting to flush now.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
so
get on
now
that.
we have a great trade on Roku. Looking for this to flush into 84 for the first cover, maybe like 84 teens, and then get into that 83.50 kind of area for, you know, does it bounce somewhere there? Does it continue there back down to VWAP? We did just get a nice little spike right there back up, so they are rebidding this quite quickly. I think now the stop is going to be 85, but you know, if I see something that I don't like, I'll just bail on this pretty quick. Kind of wicking the 50 period, but you don't want to overreact to those kind of instant rebid moves because people are trying to buy the dip on this name. It is a very strong stock.
Good point.
You have to let those people who are buying the dip get stopped out to the downside. So, yeah, I mean, maybe I should have had a bid there in like the 30s, but I just, I mean, that happened so quick that we'll see if this continues. If we get back above, you know, 84.90, probably just bail on this because that would be really strong after this down move. But looks like we're getting more and more selling. There's some size on the bid here that just got filled, so then filled out that guy at 46s. Then we should be trending down. If we break down below this 84.35 really quickly here, that would look extremely good for the short. But
Someone's telling you that there's a big buyer at 84.20. Who's this person?
84, yeah, of course.
Is that accurate? Secret Treasures says there's a big buyer at 84.20.
84.20. I did
see
not.
anything there?
I didn't see anything, but I mean, I do believe at 84.20 being that you know, 420 number. But
Flew right over my head there, bro.
yeah, I
Didn't
think
even
they
notice
might be
that.
joking. I think they might be joking on that one.
All right, whatever. I'm so naive. I am. Microsoft at day's highs, guys. An interesting look here on Mr. Microsoft, 2.18% to the good. It's pumping through that 338 level. This has absolutely been destroyed the last few days off that earnings. You could call it miss. You could call it whatever you want. Let's go to the
Well, it's
half an
just
hour
because
here.
they said they're going to be spending money, basically.
Well, it
right?
was a couple of other things too.
Yeah?
Like, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
But anyway, 365 was where we kind of topped out out there before the earnings call, and we've been stair-stepping down. Sorry, that wasn't the earnings call. This was the big move last week. I wasn't even here for that. This was the earnings miss. Sorry, on July 25th. A big move up over here. But since that time, it's been down and to the right, making newer lows and lower highs. So interesting look for Microsoft here, looking to bounce off that 330. Was it?
Wow.
Was 330 a level in the past? You good?
just got stopped out of Roku.
It's an animal.
That looked like such a great trade, and then suddenly just spikes up right into
Bounced off
85,
the 50.
stops me out. Did bounce off really clean off the 50 there. I can't say that I was expecting that to happen like that, but is what it is. This one apparently wants more. What's the next stop on the daily chart on Roku? Like, I mean, $100 says Prad. I mean, he's not wrong. This stock is nuts. What is that? 89, yeah, $90, and then you got 100. I mean, I don't know. When I was thinking about taking the 76 break this morning, I was thinking of getting like 77.50 out of it. Maybe $80 was like my ultimate target. The fact that we're above 85 right now and still like filling a lot of size on the offer. Someone got filled for 100 lots on 90 there, and then they break another 100 on 85 even. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm
Crazy
not a big
moves.
believer in this company, but
am
maybe
not a
I'm just
believer.
stupid, right? So, but I just don't believe in this type of thing. I mean,
Yeah,
I feel
yeah, I
it's
mean-
so easy to duplicate. Their
would
user
never-
base essentially is what's the value in this company, because everybody and their mother has these smart TV plugins that you can put
exactly.
in through HDMI or however you want, right? Like,
Or just a smart TV. Every TV sold is a
well,
smart
they
TV
come
now.
packaged with smart
Exactly.
TVs. That's the thing, right? And so, like, anyway, it's not my kind of play. But anyway, intraday trading is a completely different beast. As somebody in the chat told me earlier on, something I didn't really need to hear, but obviously I want to reiterate it for people. Don't trade the fundamentals. You invest the fundamentals and you trade the technicals. At least that's how it was taught. So in any event, we're continuing to move up here on the ES. We're looking to make possibly a newer high here. I'm sitting at 46.16. I've got in originally at 46.01. So we're about 15 or so points in the money on this futures trade, letting this one hopefully trigger me here at 16. Here comes 15. Oh, baby. Let's go, ES. Here comes 15. Let's go. The NQ pumping as well. It's much stronger than the ES, almost 1% better at the moment, 1.98% to the good on the ES as we pump up through 15.88075. That's the high on the day on the ES. Maybe looking to go back to that 15.9 that we've been rejecting a little bit here. Let's go to the half an hour. This is what I'm talking about. Every time we touch 59, right, we seem to find that as a level of resistance. 16,000 did come into play last week when I was on vacay, but it was quickly retraced
Very
down,
quickly,
Max.
yes. But I mean, it looks like we're headed there today, right?
Yeah, it does
I
look
mean,
like that, yeah.
I would put a bet on us touching 16 today. Seems like there is no offer on this market. I'm back onto Meta. Just put a 325 top in, and it's kind of bouncing off of this 324.5. So I'm going to try to get a dip trade here at 324.60 area, and then add through that 325. You're absolutely smoking it.
Yeah.
Money.
And yeah, Roku back below that 85. So I got a little bamboozled there on that one. Looks like it actually does want to come down there. Come on, Meta, fill me.
Max, there goes the ES to the north side. Here comes 46.17, question mark, no, exclamation point, baby. Here we go, new high a day, 46.16 and a half. We take out that pop at 46, a smidge below 46.16. I got a little too excited there and didn't want to I didn't want to wait for the level, so I canceled it and took a little bit below. But here we go, we pump up there. What's the level on the ES? Let's have a look here for possible areas of resistance on our friend, the ES September contract. Go here, half an hour. All right, yeah, I already talked about this, sorry, 46.25. I already know this. So we're gonna leave the remaining portion for that 46.25-ish area, pop, and then we'll see what happens from there on in. But it's been a good trade so far on this, and I'm going to leave it to be. Let's see what else is moving on here. Someone was asking me about AMD. And now, guys, AMD reports Tuesday. And we're going to be listening intently to hear what Miss Lisa Su has to say about the new blue jacket she's going to wear. No, I'm kidding. Of course, she's going to be talking about AI, GPUs, and this is something that's going to be very much in focus as investors will be listening quite intently. Now, the winner so far, everybody knows, has been NVIDIA, but AMD, no such either. And we're definitely watching to see whether they can throw their hat in the ring and whether they can take some market share from the giant that is NVIDIA. Anyway, on the day, technically it's sound. It's been higher highs and higher lows for the majority of the morning. 3%, over 3%, 3.17% to the good. Not quite making it up to 115 yet with a 114.86 high. I mean, I don't have a play on this, okay? Because I didn't have levels on this earlier. I wouldn't be taking intraday levels on this. If I was going to trade this stock, it would be off a multi-day time frame. So let's go to our half an hour here and see where we are finding the levels. Now, clearly we have that ugly double top that presents itself here. Last week we pop up to 122 a couple of times, and then Huadunk, we get all the way down. We defend that 110 area. 110 area holds quite well. You have to like that. Yeah, sure, we wick down below, but the majority of the time we are above that 110 area. So where are we? Roku, go Max, go Max.
I'm out of Roku. I got stopped out of that. But yeah, that would be almost $1 in the money now. That's too bad for me. Got bamboozled there. I'm back into Meta though, above 325. This looks like it wants to go. So you know, I got in a little bit below, a little bit above, looking for the trend over 326 here. Market's still at the high. I think 16K is incoming, so I got to get long something here. I'm gonna stop out for like 30-cent loss on this one. Not gonna hold it much further than like 80s. Where was that? Yeah, but I'm expecting this to go. I don't think I will be out of the money at all on this one, really. Meta should take out this high very soon. Consolidation breakout here. Trend continuation. We'll see if we can get to that 5%, and then potentially get to that 6 to 7%. I think 6% would be that 330 level, or yeah, 330, not 430. I'm thinking NVIDIA there. As NASDAQ at the high again, trying to take out that high of 15,886, 15,900 incoming. Yesterday's high 15,903.
Donconia says VIX and oil dropping on the 5-minute. Looks like Sharif may be on the hook to buy a round of steaks instead of beers.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty rich, bro. I mean, come on. ES tanking a little bit now. Not tanking, but retracing off the high, 46, 16.5. We're down into the 13s. As you know, we're obviously going to retrace. It just doesn't go one way. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we'll look for an out if we need it. Right, my out will be around that 4,600-ish area, right? So we got in here around 4,601. We'll see how the rest of the day looks like for the future. All right, let's go to Roku here, because the guys keep talking about Roku. All right, what are we doing here? So we just broke the 50 here, Max.
Yeah.
Hold on, no, that's Meta. Okay,
Yeah,
we
this
just
is
broke
Meta.
the 50. We're looking to defend 84. 24% of the good, man. But you know what? Like, that 82 level looks scrumptious because with a nice consolidation area there, and VWAP is around there. So if the shorts can start working here, we could have a nice little move back. Goodness knows that we have a long way to retrace down. The gap is far and wide on this one because we boomed yesterday in the aftermarket, and then we boomed again at the open today on Roku. So lots of possibility to move down. Let's see what else is popping off here. AMD short, says the Katina man. Let's have a look at that. We have AMD already on here, so let's pull up the 5-minute. There we go, 114.86 high. We're retracing now. The Katina man has just passed me the sticky note, and it reads as follows: AMD 115 short sell SS. If Intel fails, then this should be good up here also.
Now just open the chart.
Have a look at the chart. It's open. Let's zoom out so everybody knows that this is AMD. There we go. 115, rejected yesterday. Doesn't even make it to 115 today. 114.86. Essentially, the idea is the same, though. And the bang comes in. Oh, I thought it was going to be a bang, but the idea, even more appropriate. Apropos in this case. The Katina man is covering, by the way. He's covering a little bit, not the full position. 114.86 rejection right now on AMD. Guys, this reports Tuesday. Look out.
Yeah, that I actually had 115 as like a breakout level today on AMD if the market really ripped, but apparently remains weak. I got to stay short side for my trades on AMD, as I kind of always have been. Looks like we're getting some buying on our friend Tesla above that 265 level. Gives you kind of a easy way to get into this. 264 break, and it holds that 264 30 area, and now pumping up. Next stop for Tesla, I would say that 267.5 from, was that yesterday? That was yesterday. What a crazy move that we had yesterday. 267.5 is where we topped out yesterday. 270, obvious breakout level. I mean, I don't think that breakout makes a whole lot of sense at 270 on Tesla that I was trading at 258 off the open, but longer term, maybe on Monday, 270 breakout makes sense to me. I mean, does this market continue just all day without pulling back? Who knows? I guess it's possible. I think we probably tried to touch yesterday's high pretty soon here.
That's what I would appreciate if that happened, Max. So if you
too
can get
would
off the
appreciate
phone
that,
too.
Yeah, that guy is he's dead. So
He's dead to you?
no,
Or
that,
he's like
that
dead.
actor is dead.
I don't even know who that is.
Bogdanov.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop talking so that I don't sound any dumber than I already am. Brandon Schuster.
It's twins, I think. That look the same. I think they both died.
No idea.
Yeah.
Prad knows the story. I guess we'll ask Prad when he comes on. Brandon Schuster, $1.99 super chat. Thanks very much, Brendan. He asked, would solid AMD earnings report help or hurt NVIDIA? And my answer to him in the chat was, typically when there is a strong report from one person, one company in the sector, it's typically followed by sympathy plays to the high side or the downside, depending on whether the report was good or bad, by its competitors. Usually it doesn't go up the same amount, but usually it goes up. That's just typically the case. That's a technical reaction. Now, fundamentally, over time, when you take market share from a company, no question, right? Because there's only a finite amount of money. You're in this position or that position. So it's a good question. I don't know. I think maybe the short-term move is to the higher side if AMD does well, but maybe over time, if AMD eats away at NVIDIA's GPU and AI dominance, that could spell to the downside. So a bit of a double answering from both sides of my mouth there. Emily G, check out the XPEV breakout. Absolutely. XPEV has been an absolute rocket,
today.
as have most Chinese ADRs, Max, ever since China and the Chinese government announcing earlier this week and going into multiple weeks ago that they were going to have to institute some economic stimulus, a form of quantitative easing. It's, I believe, specifically directed at tech. I don't know if it's for the entire economy. In any event, it's been benefiting these EV plays and all other Chinese ADRs. As of late, have a look here at the 15 on XPEV. Let's look how well it's been doing lately. Okay, so a bit of a consolidation until the 24th, and oh baby, $15 is where we started off the week, Max. In fact, we started off the week at $14.75, and we are now with a high a day of $22.84. So that's the wider view. Let's go to the deeper view here. I mean the more intraday view. So it's a beautiful bounce off VWAP midday here at around 1050, and then you're stair-stepping right back up. Where is the area of resistance that we could encounter here? We're going to have to really zoom out to probably find a level. Oh yeah, we're going to have to really zoom out. Okay, so here we go. Let's look here.
Here we go, Meta.
Go for
All
it,
right, pumping for that 326 price. Let's go and break that. I'm looking for 328. I think that is very much within reach. That's where we broke 326.60. All right, 326.60. I'll take some profit. Through 326 already. Blasting off 326.20 high. Looking for way more than that. Let's go Meta. Trend continuation. Market absolutely ripping through the highs right now. NQ going for that 15.9. I think we got a good trade on our hands here. Starting to pull back a little bit. I mean, you got to let Meta kind of do its own thing. I got my stop below this 69, so just going to wait on this one. Wait to take profit. I don't want to take profit at $1 on Meta. Meta, quite easily does $2 to $3. So I want to be pretty aggressive with my targets on this name. But looking good. Finally got one on board. I mean, I guess I did before, and I kind of let it go, but whatever. Tesla as well,
Bro,
266.
what is Microsoft doing?
What is it doing?
It's flying. That's what it's doing. Here comes 340.
Eventually it had to come off the bottom, right?
Okay, Microsoft looks like it's, well, Tesla is very strong too, has to be said. Here comes 266 for Tesla, 4% to the good, possibly here. Microsoft almost 2.8% to the good as it comes up into that 340 area. We kind of had a bit of a resistance level going to yesterday in the pre-market at that 341 level, 340, 341. This might be an interesting area of resistance here. Let's zoom out a little bit more on our friend Sofi. Yeah, there's the downtrend that we've been talking about since July 8th, obviously, but it's obviously a more micro view here, so make of that what you will. But Sofi, very strong. The NQ now, wow, 2% to the good on the NQ, 2.06% as we knock on the door of 15.9. That's a level Max said we would hit. In fact, he said 16.
I did say 16 seems imminent, right? You know, I mean, you get all the way up here. You got to touch that high. Did we touch 15.9?
Nice. We did. No, today? Not yet.
Not yet,
We're 6
not
points
yet.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, and yesterday's high is right here at 15.905.
Exactly, 15.9, yeah.
You know, you always touch the high, I feel like. I don't know. You got to at least double top before you pull back, right? But maybe a lot of people are thinking that, and then when that doesn't happen, a bunch of people are offside and trying to not sell, and then get kind of crushed in that way. Mm-hmm. But we'll see. We are only 6 handles away from that 15.9, only 10 away from yesterday's high. So
I like it. What's his name here? Super SPAC Man. That's a nice. That's a nice 2021 name. In 2020 when SPACs were all the rave. But yeah, he says Q's nearing critical level on the hourly chart. You're not wrong. Yesterday's pop, like Max just said, with respect to the NQ, we're almost at that high. But then if you're talking about the hourly, he's talking about the hourly here. So on my hourly, I'm seeing 388 as the top, and that's a level we made on, I believe, for Thursday? Yes, Thursday. No, Wednesday. The hell day was that, man? Wednesday of last week when I was not here, 388, and then it's been stair-stepping down. So I don't know if we're really nearing critical levels unless what you're talking about is yesterday's top, in which case, yes, that may be an area of resistance. So good on you for that. It's the same kind of thing for the Qs and the NQ, obviously different leveraged product, but they typically trade very similarly, right? And then a lot of people choose these type of names because they're less expensive, they can take more size, etc. They
trade a little cleaner. Well, not really cleaner. I don't know, but you can. It's a little off-putting trading a futures contract if you normally trade.
Of course. 1 or 2
equities.
points, you're like out of the money very quickly.
Yeah, it's kind of more difficult to get your head around. The order types are different. The gateways are different. There's only one gateway.
There's only one gateway, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like,
very true.
if you only have a certain amount of money in your account, it's very difficult to scale out.
And you can't trade futures account heavily leveraged unless you have like.
You need a lot of money in order to do that. But yeah, basically the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Different. Tesla above 266 now.
See that?
Crushing it. Yeah, this is too bad here. Could have been long 261, and we're at 266. I was long 261, and XPEV is going for that 23 level. I don't know if that's a level on the daily chart, though. I think, 22 was the level on XPEV, and
Roku.
Is it on New York? I guess it's on New York. I thought that was NASDAQ. 22 was the level. It was not clean this morning. I was potentially going to take that breakout, missed it, but kind of glad that I did because that was a bit of a rinse fest there. But yeah, once we take out this high, we basically don't look back. If you look at the daily chart, if it will load up from a long time ago, this 22 right here is all these bottoms, and then it kind of like there's really no resistance until you get to, maybe you could say 2350, but really it's kind of 2480, 25 level. That's the real resistance on XPEV now. So, lots of room for this one to go. I don't think the 23 is a breakout level though, but if you are long, I mean, just hold that.
Okay.
Yeah, what's this Meta doing? Meta's kind of I am buying a stock that is up 5% at the high, but kind of annoying right now. I got some profit takers out now for the next leg up. I got my stop kind of wide, trying not to get stopped out on this one. I think that we can continue this trend, but you know, if Meta doesn't want to go, Meta doesn't want to go, is what it is. As NASDAQ still kind of making new highs here, really knocking on the door of that 15.9 level.
On that door.
Knocking on the door.
Here we go.
Yeah, oh, Intel is right at that 37 too. I did want to potentially take that breakout. That's kind of maybe asking for it at the NASDAQ highs though.
All right, Mr. Max, you are overtime.
I am.
So I wish you an awesome weekend. Are you golfing?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No, I got a big barbecue at Prad's house tomorrow.
I like it. I like it. All right, guys, we'll see you, and we'll let you go. All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit and enjoy a relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader with their Christmas in July promotion. So shout out to them. Let's keep going here, baby. Roku. Still, you know, very much near the highs as it starts to curl off that 84 level, 85, 55. The high starting to knock on the door of 85 again. Up 24.5%. So we'll keep an eye on that bad boy. What else we got going on here? Sofi was very strong earlier on. It's kind of retracing a little bit now, 2.5% to the high side at $340.01. That's the high of the day, kind of retracing back down below 339 now into the 338s. This one coming off an earnings play earlier in the week where it sold off aggressively 4 or 5% and actually had a couple of down days. Today, the first day of reprieve for Mr. Sofi as it is now 2.5% to the good. Let's go back here to our futures positions because we are retracing here on the ES. We're long 46.01, but we just pulled off from that 46.1650 high, and now we're at 46.10. So an area of retracement coming in here. I'll definitely be watching quite intently. Number one, to see if we break down below 46.07 on my 5-minute chart. That seems to be an interesting area of support, former area of resistance. Then, if it should break that level, I'll be watching even more intently to see how it does at 4600, because 4600 was a level that we obviously had support with here. Look at all the dips into 4600 being bought up at that 10:30 to, where is this here? 10:30 to 11 o'clock range. We kept dipping into that level. Every time we break below it, we would get bought up, and that's why I was very primed to get into this. This is what you want to see, especially on the future. But anyway, retracing now, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on this position. AV. Sharif, how was your vacay? What are your top 2 best experiences while on vacay? Welcome back. Thanks, AV. The top 2, I would have to say just one first. Just chilling on the beach, playing like racquetball, surfing, playing volleyball. That was a lot of fun. Very, you know, like physically engaging. So it wasn't like a lazy vacation. The second thing obviously just has to be the beauty of the island. It's wild. I didn't expect it to be so tropical. I thought it would be more like Southern California where you get a little bit of greenery, but it's more desert. No, it is like a jungle on an island. And the thing is, when you fly in, the Pacific is so dark and blue because it's so deep, and then as you approach the land of Hawaii, the water starts becoming lighter and lighter because the depth of the ocean becomes shallower and shallower, and so the water lightens up. It's just really beautiful from the sky. I have a lot of videos. I'll be posting that on my Instagram this week. I'll be posting all my videos from my vacay on Instagram. I haven't posted anything quite yet, so. Shout out to Hawaii. Absolutely beautiful island. I also did go to SoCal. I went to Palm Springs as well. Probably not a good time to go to Palm Springs in July. It's brutal. It was like 114 degrees. I don't even know how many degrees Celsius that is, but it was just not enjoyable. Even at night when you would go out, it would be like 35 degrees and the air would be hot. Very much reminded me of Vegas, but it had a lot of great shopping. That outlet mall between Los Angeles and Palm Springs is absolutely crazy. Blows away the Toronto premium outlets that we have over here. It has like everything, and everything's so much cheaper in the States than in Canada. So that was a really cool experience as well. All right, let's get back to the market here. We talked about AURC, the crazy small cap capper. That was going and has been going all week. Well, it's going again. Here we go, popping up off that $34 area, now breaking through 42, possibly looking to take days high at that 46 and change. Very, very strong stock. Brendo, I love Brendo's always on it, man. 114 degrees Fahrenheit equals 45 degrees Celsius. Anybody in Celsius knows that that is a very uncomfortable. Oh my God. Yeah, very uncomfortable. No, Kevin Kidloff saying not cheaper, less tax, maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but when I did the, it is a bit cheaper, the Katina man saying. When I did the calculation, it was like, we're talking like almost $100 difference on like a $400 or $500 item, right? Which to me is big money. So I definitely do enjoy going there and the shops that they offer. Hi, Bradley.
Yo, what's up?
TGIF, baby.
Thank God it's
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday.
Trying to use something else for F, but yeah, Friday. Thank God it is Friday indeed,
How you doing?
baby. Man, it's been all over the place.
Welcome to the club, bro.
Yeah.
What do you got?
I'm in a couple trades right now. I'm in a long on STX Seagate Technologies, and I'm in a short Roku around the high day over here. But my day started really bad with Meta platforms. I mean, I kept trying, like I told you guys, right? I'm gonna do this real quick. But Meta, you know, I told you how I like to take those day two plays on technology earnings and so on. Google was an amazing trade for me. In my head, I actually wanted to only go long at the 320 area, but I was ready to take the pre-market breakout on the day today on Meta platforms. I tried the 317 bunch of times, and each time I got slipped so hard instantly that I would lose so much money every single time. So I figured, hey, okay, I'll try shorting the pre-market low this time. Then I got slipped on that too. I try long again, I get slipped. Then I try a quick little long over here. This time I'm way too scared. I'm already down big on the day. For example, my shutdown, I'm only allowed to lose $250 on a day. So if I'm already down big, I'm like so much risk only allowed on the day. I have to go on the show. I have to keep trading for the rest of the day. So all these things in the back of my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna cut down the risk for the rest of the day and just not even put that much risk on the table. So the next few shots that you see me over here taking on Meta platform, sadly, are winners, but because I already got beat up so badly off the open, these winners don't really matter for the P&L side. I'm still down big on Meta platforms today. Then I figure, I say, hey, I wanted to take the 320 break. Let's just try that area and get a long in there. We did get a nice $2, $3 winner off that break on 320. So that one paid us. Meta now making an insane move up to 326. So that was monstrous. Our biggest trades on the day today that helped us get back to flat and hopefully even get back to positive at some point over here is once again Seagate and the UPST. UPST 62 break was monstrous. Had that all the way up to $65. So rode that all the way to a pretty monster winner. ENPH short. Who would have guessed that Brad would have shorted ENPH? Where do you think I shorted it? Last 52-week high low. The previous 52-week low around 152.63. I just had a stink ask, not a stink bid this time, a stink ask. So the stock just I let it climb up there, I guess I could have gone long up to that move. It could have been a nice little long up to that move also. $2, $3 move up to the north side. But I just let the stock trickle up to the north side, giving me that short. Didn't have to risk too much off that short, and a nice little swing to the downside over here. Later on, I would have actually liked to hold the stock for a bigger move down, but obviously we are holding VWAP throughout the day. The stock is on SSR. The selling is not really there at the moment, and the longs are not really punching out as much as we thought they would. So all those factors being considered, I said I'm gonna take my profits over here on ENPH. That was a monster winner on the day for you know, trying to even play counter trend. For the most part, intraday trend north side, but the longer term trend seems to be to the downside for ENPH. And then STX, we were talking about this actually on the 4 o'clock stream yesterday about how bullish I am about Seagate. Their earnings came out good. We were looking for the 63 area breakout yesterday all day, and then we pulled the order right before going on the midday show. That made us miss a monster move on Seagate, almost an 80-cent move to the north side by only risking 10 pennies. That's a monster trade. So we missed out that trade yesterday. We were not going to miss that trade today. We got that trade off the open, rode that one up to $64. On the way back down here, I got back in again, made some profits off of that, and right now trying to build back into that longs again, all the way up to 62.90, sorry, and see if we can finally get that another move over here on Seagate Technologies. And anytime Seagate moves, you can bet that Western Digital kind of moves along with it. Vice versa too. Western Digital has a catalyst, and Western Digital moves, and Seagate moves along with it. Roku looks like it made a run for the high a day, but didn't really break it, and that's exactly where our stop is. Roku didn't break the high a day. We were able to get back into that short. Previously, I had the long off $80. You guys, if you were watching the 4 o'clock stream yesterday, you know how anti-Roku I am always, right? I'm so anti-Roku that I wasn't able to push along anywhere through this. That's a bad trading personality trait, because my personal bias stopped me from making money on this position. Bad personality trait, slapped the fail on that one. But at the end of the day, I said, Pratt, shut up, look for a long. I took that $80 breakout long because on a longer time frame, if you see where Roku is on that $79, $80 area, it's a previous resistance. So if I can't find a long anywhere from 75 to 80, maybe I can find a long at 80. So I did find a long at 80. It gave me a move up to 81.50 or so. I said, okay, you know what? I'm already anti-Roku. I don't want to be in the longs. I'll take my wins over here, walk away from it, and I'll come back to it a different time when the shorts possibly show up. It did give me a good little short opportunity, a 30-cent, 40-cent win on the break of 85. Now I'm trying to get back in over here near the high a day, see if we can get another move down. But Roku at the moment still being strong AF. So I'm just going to take some profits over here on this bad boy as they're being offered on a 40-cent move to the downside off our average 85.40.
Bump it, Bradley, or dump it in this case. All right, Carlos Ayala, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Carlos, for that. Says, you guys rock. I make so much money because of you guys. Shout out to you, and I hope you continue to print, man, because why not? All right, let's have a look here and see what's popping off. The futures trying to curl off that 46.10 area. We'll see if we get a nice little bump back up. You know, don't go just straight up. We're going to have moments of retracement, but it's been a good day for the future. 1% for the ES and almost 2% now for the NASDAQ. Let's see what else is moving. Anything midday? How's Intel doing? Oh, not that far off high day. It's about 20 pennies. $37. Minus 1 penny on Intel. High a day, $36.99, the HOD. We actually got higher than that yesterday in the aftermarket when we popped off on the news. This was the initial move up, the algo spike, right at 4 o'clock. Intel released right at 4 o'clock. I was watching this. And then you had the call come on. That started at 5 o'clock. So 5:05, you get a nice another bump up here at 36.50. We make it all the way up to 37.60. So that's the high from yesterday. So if you're looking for levels of resistance on Intel, intraday at least, maybe 37.60. I remember Neil and I, not that long ago, this is like maybe 2 months ago, max, we talked about how that 30 level was that repeatable level where it kept bouncing off, and the daily chart really reflects that really well, and it's been doing much better. I mean, look at this. This is the area where we're talking about here. We would dip, and then 30 would come back in, and it's been a series of higher lows and higher highs since, I want to say that March. Yeah, March, essentially since March. When was the last time they reported? I'll have to look at that because I think it has something to do with their last report date. But anyway, very much near day's high right now on Intel. as we pump back up here, 36.83. Here we go, looking to make a new high of day, possibly on until the future. Also curling back up both the ES and the NQ as we retrace off that, as we pop up off that retracement. 46.11.5 now to the good on the ES. Nita Stonk, member for 1 month. Shout out to you. 67K to the money for a Lambo, but also a heart problem. Which one will come first? I take bets. I'm not taking that bet. I'm not even going to give you on that. No, I hope you don't get a heart problem, but I hope you do make 67K and maybe even double it, all without heart problems, all while maintaining your health. My humble opinion, money's worthless without health. So, yeah, make sure you take care of your health and invest in yourself. Another one that's moving on the day, and I didn't even really notice this was moving. What is Lucid doing? It's up 8.71%. I don't see a catalyst. No. Here we go. Something came out in the morning. Lucid teases Air Sapphire Super Sports EV with release line photo will be available soon. What is this? What happened? The EV company shared a picture of a release candidate of the blue Sapphire on the line Casa Grande Asino. Oh, Casa Grande, Arizona on Thursday. The world's first luxury electric super sports sedan will be available soon, the company wrote in a post, raising anticipation for the vehicle whose delivery was planned for the first half of the year. The vehicle will be available in the US and Canada and will cost a cheap $249,000 US, and of course Canada gets the good side of everything. 325,000 Canadian dollars respectively. It has 1,200 horsepower and can do 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. That's nuts. And it can do 0 to 100 miles per hour in 4 seconds. That'll blow my car away. My car can do 0 to 60 in 3.7 seconds. This can just blow my car out of the way. So Lucid having a great day. $7.54 the high. 8.4% to the good, but we're still very much locked in a range, especially when you're looking at the 15. Let's look at the half. Yeah, we're definitely not even near where we were, Pradley, in mid to early July when we got up to that $8.40 area. Let's zoom out even more. What does the hourly show us on Lucid? Yeah, very much within a range still. So nothing really to get too excited about here on Lucid, but maybe intraday there is a trade to be had. Let's keep an eye out for that. I'm trying to keep an eye out for all the other stocks that I've been watching today. Nothing really doing anything here. I don't really see anything going on right now. Let's see XPEV. What's XPEV up to? I know Brendan was talking about Billy. Billy was supposed to be strong in the morning there. The Chinese name. Yeah, nice pop up there in the early part of the day, but 19.10 the high, retracing now, Bradley.
Watching UPST trying to take the high day, man. It was so easy to reload over here. I was actually debating to reload. I could have, I didn't. Missed out on a nice little reload off of VWAP bounce all the way to a high day. Monster move over here for your boy on UPST, on SSR also. So more of a reason for me to add on this one instead of, kind of battle STX, which obviously is working, so I can't complain. But currently showing you resistance around VWAP, so not really working too well as much as we wanted to. So yeah, we'll see what happens over here. Papa looking for Choppa down through 67 even, Trader Brad. What did I even just read there? Super SPAC man coming in asking me about Shop, I guess. Shop breakthrough 66 even. Shop on New York. Let's go take a look at this. Papa Choppa Kappa Appa. Don't see the Kappa over here, my friend. Don't see it.
Sorry, I was just reading some of the comments in the chat. You guys
yeah, no worries. RET. Okay.
Yeah, eBay. Someone wants to know about eBay. I remember this had earnings, didn't it, Pradley, earlier in the week?
Yesterday.
Yes, it did. eBay. All right, let's zoom out a little bit here because I see a big downtrend, then a nice uptrend today. Yeah. So we big boy Huadunk here after the bell on the 26th, which was Wednesday. I didn't really read the report on eBay, full disclosure, so I don't have any color to add to this, but it was a 48.75 drop. Looks like we closed out the day on Wednesday at 46.50, but Thursday was no better, no reprieve for this stock as we quadruped back down into 43 3/4. Today is the first day, the first green day after the big move down. We popped up to 45.84. Kind of a bull flag forming here on the 15. Let's check the 5. Yeah, nice bounces off VWAP here. We're kind of right back at that level again. Maybe if we can make a newer high, can test this. But I mean, look, unless it has an intraday catalyst, why would this really continue up? It kind of made its move here. I won't be taking it. But interesting look on eBay, up 3.83%. Not much else to report there. Let me look at oil. We haven't talked about oil today, so we'll have a quick look at the CL contract. Yeah, we're not flat. We're negative actually on oil, down 0.5%. It's been a very good week. You have to say a very good couple of weeks for oil. When I was in LA, I kept keeping my eye on the gas because I was driving my sister's car, and it kept going up and up. It was like over $5.50 or something like that a gallon. When I got there, it was sub 5 a gallon. So by the time I left, oil had increased over $10 a barrel, because when I left, it was like 67 bucks or something like that. Now it's at 80.39, the high today, but currently trading at 79.68. Oil a little bit flat today after having a very good couple of weeks. Back to the future. Looking here at what the ES is doing, we're still very much in a consolidated state at this 46.10 area, looking for another newer high above 46.12. We'll need to get that continuation. Have a Sharif bar? What does that mean, New York natives?
Your protein
I'll bring
bars.
some. I got some. I always bring for everybody. I've got some. I'll bring them right now. Soon. The Warthog, Sharif, what is the gas in the Toronto area? So we use liters here. We don't use gallons. I believe 3.7 liters equals 1 gallon. It's like plus or minus 0.1 liters on that. So double check me. We pay almost, if you're putting 91 premium, it's equivalent. The Katina man is saying it's equivalent of $8 a gallon with exchange rate, if you're factoring in the rate. So it's a lot of money. We pay much more than you guys. And that is including the provincial government here, which is the equivalent of the state government, removing the provincial tax on gas. The premier here did it for 6 months and then extended it for another 6 months, and that's what that removed. So needless to say, we're taxed. We're taxed a lot, and we're taxed every time we spend the money we're taxed again. So it's quite frustrating. The Katina man put it in the chat as well. I use 92, says Darwin. No, we don't have 92 here. We have 91 and 93 for the 90s ones. We don't have any. I've never seen 92. All right, let's get to Tesla here. Oh, baby. Tesla is going here proudly. What is this doing on the day? Let's load up our friend Tesla. It's up 420. Up 420. There we go. 266.57 currently the high on Tesla. And that is where we find ourselves at day's highs. Tesla looking good.
Chat's like, no wonder Trader Pratt takes the bus because of those expensive prices in Canada.
Question
You're not wrong, man. But the chat's also like, Trader Pratt takes the bus because he's a kid. You're also not wrong. So you're all right about all that. But here's Roku. Me?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Here's Roku going up to the high a day.
Sorry for asking.
Here's Roku going up to the high a day, trying to see if we can take out the high a day. Stop me out on the last few shares, but I have also Carvana up. Carvana is trying to take out the high a day, also up 8%, 7.5% on the day. Monster moves over here. There goes Roku taking out the highs. We got stopped out, and now there's some bids showing up. Okay, 10 lots on different gateways. Let's pull up Roku on the level 2, and the time of sales showing up $86 coming into play very soon. The stock is not done moving to the north side today, ladies and gentlemen. So get locked and loaded. Holding that teal, which is a 50 period EMA on my 1 minute. Holding the teal throughout the day so far, not able to get under it. And like I've said multiple times, right? When you see the stocks actually closing below below the teal is when the trend starts changing, and that's when you kind of maybe want to go short. So it might not be the time yet for this bad boy. I guess, you know, this candle did close below the 1 minute, but then later on we got back above it anyway. So we got a decent win on the short side. We got a decent win on the long side. Roku is a positive ticker on the day for us. So we are positive on the day, even after being only $100 away from being shut down on the day today. So all things considered, we are having a great day. It's a wonderful Friday. Hopefully you guys are out there killing it too. The NASDAQ market's only 100 points away from 16K. What? I mean, Tesla and Netflix completely pushed the market to the downside. It was insane. People in the chat talking about Crocs moving around. Is it CROCX? CROX. What am I saying? CROX, which I believe had negative earnings, so it should be on SSR day 2. So I think Pratty Daddy yesterday, if I remember correctly, said go long anywhere above 100. Did I not? So let's see what happened on the chart. Look at that. The stock's above 100. You had to just go long and risk that $3 move to the downside if you were a swing trader or an intraday trader and you did not believe in the move. You just risk that $3 move for, $3 move upside, I guess. A good 1-to-1 reward. But overall, that SSR bounce, baby, coming in once again. ENPH gave you that SSR bounce. I think the 140 level too. We were talking about that 140 level all day yesterday in the after hours show. That gave you a SSR bounce to the north side on ENPH. I think that was around 7 o'clock in the pre-market though, so that kind of sucks. But Crocs over here giving you that holding of 100 and moving right back up to the north side. Shout out to all the bulls. Looks like Justin Bieber is once again winning on today. But tomorrow he might not, because the stock might just go back down on Monday because the SSR mechanic is not going to help it. I see the stock going back to test 100 very soon.
I'm trying to pull up this INVO chart. It's 63%. The high side, I don't know why it's not loading up on my thing here. Let's go, bro. Let me pull it up on a different one. INVO, it trades on the NASDAQ, so let's pull it up on this one. INVO on the NQ. This one is not actually that bad. It had a big move up, right? And you had that long halt. It was like 10-minute halt, not that bad. And then you have that big move down, but it holds VWAP quite nicely, consolidating above 6. But what you're seeing here is a series of higher lows, not so much higher highs, but the buyers are overwhelming the sellers at like these small spots. Keep in mind, though, this is probably micro float. I can't get the float here on my program, so I'm going to have to check. Let's check float checker here. There's the Katina, man. Float checker. And let's find out what it is on INVO, because I don't have it. INVO Biosciences. There we go. So we have a float. Okay, it's a large float. 265 million. That's pretty much consensus amongst these 5. The short float, heavy. 20%. Not bad. Okay, so that's nice to know. And maybe that's why we're moving up here, because I have no news catalyst in my blotter for INVO, unless the chat knows, and you can tag me with that news item. Nothing coming up here on my blotter. Let me just double check that real quick. Yeah, nothing. But yeah, heavy short float. Bigger float, though, to be fair, over 200 million shares. Anyway, up 63%. Danger-ish stock, so make sure you take the appropriate risk measures. All right, back up we go on the ES. Can we touch that 46.16.5? We're 2 points off that right now. We're at 46.14.5. That's the high day, so we're 2 points removed off that high day, and I'm feeling all sorts of stupid for not adding on this dip, because it was a nice retracement and I could have reloaded in this area. Anyway, let's see if we can touch that 46.25-ish area. That's the level we were talking about. That level takes us back to yesterday as a resistance level. May have to wait into the later time of day to get that print, but patience is part of the game here. All right, Anuview. Roku is about to fail, not getting 86 yet. Let's have a look at Roku. I haven't looked at that in a minute. I think I have it up over here, right? Don't I? Yeah, there we go. Put the 5 on Roku here. I don't really like the 1. Yeah, 86 acting as a bit of a top at the moment. Not quite making it up to 86. Yeah, a lot of volatility in this name, but I don't know. I don't think I'm comfortable stepping in front of this one, so I'll leave that to you guys. I'll just admire it from afar. What else is up to? Meta curling back up. It's at 420 again, percent I'm talking about. Yeah, back up into that 325-ish area. It's got a high of 326.20. It's curling much like the overall market at the moment. The better name, though, I would say, I don't want to call it the better name, but the name that looked a little bit better was Tesla. We're knocking on the door of that 267 again. We were just breaking through 266. Now we're almost at 267 with a 266.88 high on Tesla. No specific news catalyst on Tesla today, though, right? Here, this is it. Tesla shares trading higher amid overall market strength. Yeah, I didn't hear anything specific with respect to Tesla. What else we got here? Not much for Tesla rising share. No, that's not it. Okay, so keep going. Looking for some other names. What else is the chat up to here? Okay, Erica Stevens says INVO is splitting at 1 to 20 today. Interesting. Okay. Is that why we're having like this huge move? Okay, but I have no idea about that, and I didn't see it on my blotter either. Okay, have a look at that. We short Roku, says Rhodesdale. Okay, leave that with you. I'm not going to stand in front of that. Yeah, not much else. RTX asking Jameson. Sure, we'll have a look at that stock. RTX. This one is RTX Corp. What do we have here for RTX Corp? It is formerly Raytheon. Oh, okay. This is Raytheon? Is an aerospace. Okay, we already know what Raytheon is. I like defense names. Sadly, I don't like to, you have to call a spade, but the fact of the matter is a lot of weapons have left the United States, destined for Europe, and those weapons are going to have to be replenished. Whether or not Raytheon stands to benefit from that is a matter beyond my area of comprehension, but the stock has not really performed lately, to be quite fair. The daily has been very consolidative. It's been very much at 100, and we had a big boy Huadunk, I'm assuming this is earnings here, on July 25th, selling down from 97 into 85. Got much lower than 85, but that was a wick. 81.35 there was a low. First green day today after that big boy drop on Raytheon. Pradley.
Yes, sir. Looking at ENPH, I'm reloaded on ENPH shorts here at 152.30s or so. I'm ready to take shorts all the way up to the high day of 153.29 and risk against that high. Small size, obviously, and my next fill will be at 152.63, which was a previous 52-week low, and then my last fill will be exactly at today's high at 153.29. And I'll give it a little bit of a wiggle room over there. Roku looks like it went up to 85.73 and it's now pulling back to the downside. But I'm not going to get into that shorts at the moment. I'm going to stay away from Roku. I tried my shorts. They worked for me. I don't want to keep gambling on that position. It still has a pretty strong trend here to the north side, so we can wait patiently for that trend to break. Looks like Intel came back to 37 and gave you those shorts. Opportunities to load up over there and missed out that short opportunity on Intel. Already moving to the downside off that, and market looks like it wants to pull back at the moment. S&P 500 up 1 full percent. For like all last week, we were only up 0.2 or down 0.2%. Finally, a 1% mover on the market today for the bigger market, that is. NASDAQ, however, moves around quite a bit, which is up 2% today. Thank you to all the tech basket stocks, I guess, Tesla. I'm sure Microsoft is up on the day too. Let's go actually check if it is. Haven't seen any of the large cap stocks too much today. I was just sucked into the stocks that I was trading. Don't even know where Tesla or Microsoft or Apple are today, so this will be my first look. Microsoft here up 2% on the day, almost near 340. Not bad. Apple, I think in the morning when I saw it was near 195 or so, and yeah, we were still hanging out pretty much closer to that area, but up 1.59% at the moment. 196.31 on Apple. Google, I did look at Google earlier today, but I got sucked into a different trade, so I missed out on this long over here. Google's still giving you beautiful longs. Once again, like I said, forget Elon, forget Zuckerberg. It's all about my homie from India. What's his name again? I forget his name.
Which one?
The CEO from Google.
Oh, Sundar
Pichai.
Pichai.
It's all about Sundar, baby. I'm picking Sundar over Elon and Zuckerberg all day.
Okay. Someone was asking here about INPX. Let's have a look at that one. This is a sub $1 stock, obviously, so it doesn't show up on my scanner, but we'll have a look for it. It's up 37% right now. Let's put the ticker in here. INPX. All right, and what do we have in terms of deets on this one? Let's go to the company profile. All right, float, 6.5 million shares. Small. This is very small. Let's find out what the short float is if we're able to use trade ideas here, which has been tough. Short float, nope. We're gonna have to go to use float checker, INPX. The short float, negligible. The highest on that range is 6.45% from Finviz, but most of the others here are saying 1% or lower, so we'll kind of go with that. What's the catalyst on this bad boy? What is this called here? Inpixion. What do they do? Inpixion is an indoor intelligence company focused on delivering actionable insights for people, places, and things. What the hell does that mean? The company's segments include indoor intelligence, Shoom and Saves. Okay, I'm done reading that, whatever the hell that means. Okay, so what's the actual reason this is moving today? Investor alert, former Louisiana governor. Looks like we might have class action lawsuits against them today. I don't know if that's the reason here. It might be moving in simply with anything else. Let's go to the daily to figure out where the stock has been. Yeah, it's obviously coming from much higher heights. Had a good day, July 25th. Not sure what that day was, whether it was earnings or whatever. But anyway, a couple of red days subsequent to that. And now today we make, I believe, a high of almost 30 pennies, 29.25. We're currently trading at 27 1/3. I really don't have a trade on this, but yeah, make of it what you will. I'm keeping my eye here on the future as we pulled back a bit. Now trying to retrace back up to that 46.13. We're about 12 points in the money, but definitely looking for that 46.20-ish, 46.25-ish area. I just got an interesting alert here about Arsene Wenger. Gunners unveil bronze statue of legendary manager outside. It's about time. Shout out to all my Arsenal fans out there. Arsene Wenger is actually going to get finally his bronze statue. It was a matter of time before they immortalized him outside the Emirates. I'm very happy to see that. I was so happy last year to see him at a game, and like you could just, he never smiles. Anybody knows that this man, very hard to pull a smile out of this guy, and he was just smiling ear to ear at that game, especially because we won too, and we whooped whoever we were playing. I just remember specifically that game. But anyway, I digress. Just very happy to see that he is going to be honored and immortalized there. What else we got? Yeah, so says, come on, you Spurs. No way, bro. No way. It's all Arsenal this year. Yeah, he is a legend, Ducey. Ducey Drew, knowing quality when he sees it. AI. Sharif, can I get some clarification about the SSR mechanic? Does it kick in once a stock goes minus 10% intraday or when a stock finishes the day minus 10%? No, it is triggered intraday. So if a stock does a minus 10% move, is it after the bell, Sean? Is SSR the starting point for SSR, the opening bell, or is it pre-market? It's probably the opening bell. I'm assuming I can Google that.
Opening bell.
In either event, yeah, that makes sense to me. In either case, it is triggered intraday. So the stock doesn't actually have to close 10% down. As long as it triggers, goes 10% down intraday, you will get that SSR notification. I get a red circle on my platform on P Pro 8. It says SSR, Y or N, yes or no. So you'll be able to find that. Nicole Harris says, ask ChatGPT. Shout out to Hot Lena and Nicole, a good friend of the shows, and an often and a viewer. Inbound Beats, Gunners, yes. Sharif, it's from previous close, so it doesn't start at market open necessarily. Okay, very good to know. Thanks, Casey France. So Casey's saying that it's from the previous day's close, whether it's plus or minus 10% off the previous day's close. I think that actually does make more sense. So we'll have a look at that. But yeah, there's always ChatGPT if you're so inclined, proudly.
Well, yeah, if it's down 10% going into the open, off the open, then it triggers SSR. But if it's like minus 9.99, then it's not going to be SSR until it triggers that 10% at 9:30. And obviously that's based on previous closest number and so on. And that mechanic stays for 2 days. It stays for the day that it's triggered and the next business day. So if the first day that triggered SSR is a Friday, then even on Monday it will be SSR, and then Tuesday it will not be SSR unless Tuesday it re-triggers SSR by going down another 10%. So that's the only way that it will be on SSR again on Tuesday too. People talking about FSLR in the chat, they did have earnings today, so I'm just looking at some levels on it to trade. I mean, look at this. This was a level that we were kind of interested in the after hours. We were talking about it, and looks like those levels, exact same area coming into rejection, giving you a monster short. Sadly, I did not set up any alerts over here, and looks like that was right off the open too. Wow, that sucks. Sucks to be me. Monster short opportunities over here for us to take a short off of 220. For some reason, I feel like I remember talking about this 220 area yesterday based on the pops that we had and all these moves that we had in the after hours. For some reason, I feel like I do remember saying something about this 220 long. But overall, looks like this 220 area giving you a beautiful short opportunity, bringing the stock right back to 194, popping from yesterday's lows. Yeah, pretty much near yesterday's lows. Wow. What a clean trading setup throughout the day. That just hurts me even more looking at that. You got a beautiful short for multiple dollars, a beautiful long opportunity for multiple dollars, and your risk to reward was stupid tight on these trades. That's very upsetting, but you know what? This just means that we have possible levels tomorrow to trade in. This is not going to be as whippy, as volatile, as liquid, and you know, as it is today, because tomorrow obviously be a Saturday. So Monday it's not going to be as everything I just said because of the lack of you know, catalyst day one. But we might see a day two trade setting up over here. Possible buying area in front of 194 to 200. Possible breakout to 210 to look for a move to 220. Possible breakout of 220, 222 area for an even bigger move to the north side. FSLR, just the more I look at it, the more I keep getting upset. But hey, we like it. Trades are showing up every single day. There's money to be made. Even on a day like today, whenever I got beat up on Meta, I was so close. I'll be honest, ladies and gentlemen. I was so close to just closing up shop and calling it. But the opportunities were so many today that it didn't make any sense for me to just you know, go home crying. I had to keep fighting, and I'm glad I did, because now we're actually positive on the day, and I mean flat on the day, honestly, but positive on the day, and looks like we're not gonna go home with a negative week. Not yet, at least. It's not 4 o'clock yet.
Carvana is making another move today, believe it or not. 43.50, excuse me, 7% to the good. This one sold off yesterday, early in the pre-market, early on, and then continued to sell off again as the market sold off in general. Then look at that boom in the aftermarket. What did this do yesterday? Frankfurt listed. I don't have any reason why this is moving on the day. What did it do yesterday? 27th, here we go. Reuters order imbalance. No, nothing. Carvana fully satisfies public issuance requirements. What is this? This came out what time yesterday? Oh, this came out in the aftermarket. That's why it popped in the aftermarket. I see. Well, let's read this. Carvana fully satisfies public issue requirements of previously announced exchange offer transaction support agreement, raising $225 million through at the market equity offering program. Okay, they've raised $225 million through the issuance of approximately 4.9 million shares through its at-the-market equity offering program. No plans for an underwritten equity offering this time. And I guess the market really liked whatever. I don't really understand the difference between at-the-market raising of capital and other differences. I have to look into that. But there you go. You get a big pop-up in the aftermarket on that news. Comes up to 43.20. Today it's positive again after selling off the majority yesterday. What's the high today? 43.85. We're at 43.81 currently. Let's see if we can maybe go up. Nice little bounce off VWAP there on Carvana. So we'll keep an eye on that. Oh my goodness, AURC continues to go. Is it going to halt here? It looks like it's going to halt at 48.63, up 135%. Let's pull that one up. $49. There goes 49 into four. Holy cow, we're about to break 50. 49.97, 49.98 now the high. Very dangerous name. It's like a dollar spread. Let's pull it up on the actual chart over here. Where do I have it? AURC. Holy, it's only a penny. No, that's not accurate. Is that accurate? Only a, yeah, look at that. But it trades. Yeah, there you go. Dollar spread. That makes more sense to me. But there it goes. 50, 50, 20. Actually, 50, 19, 50, 50. This one's flying, bro. 150% to the high side. This one's starting to squeeze. AURC almost 150% to the good now. My goodness. I mean, I'm not trading this, but it is fun to look at. The other one, View, what is this doing? No, that's not doing anything. So keep an eye for the small cap capper people on AURC. This is probably your stock of the day here. I don't know if you're going to get a better one. It's just kind of tough to trade because of the spread here. What else is moving? Let's see what else is moving. Intel back at high a day. There we go. Intel 7.1% to the high side. Again, 36.99. A resistance level we could keep our eye on is at 37.60. That's a level we made in the aftermarket yesterday, but we definitely are at day's high at the moment, almost breaking that 37 bucks. What else is the chat up to here? What are they talking about? Yep, Neil saying Intel 37 again. Arpin saying URGN. Yeah, that's third on my list here. Oh, URGN is going. That is a very nice looking stock there. Less volume than you typically would like. 4.1 million shares on the day. It's not that much, but it's not bad either. 21.49 the high. It really hasn't given you much of an opportunity to get in, save and except for this little consolidation area here, which could be interpreted possibly as a retracement. But to be fair, it did hold 20 quite nicely during this area here. So if you were taking anything off 20, you were probably very much rewarded as it continues to print days high. 21.59 on Eurogen Pharma. There's an Israeli-based biopharmaceutical company. They're engaged in building solutions for cancers and urologic diseases. Eurogen, okay, what's the catalyst on this one? Let's see what it is. I don't see anything. Oh, there we go. That's from yesterday. So is this a continuation from yesterday? Let me have a look real quick. Yeah, it is. Eurogen Pharma shares are trading higher after the company announced top-line data from phase 3 trials of Atlas and Envision studies for intravascular solution in patients with low-grade, intermediate-risk non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. Whatever, very strong, 21.75. Let's see what the spread is like when it's trading. Put that here, URGN. So it's about a 21-cent spread right now, 20-cent spread. So it's a bit wide. It's not really what you want to see from a $21 name, to be fair, but still looks like it could be tradable, Bradley.
Looking at Intel at the high day, previously was complaining about how I wanted to short the stock at this 37. So now that we have the opportunity again, we are shorted and we are locked and loaded. What am I trying to say here? We are locked and loaded, so watching this stock and also watching ENPH as it's marching towards, it's just giving us a second fill. ENPH, almost messed up the box here. Let me go over here, ENPH, giving me my second fill and then waiting for the third fill exactly at the high of day and about to maybe put the stop somewhere near the high of day. Not going to give too much risk over there. Let's see if we can get a nice little pullback. Already 50 cents out of the money. You know, for a stock like this, you got to be ready to give it a 50 to 100 cents, which is $1 risk. There is some size at 153 at the moment. Let's see if there are enough bulls or previous short sellers who want that liquidity and are going to punch that liquidity and push that stock to the north side and then take it through. Are you kidding me? Wow! Intel on 98 only gave me one share on the full lot size that I wanted. They only gave me one single size, one single share on the full size that I wanted on 36.98. That just means that trade could be really that good, right? Or it could be that bad. Who knows? We'll find out. It's just a random theory that I'm throwing out that doesn't make any sense, like I always do, right? But nice little shorts coming in. I'm pretty sure your boy Neil's already shorting this. He's not even sitting at his computer. Never mind. Your boy Sean's shorting this 37. Are you? Short AMD is saying, which is basically the same idea over here, shorting a pretty level that he likes on a chip stock. 114.75, he says, short AMD. And look, it's already pulling back. We're in the money, but the fact that they only gave me one single share on that order, are you kidding me? I wanted to be much, much deeper into a short here on Intel around this 37, but doesn't look like that's going to be an opportunity. At least we have a starter size. At least we have starter size, and we'll make some money over here on the downside. I just entered a YOLO trade, Kevin Mendoza says. Kevin, I have no words for you. Next time, don't let me know, because I'm not gonna be happy if you say that, right? I don't like that, Kevin. Don't do that. Don't do that. Anyone buying the dip on NASDAQ? What dip, mate? It's up at 1.9%, and it's the dip, right? The creamy, juicy garlic dip will be at VWAP. We're nowhere close to VWAP right now. Still a good 70 points, I want to say, away from VWAP. So now no dip incoming. They're playing clutch putts at the moment, which is a brand new game that we made up yesterday. Well, I can't say we, but Greg and another trader, old school trader, came on the floor. We got to hang out with them, and they came up with this fun little game called clutch putts. So they're playing clutch putts, in which Greg is undefeated. Shout out to Greg. Coming back to the market, though, YOLO scares Pratt. No, I just don't like the whole idea of YOLO. It doesn't make any sense. You know, you're here for longevity. You're here for, if you're here for 10 years and you're trading like you want to make money now, then you're going to either, you know, make that money right now, or you're going to last exactly for that time period that you're aiming for. I want to be here for the next 20, 30 years. I'm okay with, you know, making $100 a day for the next year or so until I can really hone in onto my skills. I'm not aiming to make 20, 30K every single day. I'm going to work my way up there. So find out how long you want to be in this game and trade accordingly. Nice short on Intel. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're below the 50-period EMA, getting to the 100-period EMA. Just wish that I had more size, but hey, we can't complain about that. Let's take some profits over here. Bang, bang. I'm not going to say the rest of it.
Carvana keeps going to the high side here, guys. No new catalyst on this one, but it's almost 8% up now, 7.88%. It's about to get to day's high, 43.85. Here we go. We're like a couple of pennies off day's high on Vana. 8 1/3, 8 1/2, 8 2/3. This one's flying. New high day. Here comes 44 on Vana. Very strong all of a sudden, holding that $43 almost to a T, and then bouncing right back up. Here comes 44. Let's just see what the spread is on this one real quick. It's 5 pennies, 4 pennies, not too bad for Vana. The other name that's going, we're going to come back to Vana real quick, but the other name that's going is W, Wayfair. This is also up 7.5% on the day, and I don't see it. Oh, no. Okay, Wedbush maintains outperform on Wayfair, raises price target to $80. Okay, so that's what it is. They're getting a price target upgrade. I guess I missed that this morning. When time did that come in? That came in later. That's why. No, actually, it was there at 7:30. I should have probably known about that. Sometimes it just doesn't show it to me on my analyst actions, though. So, anyway, Wayfair, very strong, sub $74 at the moment with a high of 74, almost in a quarter, 74.24, but very much holding the level and making higher highs and higher lows, far removed from VWAP. It's about $1.50 away from VWAP at the moment. So Wayfair looking real good. Let's move back to Vana and see what this one's up to. Wasn't quite able to break through $44 or with a $43.97 high. Let's now pull up Vana here because this may be tradable on the chart. Let's pull up CVNN, and I believe this is on New York. And I'm right. So here we go, 43.85. We've got a 5 penny spread, not too bad. Do we wait for a dip maybe into 43.50, the top area of the consolidation range here for a possible dip trade? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it with small size because it's not a planned trade. So we're going to go ahead here and sit at 55s. And if we dip back down there, that'd be just aces. The out will be the break at the bottom end of the range here. It's going to have to be, you're going to have to give this 50 pennies worth of risk. There's really no way around it. That's what the price action dictates here. I'm keeping my eye on some of these big tech names as well. I'm seeing like the likes of Meta and Microsoft starting to curl to the high side. Here's Meta popping up off that 323 bottom, now looking to take 325. That's the range you're looking for to break here. That's the top end of the range. Microsoft, much in the same fashion. Look at that. We're actually breaking out through the top end right there. We're looking to maybe take 340 again. Technically on the day, 340.01 is the high, but it's been looking strong here for Microsoft after a couple of down days. Apple also curling a bit, but not as much as I would say Meta and Microsoft are. Wow. Vana might not want to dip here because Vana is knocking on the door of 44 and it may want to go. I mean, I don't want to take a breakout trade on something like this, especially, not with it's a good catalyst. It's an upgrade, don't get me wrong, but it's nothing too crazy. All right, let's see what the chat is up to. Market to just hang out up here for the rest of the day, says Euthanasia. Well, we'll see. I got out of my futures trade because of this new low that we made. We weren't able to make a newer high, so I was like, okay, I have one of two choices. I can cut here and just take my profits and run, or I can give it to the break of this trough, which would be the break of 46.07. I got in at 46.01, so that would have given me a 5 points buffer, but I've been giving back too much money lately, which is why I got out of here. And I didn't like the fact that we made a newer low, despite the fact that we still have a higher low. A lower high, despite the fact that we have a higher low. So we'll see how this one pans out. But yeah, Euthanasia, we may trend. Who knows? We may trend until power hour. We'll have to wait and see. Continuing to look at my watch list and my scanner to see what is going on. Billy, what is this one doing? Not XBEV, what is this one doing? XBEV very much near day's highs, but the volume has really dropped off on XBEV. This one is still strong on the day, up 12 2/3, but hasn't really been able to make a newer high as of late, and the volume is, like I said, dropping off, Bradley.
Shout out to Intel, ladies and gentlemen. Intel monster trade, 30 cents in the money. Let's take some more profits. Let's see if we can take some more profits. Of course we can't, because we don't have enough size for our automatic router to actually punch out 25%. So it's not going to punch out any more orders through that way. We have to now manually throw some orders out. That's because Intel didn't want to give me all my size at the highs. Did you get short there, Intel, at the 37 area, Neil? Just now, though? Yeah, so there you go. I called it. I knew he would be short. He got short. He's riding into the downside right now. Let's ride it to VWAP. And then ENPH also, ladies and gentlemen, when you trust your trade, you take it. You don't worry about what anybody else says. You take that trade, and right now, 50 cents in the money on that one. It is holding the 50-period EMA, though. I don't like that. Multiple variables being thrown out at my face, telling me, what actually is going on, what might be the whole story on this position. And, don't really like the whole story on that one. But we'll see if it ends up working out for us. STX pulling back to the downside and giving us more orders, looks like. Yeah, it is. STX actually pulled back down, gave us more size, which is exactly what we wanted on this bad boy. And I'm also going to throw more orders on STX a little bit lower, under 63, 62.15. I'm just going to keep throwing out some orders all the way up to 62.90 over here. That's going to be pretty much the bottom area where I want to stop looking for a long. My average right now is 63.10. That's fine with me. I'm looking for that move back to VWAP, and then maybe later on in the day a break of VWAP, but the market at the moment pulling nice to the downside, showing you no break past that 15,900 just yet on the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ's pulling back, that's giving you a beautiful short opportunity on NASDAQ stocks such as AMD. AMD obviously talking about it because of your boy Sean who was short it. He was short somewhere in the 114.50s if I remember. So he's loving that short at the moment, as so are we on Intel, which is in the money. Shout out to anyone who took that Intel short. ENPH now $1 in the money. We're getting that swing to the downside that we want. So wow, what a swing on the day for me, man. Oh, I'm actually like in absolute awe for today's trading. I think if I didn't get trapped into honestly the meta's nonsense and just stuck to a couple of my own trading mantras, which is you get beat up once, twice, 3 times, you walk away from it. The amount of times I chose to go to war against meta was insane. And that's the right word to use because I kept trying the same thing again and again and again and was expecting different results. So that's the definition of insanity, right? So later on, 320 area did work out for us, but right now, ENPH, woo! Oh, I wish ENPH though went all the way to higher day so we could have gotten the full size we wanted. But shout out to you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the trades with your boy Pratty Daddy, or even tuning into the 4 o'clock streams where I outline some of the hottest trades for you out there. Today we took a couple of them and it helped us out. Cash, moolah, moolah.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple.
I didn't click that. Don't blame it on me.
Nita Stonk, member for 1 month, gifted 10 live trading by Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you very much, Nita Stonk. I appreciate that. And I'm sure all the members appreciate that as well. Shout out to you. And I hope you you continue to stay with us here since you've been a member a month. Hopefully you like what you see. All right, AURC, that rhymes, eh? AURC just flirted with 55. I think the high a day on this one now, 54.84. This one keeps stepping up. The small cap capper du jour now up over 160%. Exciting to watch, but yeah. Let's see what else is going on. URGN, no resistance, toll until 26, says our ARPN. Okay, let's have a look at that. I didn't see that level earlier. Let's have a look. What did I say? $26. ARPN, where is that? I lost the name there. Where is it? I think 26 bucks. Let's zoom out. I think I'm going to use this chart instead. A bit easier to see. URGN. Now let's pull up the 15 on that. Okay, we got to zoom out a lot more than 15. Let's go to the hourly. Yeah, a lot more than that. Wow, we got to go back deep for this one. Maybe even the weekly. I mean, at this point, it doesn't even really become a resistance level, to be quite honest with you, because we're just too far back. We're talking levels taking us into early 2021. Last time we were up here, you're absolutely right, that $26 level, I would say maybe even 27. The wicks, I tend to give less weight and less emphasis to the wicks and more to the closing print. The closing print were much closer to about 27. Yeah, this one closed sub 27, sub 26 actually at 25. But good look there. It's just, is it a valid level given that it's over 2.5 years away? We'll see. But it's a good look for URGN, Eurogen Pharma on the day. Very much near at day's highs. Let's see what else is going on. The futures position, happy I cut that as it huadunks. It doesn't huadunk, obviously, but it moves back down. I was going to give it to about right here. There's 46.08. 46.07 area was going to be the break of this trough where I got out. I decided to get out here to cut losses earlier because, been giving back up too much money. Been giving back too much money. 46.06 is where it's bouncing off, but definitely keeping my eye on 4,600. Should we get back to 4,600, we'll be looking for the same amount of buying to step in there that we saw earlier, which prompted us to get into this position. So that was the look. Let's see what else is moving. XPEV. Are we still doing well on XPEV? Yeah, we're like 10 pennies off the high. Looks like we're forming maybe a bit of a top, a flat top here that we could break through with some higher volume, maybe into the power hour area. That 23 looks delicious. 22.92 with a lot of wicks into this area. Let's see if we get the power to curl above it. What else we got? What else we got? Any idea? Bless my position, says Euthanasia. I don't know, man. I don't think any blessings from me is gonna matter. Is gonna do anything for you. What's big tech up to? Let's bring in the big tech chart. Yeah, they're all curling right back down now. Much the same with the NQ. So you're getting a lot of retracements on Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Apple. Take your pick. Even Google now retracing back, possibly a view up here at that 132.70-ish area. Tesla still holding up better, I would say, than the rest. Meta and Tesla look both to be the strongest of the two. That's top left and top right on the screen here. Meta, Tesla. We shall see what else is going on. Let's move this screen. Let's have a look at what energy is doing. Oh, all right. Sky W, energy is flat. The CL contract's down 0.2% on the day. Airlines are all green. We've been seeing the strength in airlines and travel. Let's have a look at this. Look at this Sky W. I don't even know what this airline is. Sky West? What the hell is this? The subsidiary, okay. I've never heard of this airline before. Maybe the chat can tell me a little bit about it. Anyway, it looks like they had a fantastic day today. Did they have earnings? No, they got a price target upgrade. Or did they have earnings? Oh, they did. They had earnings yesterday. So that was the move. It didn't move yesterday, ironically. It moved today. So SkyWest up 14.75%. The 46 top, almost 45.98. Never heard of this stock. It doesn't do that much volume either. How much volume has it done today? Yeah, sub 1 million. Okay, so not much to trade there. Let's keep going down the list and have a look at what else is moving. Yeah, not too much in the value names today. We're going to have to stick to growth and tech. That's what at least it looks like from my purview. Let's zoom down here a little bit. What is this TIGR? TIGR up 16%. FinTech. The FinTech company, did this company report yesterday? No, it didn't. What's going on there, Mr. Katina? So, Mr. Katina Man took short our friend Amazon at 133. It's got a 133.01 high. Anybody can read the chart. It's at 131.92. So there is the dollar club instituted there. Another one that's moving, Crocs. Again, almost at day's highs, 108.46. It's at 108.16. It's been stair-stepping up. My dad will be very happy that Crocs is moving up because he's got every Crocs possible. 5.65 to the good. Again, 108.46. Let's zoom out. Proudly was talking about this one, how Huadunk yesterday in the aftermarket. And there it is. Look at that big move down in the pre-market as well, 7 a.m. We held the $100 level quite well yesterday. In fact, we held 101. Bouncing into 109-ish area. We'll see how Crocs does. But yeah, getting a bit of a reprieve after that big sell-off is Crocs. Bradley.
Palantir, man. What a monster trade to the long side and short side today, and now right back to the long side again. So what craziness is this? 17 today, went long, rode it up to the high of day, went short again around 17, rode it down to the low of day pretty much. I mean, low of day 1680, and then right back over here to the north side. So insane moves all over the spot, up, down, left, right. Maybe not left, but mostly to the right side, always to the right side. Market, though, coming to the down still. NASDAQ still up 1.7%. S&P 500 up 0.8%, but they are pulling back and taking, obviously, a bunch of stocks with them. You guys saw how Sean was talking about how his trade is now in the dollar club. I was in the dollar club a bunch of times today, but sadly, every time Sean found me in there without paying the entrance fee, he kicked me out. Multiple times I had to be thrown out by Sean over there. But I kept finding my way back into the club, man. You know, UPST, my first entrance into the club. My second entrance into the club was... Sorry? Here's another entrance in the club. He says AMD. What is it? AMD is another entrance in the club over here. Man, Sean just keeps getting these free tickets coming into the dollar club over here. I need to find some of these tickets. Those Charlie, what is it, golden tickets? What's that? Willy Wonka and the... Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory golden tickets, and Sean's got a lot of them right now in his back pocket. Shout out to all those Dollar Club trades that he's been throwing out in the chat. If you're not following his sticky note or following the trades he's throwing in the chat, oh, another dollar,
Bro.
Apple, another dollar.
Everything in their mother tanking, bro. By the way, for anybody who is eligible, you have 1 month left to get your share of the $725 million settlement with Facebook for its privacy breach. 1 month, I don't know exactly what the day is, but in December 22, there was a settlement of the class action lawsuit. So if you want that money, you got 1 month left. I'm not sure what the requirements are, but yeah, go have yourself a look at that. Carvana has been hanging out at this $44 area for a while. I have a dip trade set up here at 43.60-ish area. I wanted to get the top end of this consolidation range if it dipped down, but not quite yet. It's actually quite strong, hanging out near 44, so we may have to take the breakout trade. This is kind of moving secularly here because we're getting a big move down on this market, and that is going to prompt me to look at the ES because I want to look at the ES here if it was to come back into 4,600. Now, last time we did this 4,600 dance, I believe it was last week, it ended up not being too good for the ES here. This is what I'm talking about. Let me take off the hourly. Let's go to the half an hour. Gives it a better look. There. Initial 4,600. We break it. This is back July 19th. We reject. Yesterday again, we break 4,600. We come back. We reject. So today we broke it again, even though we didn't get quite as high as we did yesterday, and we're rejecting. Do we hold though? Yesterday we didn't hold. On July 19th, 19th, we didn't hold either. So we'll see. We'll see. Interesting look here on the ES as it starts to retrace, and the NQ as well, no different. 15,837, looking to maybe go into 15.8. There's a nice area of support at 15.8 on the NQ. Let's have a look at that. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. The dance at 15.8. A lot of consolidation, a lot of sideways movement before that big move up, but we'll see. We'll see what it does at 15.8. Let's look at what else is going on. IFBD booming, says M. Mason. We'll see what IFBD is. I'm not familiar with that one. IFBD. What is this stock? Inforbid? No idea what this is. Have a look. Inforbid is a China-based holding company mainly engaged in providing software as a service and innovative artificial intelligence. Of course, they threw the AI thing in there. The company mainly uses self-developed cloud computing structure and an AI machine learning capabilities. Okay, does it have an actual catalyst? Inforbid. No, it doesn't. It might be moving in sympathy with this other one, Avantor, which I'm not really sure what it is either. I'm not familiar with any of them. So we'll have a look there, but what are the deets on this stock? See what the float is real quick here. The float, sub 1,873,380 shares, very much micro float. Let's find out what the short float, if anything, on this one is. IFBD. No, negligible short float, all maybe sub 1%. Finviz says 3, but we'll take the majority here, which is 0.63, so not much in the way of a short float. Let's go to the 30 to see what the latest price action has been like. We'll have to actually go to the hour, get a better view there. Yeah, we're very much at local highs. We haven't been this high since, well, June. Okay, so not that far. June, we got up to about 155, or about 7 pennies removed off now. It's a former runner. It's obviously had very big days, and that's evidenced by the huge wicking candles that we can see here. Typically, it retraces, though. But it looks like today is a strong day on IFBD. Again, no catalyst that I can see unless it's sympathy or some other name. If the chat knows, maybe you guys can tag me there. What are we doing here on the future? It looks like we're bouncing here, 46.02.5, getting a little bit of a bounce on the ES. Keeping my eye on it there to see if that 4,600 level is defended. If we do, we want to maybe take that. Otherwise, maybe take it south, man, because every time we break 4,600 the last few times, we've been really retracing off that top. So not much else for me here to look at here. Let's see See what Vana is up to. Vana still not giving me that opportunity for a dip trade into that 46.5. Still definitely flirting with 44. Dan saying liquidity grab to continue the uptrend. It's officially afternoon. Pouring a captain and a Coke. Yes, my friend. Enjoy your big dub today. 150 points that you had on the NQ. It is Friday, so you are very much entitled to that drink. Shout out to you, Dan. One joint a day. That's a hilarious name. Oh my goodness. One joint a day. IFBD was integrated with ChatGPT. Interesting. Okay, I have no idea what they do or how they would be integrated. Maybe you can kind of give me insight on that. Okay, Vana just squeezed up big here. Oh, baby. Vana squeezing aggressively. Here comes 45 on Vana. It just broke through 44. Now it's at 44.80, and it is popping up aggressively. Let's see here if there's anything going on. This is such an aggressive stock today with really no reason. Investigation Bronstein, no, that has nothing to do with it. Okay, so Vana, very much secular at the moment. It's 11% to the good now as it's knocking on the door of 45. Here comes 45. No rejecting at the moment on Vana, but who knows? That dip trade probably is not valid anymore. There goes 45. This is really squeezing, guys. Carvana is really moving up. 45.20. Very exciting for midday. Come on, 115, and we got Vana moving here proudly.
Carvana, nice. Crocs apparently moving for a high day. ENPH making a new high day. We got stopped out of our shorts. Now we're waiting at 156, 157 area for the next short attempt. So we'll wait and see if that one comes into play. But ENPH making a run over here. But even Crocs, you know, another stock that recently announced earnings to the downside, was on SSR, held that 100 level yesterday. I think it was actually 101 or even 100. Held that 101, 100 area yesterday, pushed back to the north side today, and giving you monster long opportunities across the board. How many times have we talked about these SSR bounces, SSR trades for you guys on the show? And earnings season is the right, perfect season to look for these trades. So for anyone who's out there, you know, taking advantage of these setups, first off, shout out to Brankos for, you know, really working and honing in on the setup. He's been killing it for the last few days over here on the setup. So shout out to him on that. And today, I think his poison, I can't remember which stock was it, but recently it was Snapchat. Let's go take a look at Snapchat today. Snapchat getting off of SSR finally and still holding above 10, which is surprising to me. I thought we would make a beeline straight down to $10, test that $10 area again, and see if there are any buyers there. I guess there are. You know, Sean recently bought some shares at the $10 area, and anyone who bought at that 10 is obviously loving it, because even Metaverse's earnings report gave Snapchat a nice little bump up to the north side, and they are actually helping them out over here a little bit to stay green and not push back to 10. So shout out to Snapchat, shout out to you know, that their technology. I'm actually bullish about their technology, just not bullish about their social media platform. I'm still waiting to see, you know, who comes out and says they're going to buy out Snapchat and could easily you know, integrate their systems into their phones directly. And I'm talking about Google, right? Google is making a big mistake here by not buying Snapchat and including all of their augmented reality technology directly into every single Google phone. That would be a big beat on a reason for people to have a Google phone for pictures and videos over Apple right off the bat. So I'm just waiting for that one catalyst. I don't want Apple to come out and say, hey, we're going to buy out Snapchat, include their augmented reality technology into our headset. That's just more upside for Apple. Obviously, that's good for me because I'm an Apple investor. But me being a Google lover, I want to see Google to stop being so lagged behind everything and start making innovative changes. Go make some disruptive changes out there. But I know your boy Sharif is going to come in and say something along the case of our FTC, or was it our FTC?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Was it FTC? You said last time about Disney and Apple.
I may feel differently today.
Fair enough, fair enough. I think it was the FTC or the DOJ last time about them coming in and, you know, maybe blocking the deal for Disney and Apple if that one ever goes through, because they don't want big monopolies to happen. They kind of didn't want that to happen with Activision and Microsoft, so Activision over there got beat up. But hey, Ever since Activision extended that deal, we've been loving that. Ooh, Snapchat actually pulling back over here. But hey, ever since Activision has been extending that deal, look at this stock giving you those beautiful ranges that I failed to execute in.
Enphase is starting to pop up here. I know this was absolutely destroyed on earnings this morning, but look at this, man. Getting off that 140 level that we made in the pre, we're almost at 155, $15 to the high here. Yesterday we closed up at 166.90, so definitely still $11 shy of yesterday's close, but Enphase retracing here. The other one that I wanted to get to is, where is that one? What did I have there? I had something. Yeah, Carvana. Carvana, somebody in the chat was telling me that they saw options volume on Carvana, and maybe that's why this is squeezing midday, but they were kind of, hesitant to take it, saying that looked bupkis. So they were telling everyone to sell it. Almost 12% now, Carvana, as it tries to flirt with that 45 and a quarter, 45.50-ish area. Oh man, Carvana, man, I should have just punched in at 44 instead of waiting for the dip into 43.5. But anyway, shoulda, coulda, woulda, man. Google finally dropping, says Bow SW. Yeah, everything really big tech coming down. Likewise with the NQ, I'm seeing a drop on Meta, I'm seeing a drop on Amazon, etc. And so I don't think really Google is much different. Yeah, the big tech names all look, wow, Meta. Meta is headed south, baby. Meta looks like the weaker of the bunch right now. Maybe a combination of Meta and, Goog. They're both retracing nicely into their VWAP areas. Still holding 4,600 here, though, on the future, to be fair. So I'll keep my eye on that. I don't have much else, guys, to be fair. What are we at? 11:20. Let's just close this one up. Oops. Move this over. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. Let's check on our friend AURC. All right, what do we got on this one? This one was very strong earlier. Still up 175%, but off the highs. So $62, it touches $61.99. Now we're kind of back into that mid-50s area, 56.75 currently on AURC. But the volume really dropping off here. Per 5-minute candle, you're getting around 50,000 shares. Not bad, but it's not great either. It kind of maybe keeps the spread artificially wide here. So a little bit of a tough one. What's up, Bradley?
Intel at VWAP. I'm such a bad trader. Wow. I love that, man. I love seeing how bad we are because it just shows how many ways to improve there is. There's always ways to get better. Intel now pushing towards VWAP, getting below VWAP slightly. NASDAQ's not even back to VWAP. S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP. I've said VWAP so many times that if we turn that into a drinking game, you would be smashed by now. So let's say a couple more times. Looks like we're about to bounce off of VWAP on Intel. What's with that emoji over there, man?
What is that?
the math calculation emoji. That one's good when you're on the bigger space, right? When you're on the full screen talking all kinds of mathematical genius stuff, like that here. Oh, man, at VWAP, the stock is pushing down all the way through VWAP, going down right now. We're gonna go see much lower, maybe 36 coming down. That's cool. That's funny. But we're on the smaller screen. It's not that cool, right? But yeah, let's see if we're gonna come back to even more to the downside over here. Maybe support comes in at 36.13, 36.20 areas over here for Intel. A clear wall at 37. There was about 2,000 lots, and 2,000 lots is what, 200,000 shares? 2,000, add 2 zeros, yeah, 200,000 shares or so, 200,000 plus size on 37, so which would be 200,000 times 37 is $7.4 million of sellers sitting there at the $37 area, not allowing the stock to push north side of that today. And the market is also seeing rejection of that 15.9 on the NASDAQ. So maybe we don't see 37 breaking today, or maybe we are waiting for the power/sour hour to see what happens at the $37. And if 37 does break later on in the day, obviously I'll be involved in that breakout for a potential move north side. Right now, the only trade I have on board is STX. I'm still trying to, defend that 63 63 area. If you guys remember why I was so bullish off that 63 line or 63 price point, it's right here. That 63 area was a nice little high, previous high. We broke out of that yesterday off the earnings catalyst. We are testing to hold that area at the moment today. We broke out of yesterday's high today too. So looking for an extension on the swing term scale up to $66 or so. But as we are sadly not allowed to hold stocks past the 4 o'clock, I'm looking for an intraday move back up to VWAP or even back above VWAP for a nice little long over here. Currently holding, looks like the 100-period EMA on the 3-minute chart and currently below the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. So I like it here. I don't like it here.
Speaking of being high, weed has been very, very strong lately, guys. Here, look at this. We have Tilray has been doing very well all week. We know that. It's above $2, and that's been tough for Tilray recently. 6 1/4 to the good today on Tilray. It's not on its own. CGC up 14% today. Did this report or something? What's going on with Canopy Growth shares? The stock appears to be moving on continued upward momentum from the last 5 days. What to know on Thursday, Canopy Growth announced cannabis gummies from Wana Brands. North are now available through Spectrum Therapeutics, Canopy Growth's medical cannabis division. Okay, cool. I mean, I don't know if this is market moving, but CGC are up nearly 10% on Friday on above average trading volume, according to data from Benzinga Pro. Okay, that's really nothing to do with that. Okay, so good catalyst for it, but weed has been strong lately. The reason I'm looking at this is because people were saying ACB, Aurora Cannabis, in the chat. That's also up 6 1/4, much like Tilray. Yeah, much like Tilray and the others. This one is sub $1 though, Aurora Cannabis. I thought this Aurora Cannabis was a Toronto-based company because in Toronto we have a little suburb called Aurora, so I figured it was from that, but the Katina man looking it up and he's like, it's just south of Edmonton, so. Canopy, isn't Aurora Cannabis Canadian? No. They're not, eh? Yeah, they are. Aurora Cannabis is a Canada-based medical cannabis company, yeah. So ACB having a decent time at the moment. I mean, 6 1/4, nothing to sneeze at. Tilray, 6 1/3, CGC, 14 1/4. Grow Generations, much weaker, and yeah, that's not really for retail. It's more like for growing your own stuff. So good look for weed on the day and on the week, quite frankly. All right, I got into QuantumScape here because I like the fact that it was stair-stepping up. I got in, where did I get in? 68. It just made a pop up to 80. A little bit of a dangerous stock, but here's the plan. The plan is to continue to touch, maybe to touch 13 and to try to take some out there. The L will be the break of 50. So I'm risking about 18 pennies here to make a lot more, ideally. All right, but 12.50 will definitely be my out, and the stop is already in place. So not really gonna debate that or go back and forth on that. It's a set trade. Let's see what else is going on. M Mason, $4.99 super chat, but no attached message. So thank you for the chat. Thank you for the super chat. But if you'd like to ask something specific, just tag me at Sharif Gobriel, and I'd be happy to oblige. Pickle Morty, happy I traded levels today and not my P&L. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. Good for you. There's always room for improvement. I don't think anybody's just kind of fully reached their full potential yet. Chandler says, I'm telling you, if ACB doesn't go under, this will be a life-changer move at this level. Zoom out. Sure, let's look. Pull up ACB and see what that assertion is about. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the daily and see where we're at. I mean, it's tough to look at this chart and to see anything good, quite frankly. You can get why. Let's go weekly. It gets worse, trust me. Yeah, I told you. So,
I like that.
10 2/3 was the high. We're talking about, we're a sub $1 stock now. I'm not exactly sure what you mean when you're talking about, this might be a good move. Let's go to the 4-hour. Maybe you mean something around that timeline. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's still lower highs and, quite frankly, lower lows, right? Like this trough, you could say the trough ended at 50 pennies, and that was the range that we had in May, right? And then come July, we've made a lower low. Now we're at 48 pennies. So I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but if you're in it, I wish you the best of luck. Obviously, it goes without saying. I want you to make money. But Aurora Cannabis looks good on the day. There's no question about that. It looks like a bull flag continuation, but you're going to have to get supporting volume, and right now you don't have it. The volume all came in the morning, and then 12 o'clock came in, and then look at that. The volume's dropping off. So unless we see something here in the power hour to get us going, we may not touch that 52.79 high that we made on the day. So we'll keep an eye on that. Simultaneously, we'll keep an eye on this QuantumScape position to see if we can scalp some out. Let's go ahead and institute some resting orders here so that if it does wake up, we're kind of ready for it. I'll sit at 85 for my first one, and then we'll go ahead and sit in the mid-90s on that one to front run the size at the whole dollar should it make its way, up there. Renata! How are you, Renata? Baba, hold 100. Let's have a look at Baba. I hope your cat gets better too, Renata. I saw that. And I hope he or she feels better. I'm not sure if it's a he or she. But Baba looks quite good, bouncing off VWAP. Look at that. Initially, you break down below VWAP, but it reclaims right away. This one was the money shot. That 99 3/4-ish, could have ridden that up for about 75 pennies into 150. You're getting that 100 defend again, though, right now, as that you're at 1 1/4. So good look, but what you do have, Renata, is a series of lower highs with possibly a flat bottom, right, where the levels are much in the same. Usually this resolves, you guessed it, to the higher side in the direction of the trend. Let's go. Oh, I can use the arrows now. I like this very much. Usually this resolves to the high side. Let's see if it does. Look for a break of this trend line. It's a she. She will get better soon, I'm sure. Absolutely. So that's a look there on Baba, but I don't really have a trade on it. I know the guys this morning you guys were trading Baba, weren't you? The Neil was trading. He doesn't like that. He's shaking his head. He doesn't like that. He likes the Neil? No, he does. He says bullocks. The Neil. Yeah, Neil was on Baba today, so anybody following, wait for the power hour or the close starting at 2, and I'm sure he'll give you direction on that. Sharif, can you look at BGLC? Sure, Bhavin. I'll have a look at that. BGLC. Bradley, you kill me, bro. Take it over, Bradley. That energy is amazing.
Yeah, there's nothing happening, honestly. I'm just trying to, have you ever read the book The Secret?
I have not.
You have not?
No.
Oh, you gotta read the book The Secret. What?
Neil says no, I don't.
You do. You do. You gotta read the book The Secret.
Can I have a quick synopsis?
Yes, I'm gonna give the synopsis to the chat right now and to you too. So what it basically is talking about is the power of manifestation and bringing whatever you really want to existence. And right now, I'm trying to do that with my longs in this market, right? I'm long S&P 500 on the futures and on the ETF, SPY ETF directly, trying to see if this 4,600 area could hold on the market. Does my MES long show up? Yeah, there it does show up, my MES long. So we're currently about a point in the money on MES and about 5 cents in the money on the SPYs. Let's see if these longs can work out for us as they are trying to bounce off of VWAP over here on the futures. But yeah, coming back to that secret book, it's basically, whatever you think most of the time is what you will be. Right?
I agree.
And it's if you're constantly thinking, oh, I'm a bad trader, I'm a bad trader, I'm a bad trader. What are you going to be?
A bad trader,
right? So it's the power of manifesting your own dream, your own life, your own goals is coming right in front of you. It's like if you're constantly thinking about how I'm going to get better, that 1%, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It's just the first process is like thinking the good things, and then the second thing is obviously executing on that. And the execution right now, 3 points in the money on the futures. Let's go. And we're getting SPY moving to the north side. 22 cents in the money on the SPYs right now. Cash money, moolah, baby. Let's go. Call me, how does it go? Young money, cash money. I forget how it goes anyways, but oh no, market pulling back all of a sudden. Yikes, that's not good. We were just about to get happy about all the money we're about to make on the longs over here, but the market pulled instantly back to the downside. Let's see if these longs can work out for us. Come on, you were just working out for us. Why did you pull back like that? Did Apple pull back? Did Tesla pull back? Let's go quickly look at these other variables over here. Where is Apple at the moment? Apple slightly below VWAP, right around these lows, still up 1% on the day. This market does want to sell off. Now we're one point out of the money on the futures compared to being 3 points in the money, so that sucks.
Janesh Patel says, hey Prad, how did your parents react to your new hair color? And they spelled color
care.
with an O-U-R, so I know they're either from England or from Canada.
They don't care.
They don't care, yeah. No, 'cause you've had it before, right?
Yeah.
He's good to go. All right, let's see what we're doing here. Proudly in, thanks for alerting me to that 4,600. I totally didn't notice that, but there we are.
Failing,
I want to watch, see how we trade around here. It's not just a one candle move. We're going to see if the buyer is going to step up here or not. That's what happened last time. Every time we stepped down into 4,600, it got bought up. Every time we stepped down into 4,600, we got bought up, and that's why I got into this, right? But the same thing is going to have to happen again. Otherwise, I want no part of it. So let's give it an opportunity to trade and see how it materializes. The other trade that I'm in at the moment, I'm about 5 pennies in the money or so on, which is this QuantumScape, which is absolute bupkis at the moment. It went up to 82s. I'm sitting here at 85 with a resting order, and I've got another resting order at 95 because this one, it can move in a hurry and I can miss it. So I definitely want to lock in some profits if I can. It's a bit of a riskier trade, not gonna lie. Let me put it up on the side here because I need to have the 5-minute view on this as well. Look, it printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-minute candles in a row after making a 1250 bounce. But here we go, we're doing that dance. Let's resolve, baby. The volume's starting to come in on this one a little bit here because we're starting to see more action on the book. When the book starts flashing more, you know that the volume's coming in. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Apple is huadunking here. I'm looking at Apple. I'm looking at 1950. The Katina man is short that. He hits the bang. It's still up 1.15% on the day, but it just broke below VWAP, that 195.80-ish area. Possibly 195. I don't know. We'll see. There is the bottom end of this trough here that we made at around 1050. Takes us to that 195 and a third. We're basically there at this moment here. So let's watch to see if support's going to come in on Apple. It's been catalystless. Is that a word?
Awesome.
I know I made up that word. I know for sure that there's not a word. I'm willing to bet that that's not a word. Okay, we got to Google this, guys. Oh my goodness. Catalyst. No, we're not going to get this, guys. This is an absolute made-up word. Yeah, there's no catalyst list. Yeah. Why not, Neil? What do I have to lose? Neil says, I know damn well that's not a word. We're adding it, Neil. You can get on that Urban Dictionary. You added huadunk, so I know you can do your magic, baby.
You did?
He did. He added huadunk. Anyway, so we'll have a look at... what was I talking about here, man? Apple, thank you. Yeah, it's
Catalyst.
All right, guys, this is too good.
The cataclysm,
catalystless. There we go. Strobe 9. He likes it.
The catastrophe of this English language right now.
Can we hit this?
Place?
Nah, I can't. I don't want to abuse my word of the day privileges here, especially since it's not word of the day. What do you got, buddy?
Let's go. They screwed me on SPY, but they can't screw me on the NASDAQ.
Palantir
NASDAQ is my basket of stocks to trade anyway, so we got that long off of 15,800 on the NASDAQ crack. And we should not get too excited because last time we did, and it completely reversed on us. So let's see what happens over here if the S&P 500 failed on us. But if the NASDAQ crack can save us a little bit and push back to the north side off this 15,800. Looks like our other trade trade, which is STX, also looking to go back up. We're currently 10 points in the money on NASDAQ futures. Let's go, NASDAQ. Let's go. Boom, boom. And we just need S&P 500 here to wake up a little bit, get back through 46K. That way we can maybe look for a long on S&P 500 ETF. I don't want to touch the S&P 500 futures again. I think I just want to work with my NASDAQ futures over here, see if the NASDAQ futures can trickle its way back towards the north side, maybe 15,840, 15,850 to come back into play. A nice little 50-point move. That'd be monstrous. Still basically flat on the day for me. How many executions have I made today? I'm just going to quickly try to find that number. Where's my summary blotter? Let's go to, does this one show? Yeah, 141 trades so far total on the day, and absolutely flat. So market makers love me. Day trade the world fee structure loves me. My bank doesn't.
Uh-oh. All right, I was just responding to somebody here that was saying essentially, John, that the NQ and the ES are much of the same thing, and I gotta disagree. Maybe I would have agreed with you probably like maybe 2020, 2022, 2021, but really they've shown their propensity to diverge this year. And you only have to look at how much the NQ is up on the year versus how much the ES is up. Let's go. It's a bit. They have not been the same. Oil, airlines, banking have all weighed differently on the ES, while tech has just been a monster this year. And we all know the NASDAQ heavily tech, while not as heavy on the S&P, which is more of a market generalist here. So I would agree with you in general at certain points, but I think in 2023 it might be a little bit different. So just want to share my 2 cents on that. But yeah, 4,600 has failed for now, but it's getting bought up. And so let's see what we do around here. This is an important level. If we're going to find this buying coming in much in the same way that we saw earlier, where when we broke around that 4,600 level, we got back up. I definitely want a piece of the ES to the north side, but we gotta let it develop. We gotta let the trade develop. So we'll have a look at that. QuantumScape doing absolute bupkis. I'm starting to.
I love it when you use that word.
Bupkis?
And the other word too.
Which one?
The word of the day one. Perfunctory.
Yeah, bupkis is as like slang as it gets. You know what I mean? It's like not a proper word. Well, I like it. You know, it sounds funny. I got it from Rocky.
Rocky,
like the movie.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? I'm joking.
He killed me there for a second. You know they're competitors, right? They didn't like each other in the 80s.
That's why I said his name.
Yeah.
I was thinking of whose name could I say that's not Sylvester Stallone? I was like, oh wait, obviously Arnie.
They're like the same age, everything too, bro. So funny. All right, keeping my eye on QuantumScape. Don't let this one go against me. I've already got a stop instituted though, so I'm just gonna leave it be. Let's see what else is moving here. Palantir. I was yelling this one out to Sean because when I yelled it out, it had just popped up quite aggressively. And I'm not really sure why. The volume came in there. We know why it's up on the day today. Let's just pull that up. I'll pull up the news headline for everybody. Where is my Palantir headline? There we go. Palantir Technology share up 6.4% after Wedbush initiates coverage with an outperform rating. What do they have the price target as? I can tell you that in a second by going to my analyst actions over here and looking for upgrades. Where's my Palantir on the upgrades? No, this is an initiate coverage. So initiate buy will be right here. There it is. Wedbush outperform 25 smackaroos. Does Wedbush believe that Palantir will come to at one point in time? So that's the move on Palantir. Price action wise, let's look at it a little different. Here we go.
Did Sean call Bogdanov or something? Like, what's going on?
I hit the Bogdanov thing earlier, but not lately. What do you got, Bradley?
The market does not want to go up, man. Like, we're still pulling down over here on the S&P 500. NASDAQ wants to pull back down. We're only 5 points in the money now. We were like big time in the money, but now we're about to go broke on this trade. Wow, market does not want to bounce. UVIXI on my second screen that I'm watching, I see that the UVIXI just keeps on marching to the high side. So market does want to go down here apparently. Let's see if this 15K holds. No, that's a fail of 15K. Ooh, 15,800, sorry, 15,800 failing. And there goes another move to the downside on the overall sector. So big move below VWAP now incoming. Maybe not that big. It's not that drastic, but we are failing to hold key levels over here across the board. 4,600 on the S&P 500 and 15,800 on the NASDAQ, which you would like to see obviously hold. Let me unfilter this over here so we can actually see the size. No, that's not it. Let me unfilter that so we can actually see the size being traded. There we go. So those are the trades being logged in right now. All the contracts, all the futures being moved around at these price points. Want to see as soon as buying coming in, I want to jump back in for one more attempt over here on a possible dip by near 15,800 because look, we didn't go up being 1% on the day to reverse it completely, right? At that point, like I'm about to put the tin hat on and say, is that the long? I'm about to put the tin hat on and say, hey, like this is crazy because the market keeps reversing moves almost every single day and not just holding anything. Little bounce coming in. AMD $2 club. I hear off the right side of my ear over here, Sean saying that his AMD is still printing money. So let's go on those shorts, ladies and gentlemen. If you're holding those shorts, you're laughing still as the market still pulling back drastically. Yeah, there is no bounce right now.
Some people saying Biden is going to talk with some tech news. I'm not exactly sure. Is he talking? I was keep looking. I didn't see him.
AI?
Was it AI? Okay, so it's another AI thing. Okay, interesting. Well, we'll have a listen and see what he's doing.
President Biden delivers remarks on Bidenomics.
So he hasn't started yet, right? So this is
Bidenomics. I think that title alone is killing the market. That title alone is killing the market.
Hold on. You know that's a playoff, right? That's a playoff for Reaganomics. Isn't it? Who came up with that? Is it Reagan? Reaganomics, right? It's Reaganomics. Yeah, trickle down. Yeah. Trickle down economics, Reaganomics.
That title alone is killing the market. Bidenomics?
Anyway, well, he's slated to speak, and you know, sometimes that has an effect on the market. It moves it.
Bounce.
So you need to be aware of these things. It's not as market moving as Jerome Powell or anything like that, but not usually anyway. It could be because he's got a lot of power. In any event, QuantumScape, break even, nothing happening on this one. 3 now red candles on my 5-minute chart. That doesn't change my out. My out is very clearly defined through the break of 50, and there's a reason for that. It's because the trough stopped at 50. Whether or not it holds up, whole different story. This is what I'm talking about here. If it breaks this level, I'm gonzino. You also have the VWAP right under that at 1243. Maybe I should give it to VWAP, but I don't really want to give any money back. So going to leave it gonzino. Yeah, I know, bro. I have a wild way of talking, and I don't really do it on purpose. Sean Presidina. Did you see that? Look at the chat. Presidina. Katina Presidina? It's called Bidenflation. Okay, well, yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but what is Pierre Poilievre called? What the Trudeau thing? What's it called? It's just, yeah, they really do not like each other. And I hate the toxicity of politics lately, but that's just the world we live in. Anyway, let's see what we got here, guys. Still looking at QuantumScape really as my only trade. We've got about 15 minutes left on the show. Let's have a look at what else is moving. Whoa, Palantir just absolutely retraced off that big top 1768 that it made. A lot of volume coming into the downside now, basically giving up a good majority of the move. Still above VWAP, still positive on the day, but a bit of a retracement here. Still definitely a higher high and a higher low so far, so trend intact, not out yet. But if you're looking to scalp, you might have been a little bit in trouble. So keeping an eye on the future as well. 15.8's come and gone on the NQ. 14.6 is come and gone on the ES. For now, we're still positive on both future contracts on the day, 0.6 to the good on the ES and 1.4 to the good on the NQ. Big tech, all of them retracing. Doesn't matter whether you're Tesla or the other 5. All my big tech charts here retracing to the south side with Tesla trying to hold that 264 level and Google just breaking down now below 132. Microsoft knocking on the door to the south side of that 337, much in the same way that Meta is with 322. So a lot to the downside here as Amazon breaks through 132 as well. We'll see if we can get a momentary reprieve here or whether we'll have to wait till Monday or who knows, maybe we get going here in the power hour on the close with the Katina Man and the Neil. So we'll continue to watch that. AURC was the other name we were watching here proudly. That was a small cap capper du jour. We made it all the way up to 62.91. A bit of a double top brewing there, but guess what? It is higher lows all throughout, trying to knock on the door of that 60 bucks. Very dangerous stock, okay? Spreads wide, flow to short, flow to small, excuse me. So a lot of risk management needs to be instituted here if you're going to trade this stock and manage risk. So make sure you are sizing in accordingly and make sure to use stops, guys. All right, keeping my eye here on QS as it curls again. Come on, QuantumScape, let's go. $13 incoming, question mark? Before I send it back to Pradley, Vadzim wants me to look at XBEV. What has XBEV been doing as of the last half an hour? Okay, so it's up 2 points. There we go. Last time I looked at it was about 12.25. Now it's 14.09 to the high side with a 23.10 top. Trying to hold 23 here is XBEV. Looks good. Man, these Chinese EVs have had a fantastic week. It really hasn't mattered which of the three you've traded. Lee has been, oh my God, Lee's $42.50, bro. Come on, man. Yeah, XPeng is, you know, I feel like it's more of a meme stuff. Oh, man. Lee. Why is trading so easy? Yeah, it's so easy. Anyway, the reason I'm getting upset about Lee is because I've really kind of earmarked this one as a good one that I wanted to get into, but I just couldn't rack up the you-know-what to punch long into Chinese ADR. I just feel there's just so much global political uncertainty. I just don't want to be involved. But Lee is good. Neo's been fantastic. XPEV has been good too, proudly.
Just watching this Bidenomics transcript, I guess, just trying to read what he's talking about, experts, talking about basically the workforce, the unemployment stuff and so on. Bunch of stuff going on there. I actually like Apple where it is. Apple's near 195 and maybe giving you an opportunity to get into a bounce play if the market's getting ready to go back up over here. We're not seeing the market punch too much to the downside on the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ. Yeah, it's below VWAP for both of them, but still up 1 full percent on NASDAQ and up 0.5 as you heard from Sharif not too long ago. So we're looking for, at least I am looking for some longs across the board to get back into and see if we can, you know, get some nice wins over here off this move on the overall market and even on tech basket stocks such as Apple or what happened to that box? Is he off the screen? Oh no, he's still there. I was gonna say if he's off the screen, then the longs are for sure in play. We don't know how long he's gonna be talking for. He's been streaming for 37 minutes now, but he's actually been live just recently. Yeah, not live for too long. For about 5 minutes or so. So let's see if Biden's going to help us out. Looks like some longs are coming into play now in the market. So the NASDAQ and S&P 500 and everything is looking to wake up a little bit over here, giving you a nice little bounce back to VWAP. Let's see if NASDAQ rejects VWAP or do we break through VWAP and go long, giving us a nice little win on Apple and the QQQ longs that we have on board at the moment. Coming back to this transcript, you need about 300 of them, $300 billion to come to America to build those factories. Those factories are now in America. Supply chain issues.
Is he talking about microchips or
fixing
EVs?
Supply chains, progress, inflation. He's talking about like overall. I don't think he's talking specifically about EVs, but in general supply chain issues and in general major instead of the micro instead of macro instead of micro.
Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. 84 now on QuantumScape, waiting for 85. Come on, 85, man. Where are we at with 85? Okay, we're going to have to cross here. We're getting to that point where we're almost 20% to the good here as we knock on the door of local highs here on QuantumScape. Definitely not at days high, 1348 days high. We're really looking to take the majority of this position out through 13, but if it keeps going good, there's the first fill there. We'll spin the money on that one, a 20-penny winner as we head to the high side here on QuantumScape, but definitely wanting more. I'm also sitting at 95, 12.95 here for the second out. The reason I have resting orders on this is because I believe it to be quite volatile, and it could spend, you know, a very short period of time at the level that I want. So if that's going to be the case, I definitely want to take in my profit and run it through, baby. We're almost at 90 now, so we're long 68. Let's see if we can get that 95 print. The market curling back up. Oh, baby. We just took 15.8 again here on the future, and we may retrace possibly into 4,600 here on the NQ. We'll keep an eye, on the ES, excuse me. Keep an eye on that. Bob Diaper, I'm going to call him Bob Diaper because he's making fun of me. Adult Diaper is full of it. I guess that's me. Maybe I'm the adult diaper. Who knows? But yeah, anyway, walking here through to the QuantumScape. Oh, wow, there we go. More selling coming in, obviously, on QuantumScape as the bamboozlement. Oh, he's talking about buy. Okay. Yeah, well, come on, man. The man is old. Can you
Not
say?
everything's about you, Sheriff. No,
I know, no, but he was talking to me before.
no,
That's
I'm joking. I'm joking.
What else we got here? Proudly, we got just trying to keep my eyes on the ones that I've been watching today. Nothing really showing it to me here, except maybe QuantumScape if we can get that continuation on the move up here. Proudly, what's the look over there?
You know, just gambling. Just gambling, throwing some dice around, seeing what happens, seeing if we can get some snake eyes or some double 12s or whatever. We're winning right now, though. We're in the money on all of our positions, getting a nice little move up, taking some scalps on Apple, adding to my position on QQQ. Not sure why I'm doing that, but I am doing that indeed. So waiting to see if we can get a nice bigger move to the north side over here. Looks like Biden, whatever he said, market liked it, or market just giving you a simple bounce off of VWAP at the moment. QQQ still below VWAP though, even though NASDAQ futures are above VWAP. So let's see if QQQ can also get back above VWAP. Apple still below VWAP, but a nice 50-cent pop on that one. So we took a nice little profit on that move over there. Here comes QQQ to the north side. Let's go QQQ. Choo-choo. All aboard. The train's about to leave to the north side. We're leaving north side anytime soon over here. Come on, take out that VWAP QQQ. Biden obviously loves the market and Bidenomics. Market loves Bidenomics. So let's send it, baby, to the upside. I'm going to start calling... It's Pradonomics now. That's it.
Pradonomics. Wow.
Anytime I start talking about the market, it's Pradonomics. That's it. Start taking notes. Pradonomics in session. And we're getting this market move over here.
Boy. Class in session.
Let's take some profits over here, man. Let's go.
We're about to get printed here on our QuantumScape 95. We just printed 94s there. I saw 94s come in on the tape. We're getting 94s again here on the ask. It's a 1 penny spread, so it's a tight spread. It's a good look here. If we can get continuation into 13 on QuantumScape, we're about 30 pennies in the money on this one. If it can continue to run, we just need some continuity here as the market does retrace for the moment to the high side. Not quite able to take 4,600 right here on the ES, but the NQ above 15.8 at the moment. So by we, I mean me. I need to exercise a little bit of patience here before I take an out that I don't want to take on QuantumScape. I definitely want to let this one run. Stonkonia, take them profits as you go, ladies and gents. Market pumps have been like, okay, I'm not going to read that last part, but yeah, I get your point, absolutely. The market has been, you know, it's been yesterday I got... You can't just throw that around anytime, Bradley. The market has been bamboozling, and I was bamboozled very much yesterday. Yesterday, I think, was one of my worst trading days I've had this year. So,
come here, man.
I know. Give me a hug, man.
Come here.
Oh, I get hugs. Well, they're going to make a meme out of this. We're going to absolutely get destroyed. I know the production team's already laughing and probably deciding what they're going to do with that and stuff like that. But anyway.
I was actually trying to practice submission choke on him, but he's too big, and I was like, okay, I can't.
Are you still going?
Yesterday,
still
baby.
learning? Yeah?
Yesterday, I
Good
learned
for
this
you.
crazy choke, bro. It hurts your hand though, so you gotta like. If you're full mounted on this person, which is, you know, you're
know
sitting
what
on
full
top
mount
of
is,
them,
yeah.
right? You're full mounted on them, and you would grab the back of their head. I'm long futures. Wow. Okay. So you grab the back of their head because they're defending their arm, right? And what you do is you block this and you punch this, right? So what you're trying to do is you're trying to choke them out with this side of this, and you go this like over here.
You punch them in the neck. And
Punch them in the neck. So you feed it through, punch them in the neck, and then you're using one of your biceps and the neck to kind of like choke them out. That's what I'm doing to the market right now. Come here, market. Give me my money. Tap, tap.
Oh my
Give me my money back.
Okay, guys. All right, love it, man. I love your passion for it too. I'm really happy you're going because it's very good. Very good exercise. All right, not quite getting that print, sadly, on QuantumScape at 95. It goes up to 94. Should have probably, you know, moved it down 1 penny and taken the fill, but stubbornness is inherent in my DNA. All right, ENPH, we talked about this one being a bit weak earlier on, but retracing a bit. It's continuing to retrace to the high side with a 154 and a third high. It's at 153 and a third, so about $1 off the highs, but yeah, very much off the bottoms, guys. 137.50, so it's almost 20 bucks to the good here off the bottom. Still very much down the day, 8 points south. QuantumScape right back up to 94. Can we get the fill at 95? We've got like a minute, 10 seconds here left on the show before we send it over to Brendo and the Big Kahuna. So it'll be just aces. Fantastic if I could get this 95 print, but, you know, we kind of don't control that. Here we go, 95 incoming. I'm seeing on the ask we need to cross. John says biceps, not Bitcoin. Yeah. Okay, I think he's talking to Pradley because Pradley is the one that's working out here. Time to
I ain't
reload.
got no biceps.
The SQQ says Super SPAC, man. I mean, I don't know. Are you against the Qs here? I mean, we got a nice VWAP bounce on the NQ and a 15.8 break. So I guess you're of the opinion that that's as good as we're going to get on the day here. 1 2/3% to the high side, and then it's going to be a retracement. So we'll see. The other one I want to bring to your attention that's also retracing to the high side after selling off aggressively is Palantir. This one made a 1768 high and then sold right back down to 1735. Now breaking that 17.5, knocking on the door of 1760. 8 pennies off the high of dates, up 8.85%. Proudly, it is now 2 o'clock.
Oh,
it is now Friday. It is Friday. It's been Friday. And weekend coming up, my friend. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope all our viewers have great weekends. Proudly and I will see you. Go ahead.
Real quick shout out. Tonight's 4 o'clock stream. The lovely, the one and only, the beautiful Katrine's on. So make sure you're tuning into the 4 o'clock stream. Any questions that you have to that you want to ask her, feel free to slide it into my DMs because trust me, I'm not gonna let you slide into hers. See you guys at 4. Have fun on the closing show. Peace.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, turning into a nicely positive one for the overall market.